Our guy Aiden is bleeding out on the cold dirt, staring at the comrades who just stabbed him in the back. Killing the demon lord cursed him to become the next one, so his party ends him before he turns. They unleash a massive spell, sending him falling into a dark void. But death does not take. He wakes up 15 years in the past in the body of a useless noble drunkard. A glitched blue system interface pops up, revealing our boy's legendary powers are still active. He bursts into wild, maniacal laughter, ready to track down his 4 former comrades and tear them apart limb from limb. Our main guy, Aiden Albareo, starts off as the legendary hero who saved the world from the Demon Lord. But being a hero in this universe never comes with a happy ending. Instead of a medal, he gets labeled as a blood-soaked dragon slayer who dyed half the world red. Talk about a terrible retirement plan. And to make matters worse, his supposed allies have completely betrayed him. He's left bleeding out on the cold ground, staring up at his backstabbing comrades with pure hatred. Turns out there is a curse, where whoever kills the Demon Lord is doomed to become the next one. So under an ominous red moon, his party decides to put him down before he turns. Apparently, it is some ancient legend passed down by the imperial court that you become the very sin you destroy. That sounds like a massive design flaw in the system. The golden-haired leader looks like a typical hypocrite as he explains they had absolutely no choice. He claims he is doing this to save the country, but we all know he is just a dirty traitor. This guy is seriously smiling, while telling our hero that sacrificing himself is actually a good thing. The audacity of this blonde clown is off the charts. The guy and his armored companions stand there with zero remorse. They say they will not even bother asking Aiden for forgiveness because they have already made up their minds to end him right here. Aiden is absolutely seething as he glares at them with glowing red eyes of pure fury. If looks could kill, these traitors would have been vaporized on the spot. The witch girl steps up next with a smug smile. She raises her glowing staff and politely tells him to rest in peace, which is incredibly fake. She unleashes a massive magic spell that lights up the entire area. The raw power of this attack is intense, and it is aimed directly at our weakened hero. As the light consumes him, Aiden realizes his so-called friends were nothing but a bunch of fakes. He is officially done playing nice. The pink-haired witch still has the nerve to smile while calling them his colleagues with a disgusting amount of sarcasm. Seriously, her fake smile is making my stomach turn. Someone please put this girl in her place as soon as possible. Aiden realizes his entire life as a hero was nothing but a massive, painful lie. He starts falling into a deep, watery void, deciding that dying is way better than being trapped in that hell forever. It is a pretty depressing moment for our guy. He continues his endless downward spiral into the pitch-black darkness. There is no light and no hope as he takes a long fall into the unknown. He genuinely believed this infinite fall would last for eternity. But plot armor is a beautiful thing, and we all know he is not going to just float around forever. Things are about to get very weird. Brain fart. Suddenly, he wakes up as a completely different black-haired dude with a dangerously psychotic smile on his face. He has one goal in mind, and that is ruining every single one of his betrayers. The servants in the room immediately freak out and shout that their young master is finally awake. They look like they just saw a ghost. Our hero is completely disoriented as he stares blankly at the shouting servants. He's just sitting there wondering where on earth he is. A blonde noblewoman bursts into tears and hugs him tightly while thanking God that her precious son is finally awake. She is incredibly relieved, but Aiden has no idea who this lady is. Aiden widens his eyes in pure confusion as he tries to process what is happening. Being called someone's son is definitely not what he expected after falling into the void. He sits up in his massive bed and looks at the crying lady to ask the ultimate question of who she is. The poor mother is absolutely stunned by his question, with her jaw dropping in complete disbelief. This is definitely not the reunion she was hoping for. She tells him he must be completely out of his mind and explains that he has been sleeping for 2 whole days. She hugs him again to reassure him she is his mother and calls him by his new name, Aiden Remus. What a convenient coincidence. He repeats his new name to himself while looking completely dead inside as he tries to make sense of his identity. Suddenly, a massive headache hits him. He groans in pain and clutches his head while his new mother panics, realizing he would rather be back in the void than deal with this. A dark aura erupts around him as he screams in agony, with his mind being flooded with memories that are not his. He pants heavily and sweats bullets as the intense mental transition finally starts to settle down. That looked incredibly painful. Oof. The memories of this new body finish flowing into his brain. He realizes he is exactly 15 years in the past before he died as a hero. He remembers his time in the void where he was abandoned by his companions and forced to end his own life before he could turn into the Demon Lord. It is a bitter pill to swallow when he realizes how much he suffered because of the people he trusted the most. He is absolutely seething with rage and promises to find every single one of those traitors to kill them one by one. Nobody gets away with betraying our boy. He looks around the room to figure out why this body collapsed for 2 days in the first place. A memory montage reveals that the original Adon Rems was a total piece of human trash who spent his days getting drunk and beat up. Our hero is highly disappointed in his new host. He is just staring into space, completely unbothered, but deeply disappointed by the realization that he reincarnated into a useless drunkard. It turns out the original owner got completely wasted and passed out in the heavy rain, which nearly killed him. Aiden sighs as he sits up in bed. He realizes that if he had not taken over this body, probably would have been beaten to death eventually anyway. He stands up and looks at himself in the mirror while adjusting his collar. He admits this whole situation is incredibly awkward. Looking closely at his new reflection, he wonders if he is still truly the legendary hero deep inside. His eyes widen as a brilliant idea strikes him. He decides it is time to check if his legendary power is transferred over to this new body. A blue system window instantly pops up in front of him, showing his name followed by some glitched-out symbols. It lists some of his insane locked titles like King of the Mercenaries. He realizes the system is still active, which means he can regain all his legendary strength, including his title of Dragon Slayer. This is a massive game changer. A smirk spreads across his face as he looks at the floating screen to confirm this is definitely not a dream. He has got the ultimate cheat code. The only thing that bothers him is that his name is partially glitched out on the interface, but honestly that is a minor detail. He walks down the hallway of his mansion and decides a glitch name does not really matter in the grand scheme of things. Our hero is officially entering his villain era, and I am absolutely here for it. Those traitors have no idea what is coming. Epic choir suspense. He bursts into wild, maniacal laughter that echoes through the hallways, calling this reincarnation a literal gift from the gods. He is losing his mind in the best way possible. His grin gets wider and more sinister as he declares all he needs to do now is find his former companions. He plans to tear them limb from limb while his green-haired butler stands in the background looking absolutely terrified. Talk about a dramatic shift in personality. The butler nervously holds a tea tray and sweat drops as he asks if his master is okay after hearing him talk about tearing off limbs. Aiden instantly switches back to a polite demeanor as he takes the tea and casually thanks him. The sudden shift is hilarious. The butler is completely frozen in shock and his face turns pale. He cannot believe his ears because the young master has never thanked anyone in his entire life. The butler is literally sweating bullets right now while trying to process this sudden polite behavior. It is like his whole worldview just shattered. In the butler's mind, a terrifying image of a demonic, sharp-toothed Aiden repeats those polite words over and over again. It is incredibly cursed. Meanwhile, our hero is just casually sipping his hot tea, completely oblivious to the absolute terror he is causing his staff. The butler watches him sip the tea while mentally screaming and wondering if the young master actually liked the drink. Aiden puts down his cup and asks the butler if he has anything else to say. The butler quickly stammers out a no and gets out of there. In the hallway, another servant is shocked to see the butler alive and asks how he managed to survive entering the young master's room. Back in his room, Aiden is also pretty speechless about how crazy this whole situation is while staring into his teacup. He starts analyzing the timeline and realizes he came back 15 years into the past. He wonders what happened to his past self in his timeline. He ponders if his past self exists separately from him in this world right now. That would be an insane twist. Aiden stands up and calls out to Philip because he needs to find out if he has already gained independence from Master Valken, the former mercenary king. The servant is completely dumbfounded that the young master actually remembered and used his actual name. This is a historic moment. Sound effect. The servants gossip in absolute shock because the young master has never called any of them by their names before. They think he is possessed. Aiden pokes his head out of the door and calmly states he has a quick question. In Philip's eyes, Aiden looks like a terrifying, bloodthirsty demon looming over him, which makes him tremble in fear. Aiden casually waves and tells Philip he'll be remembered for everything. It sounds like a threat even if he did not mean it that way. Philip is left crying and terrified while screaming in his head about what on earth is wrong with the young master today. This poor butler is going to need a lot of therapy after today. He is crying tears of pure terror. Aiden walks down the grand stairs while ignoring the drama and focusing on gathering info about the mercenary king. He asks Philip what he knows about the mercenary king's apprentice while boasting that he was quite famous back in the day. Philip explains he heard rumors of the mercenary king going missing a while ago, which completely confuses Aiden. Aiden's face falls as Philip reveals he has never heard of the mercenary king ever having any apprentices. Aiden is left completely stunned. Wait, what is going on here? No apprentice means his entire past identity in this timeline might not even exist. The chapter ends with a massive cliffhanger as Aiden wonders where his past self went. The mystery officially begins. We start off with a flashback showing a shady-looking guy in a dark cloak walking through the dirty streets of a slum. The atmosphere is definitely tense. A young blonde kid spots him and immediately thinks he found an easy target to pickpocket. Big mistake, kid, because you have no idea who you're dealing with. The kid casually bumps into the cloaked man, pulling off a classic street thief maneuver. He walks away thinking he is the smoothest thief in town. The kid runs into a dark alleyway, completely thrilled with himself and celebrating his jackpot. He opens up the bag and is absolutely mesmerized by all the shiny gold coins inside. He thinks he is set for life after a single heist. Yeah, boy. But his celebration is cut short as a massive, menacing shadow slowly looms right behind him. The vibe instantly changes from victory to pure dread. The hooded man looks down at the kid with a terrifyingly wide grin and praises his guts for trying to steal from him. The kid is frozen solid. He pulls back his hood to reveal himself as none other than the legendary mercenary King Valken. Stealing from the strongest mercenary alive is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. The poor kid immediately drops his tough guy act while sweating bullets and pleading for his life. He is basically begging this giant not to crush him into paste. Instead of beating him up, Valken inspects the kid's build and laughs, noting that he actually has an incredibly sturdy body for his age. Out of nowhere, Valken decides that this little thief is going to be his new disciple. The kid is completely dumbfounded by this sudden change of events. Valken grabs him by the collar and starts dragging him away while laughing about how he is going to train him to be the ultimate mercenary. The kid screams for help, but there is no saving him now. And that is the hilarious story of how our main character first met his legendary teacher. From that point on, Aiden trained like crazy and made a massive name for himself as the top disciple, eventually slaying dragons. He went on to become the legendary Dragon Slayer King. But as we know, that glorious past seems to have completely vanished in this timeline. Back in the present, his butler Philip drops a massive truth bomb stating he has never heard a single rumor about the mercenary king ever taking a disciple. Aiden stares ahead in absolute shock as the realization hits him hard. The identity he spent his entire past life building is completely gone. The disciple of the mercenary king simply does not exist in this era. He is starting completely from scratch. The scene cuts to the beautiful sunny exterior of the Remes Duchy mansion, looking peaceful as ever. Inside, two servants are walking down the corridor while gossiping about how much the young master has changed lately. One servant is completely bewildered, explaining that the young master actually thanked him and used his name in a friendly way. They look like they are trying to solve an alien mystery. We see Aiden sitting peacefully on a grassy hill under the blue sky, looking up at the clouds. The servants think his serious illness permanently rewired his brain. They note that he has been looking incredibly listless lately, with empty eyes that look like they have seen too much. Honestly, Aiden is just dying of absolute boredom because he has absolutely nothing to do in this giant mansion. The transition from active hero to lazy noble is rough. He enjoys having his meals prepared and not having to clean, but he spent his free time searching for any trace of his past self only to find nothing. Since his past self never existed here, he starts questioning everything, including the intense betrayal and resentment he still feels. He pictures the smug, smiling faces of the companions who backstabbed him. If they exist in this world, his revenge is still very much on the table. His deep thoughts are interrupted by the sudden loud clashing of wooden swords nearby. He looks over to see the family knights practicing their drills in the courtyard. He watches them from the hill, noting that the duchy indeed has some decent knights under their employ. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him, and a stern voice asks why on earth he is hanging around the training grounds. The person speaking is his younger brother Carl, who looks incredibly sharp and ready for battle in his training gear. Aiden remembers that Carl is the complete opposite of the original owner of this body, being a highly diligent knight who even secured the right to succession. Carl stares down at his older brother with pure disgust, asking why he is not out getting wasted like the useless trash he usually is. The sibling rivalry is real. Aiden can clearly see the absolute disdain and massive sense of superiority radiating off his younger brother. Carl clearly thinks his big brother is a pathetic joke. Aiden remains completely unbothered and casually replies that he is just watching because he has nothing better to do. Carl snaps back, telling him that night training is not a circus show and that he should leave immediately if he is not planning to spar. Aiden pauses and thinks to himself that he has not actually swung the sword since he woke up in this weak body. This might be the perfect opportunity. With a calm and confident expression, he accepts the challenge, which completely catches Carl off guard. Aiden stands up and confirms that he is down to spar, smiling like a cat that just found a new toy. An apprentice knight named Bazan is selected to spar with him and steps up to greet the young master with a wooden sword in hand. Aiden puts on basic training armor and casually takes his stance, looking totally relaxed. The crowd of knights watching starts whispering, worried that the young master might get hurt, though they assume Bazan will just throw the match to keep his job. Bazan is sweating bullets and feeling incredibly stressed about having to spar with a fragile noble who might get him fired. Bazan remembers how the original Aiden was such a weakling that he literally used to get beaten up by the neighborhood dogs. Trying to lose naturally to someone that weak is going to be a nightmare. Bazan nervously grips his wooden sword while Aden stares him down with a calm, analytical gaze. Aiden gets a scary, sharp-toothed grin, thinking that he really needs a good warm-up and might as well go all out to test this body, fat of the bone. Aiden tells Bazan not to hold back and to do his absolute best, while Bazan gets increasingly irritated by his cocky attitude. Aiden's smile turns ice cold as he warns Bazan that if he dares to lose on purpose, he will personally have him kicked out of the Night Order. Now the stakes are high. The surrounding squires laugh, thinking the young master has completely lost his mind since he has never even held a sword before. Bazan accepts the terms and prepares to start the match while Aiden sharpens his focus. With a sudden burst of movement, Bazan lunges forward and kicks up a cloud of dust as he attacks. Their wooden swords clash with a massive impact, but Aiden blocks the heavy strike effortlessly, which shocks Bazan. Even though he blocked it, Aden feels his arms vibrate from the impact, realizing this body is indeed much weaker and softer than he is used to. Instead of backing off, a thrilling smirk spreads across Aiden's face as he gets excited to exchange more blows. The two engage in a rapid exchange with their wooden swords clashing repeatedly in a flurry of moves. The crowd of spectating knights is completely losing their minds, screaming at Bazan to stop going so hard before he accidentally kills the young master. Bazan is actually trying his hardest and gritting his teeth as he struggles to get past Aiden's guard. The crowd slowly realizes that something is very off as they watch the fight unfold in disbelief. They notice that Aiden is casually holding his own against a trained squire by moving with surprising fluidity. Carl is watching with his jaw wide open, completely unable to comprehend how his supposedly useless brother is pulling this off. Bazan is panting heavily and mentally screaming because no matter how hard he swings his sword, it simply cannot reach his opponent. Aiden easily evades every single strike with minimal effort as his high-level battle instincts easily compensate for his weak physical stats. As their swords clash again, Aiden feels his heart start racing with a familiar excitement. He closes his eyes briefly, enjoying the refreshing sensation of a real battle for the first time in 15 years. He unleashes a swift counterattack, swinging his sword with perfect precision and forcing Bazan onto the defensive. Bazan's eyes go wide in absolute panic as he feels the overwhelming pressure of Aiden's movements. Aiden's smile grows wider as he bathes in the sheer exhilaration of the fight. The crowd is completely dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes as they watch their fellow squire get pushed back by a known slacker. Crowd shocked. Carl is sweating bullets and grinding his teeth in absolute fury because his useless brother is suddenly showing elite combat skills. Aiden continues to dominate the spar, dodging and parrying with a level of grace that should not be possible for a ruffian. Bazan is completely overwhelmed, staring at Aiden with terror and wondering how on earth he is using such legendary swordsmanship. Aiden raises his wooden sword high, realizing that he had almost forgotten the thrill of battle after resting in the void for so long. His eyes glow with a fierce blue light as his true identity as the Dragon Slayer King fully awakens inside him. The real legend is finally back. He grips the wooden hilt with absolute determination, ready to reclaim his title and show this world what a true hero can do. Done, done, done. Aiden continues his swift strike with his wooden sword, cutting through the air with insane speed. Bazan can barely keep up with his movements. With a massive cracking sound, Bazan's wooden sword completely snaps under the pressure and flies across the training ground. Oof. Aiden instantly closes the distance and places the blunt edge of his broken sword directly against Bazan's throat. The duel is officially over. Our hero flashes a super casual happy smile and politely asks Bazan if he is ready to surrender. He makes defeating a trained knight look like a walk in the park. The surrounding knights are completely speechless, whispering among themselves about how a total slacker just dismantled one of their own. This makes zero sense to them. Aiden walks up to his little brother Carl and cheerfully thanks him for the incredibly refreshing spar. Carl is forced to flash a highly awkward, nervous grin while dying of jealousy inside. Aiden cheerfully waves goodbye to the knights, telling them he will come by often to spar. The knights look like they would rather fight a dragon than deal with him again. The knights stand there completely dumbfounded, wondering if this is actually the same useless ruffian they have known for years. Later that night, the duchy mansion is quiet under the dark, starry sky, but inside our main character is having a rough time. Aiden is sitting on his bed with his entire body trembling from exhaustion. He is incredibly frustrated that this weak body can barely handle a single low-level duel. But then he gets a sly grin, realizing that this physical weakness is actually a massive opportunity to rebuild himself the right way. He collapses flat on his back onto the bed, glad he got to vent some of his frustrations, but now the real work begins. Lying there, he reflects on the second chance at life the heavens have given him. He is absolutely determined to get his revenge. He starts analyzing his targets, beginning with the Night King Silbeda, who possesses the strength of an entire army. Taking down someone that powerful will not be easy. Next is the dark-haired girl, the iron-blooded saint chosen by the Spear Occult. She is another absolute monster. Then we have the Archmage Shmura, whose magic is incredibly destructive and precise. And finally, the second in command of the Empire, the great alchemist Calces. Just thinking about these traitors makes his blood boil, UW. He realistically admits that in his current state, he would not stand a single chance against any of them. To make matters more complicated, he will likely have to fight this entire war completely alone this time around. He knows he has exactly 5 years to eliminate them all before they form their powerful coalition. The clock is ticking. Epic choir suspense. He looks at his weak hands, realizing he cannot even defeat a basic goblin right now. He needs a high-risk method to forcefully unlock this body's potential. Fortunately, his past life knowledge has given him access to some incredibly illegal and dangerous cheat codes. The next day, he hands a shopping list to his butler Philip, who looks like he's about to have a heart attack just reading the ingredients. Philip looks at him with pure suspicion, asking what on earth the young master is planning to do with these materials. He points out that while the holy potions make sense, the other items are incredibly rare and expensive. He reads the names aloud, pointing out that they are literally all highly lethal poisons. Aiden just shrugs and chuckles, knowing that explaining his secret training methods would only make him sound like an absolute lunatic. He gets a sinister look, noting that the previous owner of this body was a known troublemaker, so buying weird stuff should not raise too many alarms. He leans in super close and whispers a terrifying warning to Philip that knowing too much about this is highly hazardous to his health. Philip stands there trembling as a dark, demonic aura starts filling the room. Aiden is basically treating him like a cat playing with a mouse. He smiles from the shadows, asking Philip if they should go back to the old days when the young master was a complete tyrant. This is the ultimate threat, and Philip instantly surrenders, crying tears of terror and shouting that he has absolutely no objections. He promises to buy everything immediately. Philip practically vaporizes out of the room, leaving a cloud of dust behind as he runs to fulfill the order. He wants no part in Aiden's scary games. Aiden sits at his desk smiling as he realizes the massive perk of being a wealthy duke's son. Having infinite money is the ultimate cheat code. Since his soul already reached the peak of a swordmaster in his past life, he knows his mind can force this body to catch up rapidly. He admits his training method is completely insane, but desperate times call for desperate measures. We fast forward a month and a half later, and we can hear heavy, exhausted breathing coming from the training yard. Aiden turns around, showing off an absolutely shredded, muscular back dripping with sweat. Our boy has been working out like a madman. He wipes the sweat from his face and calmly commands Philip to hand him a mana potion. Philip quickly runs over, holding out a glowing blue bottle for his master. Aiden downs the potion in a single gulp, feeling the magic energy instantly rush through his veins. This is his brutal training method, physically breaking his muscles to their absolute limits and then using expensive potions to forcefully heal them. It is incredibly painful but highly effective. A single one of these top-quality potions costs as much as a commoner's monthly expenses, but thankfully his family is ridiculously loaded. Aiden tosses the empty bottle aside and asks Philip if the special ingredients he requested have finally arrived. Philip sweat drops, explaining nervously that they have already been delivered directly to his private room. Philip remembers the terrifying demon shadow Aiden showed him earlier and decides he is definitely not curious enough to ask any questions. Smart move, Philip. Later in his room, Aiden opens the boxes to find the glowing, colorful toxic plants he ordered. He picks up a bright red spider lily, admitting he never thought he would have to resort to using such a dangerous, self-destructive technique. This lethal theory was originally developed by his former companions Calces and Shmura. Irony is a beautiful thing. The concept is simple. By introducing lethal poison into the body, the cells are forced to unlock their hidden potential just to survive. He looks at the holy potion in his other hand, praying that the top-grade healing fluid is strong enough to keep him from actually dying. He places the poisonous flower into his mouth, reminding himself that he has already conquered death once before. He bites down and swallows the poisonous plant with his face immediately twisting in absolute agony as the toxins start burning his throat. The empty holy potion bottle rolls across the floor as Aiden completely collapses, unable to even stand from the sheer pain. He lies on his knees, clutching his throat and desperately gasping for air as the poison ravages his inside. He is suffering intensely, with his body struggling to survive the brutal chemical reaction. He finally manages to sit up, looking completely pale with dark circles under his eyes. He is horrified to realize he has to repeat this agonizing process 100 more times to get full results. However, a blue aura starts swirling around his body, and he can feel his mana flow becoming incredibly smooth. The poison training is actually working. Suddenly, a deep, mocking voice echoes through a dark red vortex in his mind, asking if he is having fun. Aiden's eyes widen in pure horror as he instantly recognizes the chilling voice. He leaps to his feet, screaming at the empty air to show itself. He's losing his cool because this voice should not be here. A dark, cursed brand glows faintly on the back of his neck as the mysterious entity laughs at his panic. Hearing the loud shouting, Philip bursts through the door to check on the young master. Philip is instantly frozen in fear by the terrifyingly feral expression on Aiden's face. Aiden does not even turn around and coldly orders his butler to get out of the room immediately. Philip stammers, trying to explain that he only came in because he heard a massive crash. Aiden turns his head with his glowing blue eyes staring directly into Philip's soul as he repeats his command. Philip gets the message loud and clear as he quickly closes the door and runs for his life. Aiden stands alone in his room, clenching his fists. He knows for a fact that the voice was not a hallucination. He remembers the terrifying silhouette of the Underlord, the supreme ruler of the Void who watched over his death. He's left sweating, wondering how on earth the Underlord managed to follow him back 15 years into the past. A dark red energy begins to gather behind him, forming a pair of glowing eyes in the mist. The dark entity whispers right into his ear, mockingly greeting the legendary Dragon Slayer. The real nightmare has officially begun. Aiden stands alone in his room as a mysterious dark mist begins swirling all around him. A creepy voice laughs, teasing him about finally getting caught. The dark shadow expands, forming a massive face with glowing red eyes. The entity mockingly greets him as the legendary Dragon Slayer King. Aiden's eyes narrow as he immediately recognizes the terrifying presence of the Underlord. Our hero completely loses his cool, screaming at the dark spirit and demanding to know how he is still alive when he literally watched him die. Scream. The Underlord's shadow laughs, teasing Aiden about how much he seemed to miss him. He points out that since he does not have a physical body, Aiden cannot actually touch him. Aiden sighs, trying to logically figure out how a bodiless spirit is able to communicate with him inside his own head. The Underlord takes him down memory lane, reminding him of his final moments of despair in the void. He explains that in the end, Aiden actually died while in the process of becoming the new Underlord. Aiden clenches his fist in surprise, trying to process this bizarre piece of information. He wonders if this means he is currently the true Underlord of this era. That is a pretty heavy title to carry. The spirit explains that when he died, he transferred his soul into Aiden's body to eventually take over, but his grand plan had one major flaw. Aiden flashes a smug, playful smile, reminding the spirit that his sudden suicide completely ruined the takeover plan. Sometimes a stubborn main character is the best defense. Aiden takes a slow breath, confirming that the Underlord's soul is currently coexisting inside of him. He immediately gets a highly analytical look on his face, casually asking how he can go about killing the spirit inside him. He is totally ready to purge his own system. He suggests pouring holy power into his body, or simply dying together to end it. The Underlord instantly panics, begging the crazy Dragon Slayer to calm down and listen. Aiden asks what could possibly be different about him since he is still a creature of pure chaos and madness. The Underlord explains that all his past madness was actually a result of his link to the demon god rather than his own will. He claims that Dark Link was permanently severed when Aiden got trapped in the void. The shadow giggles, asking why they are having such a serious conversation when they could just enjoy their new partnership. Aiden thinks to himself that this is the first time he has ever heard of a being called the demon god. The Underlord explains that the demon god is the original sin and a being of pure malice, and that he was merely a decoy used to execute its dark will. Aiden asks one final question, wanting to know if this entire regression was part of his plan, specifically traveling back 15 years into the past to possess the body of young Aden Ramis. The spirit explains that when he entered his body, he used the remaining dragon mana to forcefully turn back the clock. Aiden is completely shocked that such a thing is even possible. The Underlord explains that dragons are agents of the gods capable of interfering with the laws of reality, so using their mana to warp time is totally doable. Aiden points up, asking the logical question. If he had that kind of power, why didn't he just use it to escape the void? The spirit suddenly claims he is incredibly exhausted and needs to take a nap, dodging the question entirely. Aiden is left screaming in his head as the ghost literally bails on him mid-conversation. Another month quickly passes by as Aiden continues his brutal training regime. He admits that having the Void Ruler living inside his head is a bit unsettling, but they manage to form a weird habit of talking to each other. He swings his wooden sword with massive power, with the impact echoing through the training yard. He completely shatters his training dummy with a single blow. He admits it is actually comforting to have someone around who remembers his past as a hero. It is a lonely existence being a regressor, so having a witness to his previous life is a strange blessing. He looks at the shattered pieces of his dummy, realizing his current training methods are definitely showing results. However, he notes that these wooden scarecrows are not going to be enough to challenge him anymore. Suddenly, he hears the sounds of yelling and swords clashing nearby. He looks over to see the apprentice knights practicing in the main yard. A wide, mischievous grin spreads across his face as he looks at the squires, calling them his new practice dolls. He is definitely up to no good. The Underlord teases him, saying he actually suits the villain role way better than the hero role. Aiden just tells him to shut up. He also complains about having to gulp down massive bottles of holy potion to heal his muscles after training. The holy energy in the potion is incredibly painful for the Underlord inside him, since he is a creature of pure darkness. Aiden smiles wickedly, telling the spirit to be extra careful as he downs another bottle. He is thoroughly enjoying making the Void Ruler squirm. As he looks back at the training grounds, his eyes lock onto a specific apprentice knight who looks incredibly familiar. He watches the young man swing his training sword with a unique, aggressive rhythm. The senior knight is currently screaming at the kid, calling him low and criticizing him for falling behind. The kid clenches his teeth, sweating as he bows and promises to do better next time. Aiden is completely shocked, repeating the name Lo in his head. He cannot believe his eyes. He remembers Lo as the legendary Free Knight from his past life, a famous warrior who wielded a massive glowing sword. He notes that Lo used to pretend to be a proper knight, despite being a rough mercenary. Seeing him as a weak apprentice is mind-blowing. Lo definitely had a highly flawed and arrogant personality back then, always yelling at Aiden to get out of his way. But despite his terrible attitude, Lo was a true comrade who saved Aiden's life on several occasions. Out of all the elite mercenaries of the past, Lo was one of the absolute best. And tragically, he was one of the brave warriors who died fighting the crazy dragon alongside our hero. Aiden smiles warmly, happy to see his old friend alive and well. Meeting Lo makes him truly feel like he has returned to the past. He decides it is time to make his presence known, walking down to the training yard and calling out to him. He points his wooden sword at him, and Lo looks up in confusion, asking if the young master is speaking to him. Aiden immediately plays the role of the arrogant noble, demanding that Lo state his rank and name properly when a superior speaks to him. He is totally enjoying this. Lo quickly bows, sweating, as he stammers out an apology and introduces himself. Aiden chuckles quietly behind his wooden sword. Lo is internally seething, wondering why this famous noble trash is suddenly picking on him. Aiden leans in super close, whispering creepily that he knows exactly what Lo is thinking. Lo's face completely pales. Lo is terrified, wondering how this crazy noble read his mind. He's seriously considering quitting the order on the spot. Aiden gets a massive evil grin, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of making his former comrade squirm. For once, he is glad he reincarnated as a rich ruffian. He commands Lo to meet him at his private training grounds later that evening. Lo is left standing there completely dumbfounded. Aiden turns and starts walking away, leaving the young squire in a state of pure panic. He whispers a secret right into Lo's ear as he passes by, making Lo's eyes widen in absolute shock. Aiden flashes one last knowing smirk as he leaves the yard. Lo stands frozen, staring at his retreating back and wondering how on earth this noble knows his deepest secret. Aiden smiles, realizing that meeting his old comrade is fate, and decides to give him a life-changing gift to pay back his past debts. Later that night, the moon shines brightly over the empty training grounds. Aiden sits quietly in the dark courtyard, waiting for his guest to arrive. The quiet footsteps of Lo echo through the dark as he slowly approaches the young master. Aiden looks up from the shadows, calmly welcoming the nervous squire. Lo stammers, asking how the young master could possibly know his secret, but he is too desperate to care about the details. With trembling lips, he asks if what Aiden whispered to him is actually true. Tears stream down Lo's face as he desperately begs to know if Aiden can truly heal his broken, useless arm. This is a massive emotional turning point for our future legendary knight. Aiden's mind flashes back to his previous life, remembering the times he and Lo spent clinking mugs together in a noisy tavern. Lo was always the loudest guy in the room. Even through his laughter, Lo harbored a deep, unspoken sorrow that he could never quite shake off. It was a painful, lingering desire that Lo was never able to fulfill before his tragic death. He always wondered what his life would have been like if he had just been born normal like everyone else. Aiden decides that curing Lo's condition is the ultimate way to repay the life-saving debts he owed his old comrade. Lo used to sigh, staring into his drink and wishing his right arm was intact so he could have become a real prestigious knight. Instead, he was left with the bittersweet backhanded title of the nimble one-armed Lo. Back in the present courtyard, Lo looks at Aiden with absolute desperation, begging to know if the young master can truly heal him. Lo is internally sweating, wondering how on earth this notorious, noble ruffian managed to discover his deepest, most closely guarded secret. Aiden calmly diagnoses him, explaining that his arm is suffering from a rare condition called mana vasoconstriction syndrome. Lo is completely stunned. He explains that the syndrome is caused by severe blockages in the body's mana channels, which is why Lo's arm has been progressively stiffening. Lo's hope starts to fade as he points out that everyone knows the condition is completely incurable. Aiden simply smiles and replies that while the rest of the world thinks it is incurable, he is not the rest of the world. He notes that the actual medical cure will not officially be discovered by the top scholars for another 10 years, but he already has the formula. He tells Lo that he is more than willing to completely cure his arm, but pauses with a very dramatic however. Lo swallows hard, nervously asking what the catch is. Aiden gets a highly mischievous, devilish grin, reminding Lo that absolutely nothing in this world comes for free. He suggests they write up a binding contract right now. Lo is handed a parchment, looking at it with a mix of shock and pure hesitation. The terms of the contract are incredibly simple. Lo must spar with Aiden every single day and pledge absolute unquestioning loyalty to his commands. Aiden looks at him with a smug smirk, asking if he has any issues with the terms. Lo's inner thoughts are screaming, wondering if he is being an absolute idiot for even considering trusting this notorious noble scoundrel. But deep down, he knows he is completely out of options. He decides to grab onto this final straw and accepts the deal. Aiden lets out an absolutely villainous laugh, thoroughly thrilled at the thought of basically making his former comrade his personal slave. He is totally enjoying his villain era. Lo stands there shivering, his instincts screaming that he has just signed a contract with a literal demon. A few days later, a luxurious carriage rolls through the sunny streets of a small, dusty town called Marilyn. Lo looks out the window at the sketchy, rundown surroundings, nervously asking if the young master is absolutely sure this is the right place. It looks super sketchy. Aiden turns to him with a calm glare, asking if Lo was already starting to doubt his word. Lo quickly panics and denies it. With a loud squeak, the carriage wheels finally grind to a complete halt. The driver calls out from the front, announcing that they have officially arrived at their destination. Aiden steps out onto the pavement, calmly commanding Lo to follow him closely. Lo follows behind, highly skeptical that a life-saving cure could possibly exist in such a shabby, abandoned-looking neighborhood. Aiden ignores his complaining and walks directly toward a small, weathered wooden shop. They look up at the shop's front door, which features a highly passive-aggressive sign telling drug addicts to go away. This is definitely not your average doctor's office. Aiden pushes the door open, explaining that this is the exact shop Lo visited in his past life to seek treatment. He casually notes that the treatment did not actually end up working out for Lo in the previous timeline, which is not very reassuring. They step inside the dusty, dimly lit shop, and Lo calls out to see if the owner is around. Lo notices a giant golden mural on the wall, asking the young master what the painting is supposed to represent. Aiden looks at the art, calmly explaining that it depicts the legendary Philosopher's Stone, an ancient myth chased by alchemists. Aiden thinks to himself that since he's a literal living example of reversing time, the existence of the stone might not actually be a myth. Suddenly, a voice echoes from a dark curtained doorway, praising him for knowing a story that ordinary people would have no clue about. Aiden remembers his past life companions chatting about this exact legend during their travels. A hooded figure holding a large cooking spoon emerges from the shadows, stating they do not do business here. Aiden does not blink, turning to Lo and calmly telling him to step outside of the room for a moment. Lo is a bit confused, but immediately obeys, closing the door behind him. The heavy wooden door shuts with a solid click, leaving Aiden alone with the mysterious owner. Aiden immediately cuts through the pleasantries, addressing the shopkeeper by her secret name, Kathy. The figure is completely startled. He explains that his knight has monovasoconstriction syndrome, and that he knows Kathy is currently researching a cure for it. The shopkeeper pulls back her hood, revealing a pair of adorable pink cat ears and bright red eyes. Meet the werebeast alchemist Kathy. Anime, wow. Kathy smiles playfully, calling him a prestigious young scum and asking how much he actually knows about her. Aiden matches her smug attitude, walking closer with a confident smirk. He points out that just like his knight, Kathy herself is also suffering from the exact same syndrome. Kathy's playful expression completely vanishes, with her eyes widening in pure shock. Aiden explains that while Lo's condition is locked to his arm, Kathy's disease has already spread to all her internal organs, making her terminally ill. Kathy tries to play it cool, admitting he is well informed, but claiming he is mistaken about one crucial detail. She explains that while she is indeed researching a cure, she has not actually found the solution yet, meaning she cannot help his knight. Aiden offers her a deal, stating that if she cures Lo, he will personally protect her and fund her expensive research under his family's name. Before she can refuse again, Aiden slaps a thick piece of parchment onto the counter, telling her to read it. Kathy picks up the paper with her eyes scanning the complex magical and medical equations written on it. She's completely dumbfounded, with her jaw dropping in absolute disbelief. She cannot believe what she is reading. Aiden casually leans against the counter, confirming that the paper contains the complete, perfect cure for her disease. Aiden thinks back to his previous life, remembering how the betrayer alchemist Calcis used to ramble endlessly about the cure. He didn't pay much attention back then, but he managed to memorize most of the crucial formulas anyway. Because his memories of the formula are incomplete, he sought out Kathy to help fill in the gaps. He looks at the catgirl alchemist, calmly asking if crafting a proper cure is still going to be impossible. Kathy inspects his notes, and a confident smile spreads across her face as she requests exactly half a month to complete the research. She is completely blown away by the notes, admitting she never would have imagined such a brilliant medical method existed. Aiden matches her smug energy, pointing out that even with the correct formula, a humble slum alchemist like her would have a highly difficult time securing such rare and expensive ingredients. He points his finger directly at her hand, demanding that she hand over her legendary ring as part of their transaction, while Kathy playfully teases him about coveting a lady's jewelry. Kathy stares at him with intense, cat-like eyes, realizing that bringing this formula means he expects something very specific in return. Aiden does not waste time stating that he knows the true power of the ring she is currently wearing. He is targeting the Ring of Speed, a legendary artifact that triples physical speed for 10 seconds. It is the ultimate survival tool. He promises to give her absolute protection at his family's mansion, meaning she will not need a self-defense ring anymore. Kathy points out that rumors will quickly spread if the notorious young master takes a female werebeast guest into the Duke's manor. Aiden just laughs it off, reminding her that his reputation is already complete trash, so people can gossip all they want. He does not care in the slightest. Kathy is completely impressed by his bold, giga-chat attitude, staring at him with newfound respect. She smiles warmly, admitting that he is easily the most interesting human she has ever met. They officially seal the deal, swapping the speed ring for the life-saving cure and a comfortable room at the estate. The scene transitions back to the magnificent Sunny Reams mansion. Aiden walks up the stairs with his two new companions, admitting that this weird, noble life is actually starting to feel like home. Suddenly, Philip runs into the courtyard, screaming at the top of his lungs for the young master. Philip looks completely pale, shouting that there is a massive emergency. What could possibly have gone wrong now? Just as Aiden and his team return home, butler Philip comes sprinting across the courtyard in a state of pure panic, yelling about a massive disaster. Aiden asks, "What on earth is going on?" and a panting Philip reveals that the second son, Carl, has gone completely missing. Specifically, Carl vanished deep inside the dangerous Monster Mountain. Aiden's face instantly turns serious at the news. Philip explains that Carl led an investigation team into the mountain 2 days ago to look into a missing persons report, and they have not been heard from since. Aiden is highly suspicious, noting that Monster Mountain is only supposed to have incredibly weak, low-level monsters. He asks when the backup search team is leaving. Philip stammers, saying they are currently preparing to depart at any moment. Aiden is internally screaming in absolute despair, realizing that if his brother dies, he will be forced to take over as the sole heir of the duchy. That means actual work and responsibilities which would completely ruin his quiet plans for revenge. He immediately tells Philip he is joining the rescue squad, commanding him to show their guest Kathy to her new room. Philip is completely dumbfounded. Aiden quickly walks off, asking Kathy for a quick favor before he heads out. He arrives at the courtyard where the Duke is preparing the knights for the dangerous mission. The Duke looks down at his eldest son, highly surprised when Aiden firmly requests to join the search team. The Duke shuts him down instantly, giving him a flat and final no. He explains that dozens of elite knights went missing alongside Carl, meaning whatever is up there is far too dangerous for a weak, noble slacker like him. Aiden acts quickly, putting on a highly dramatic performance about how much he loves his little brother and cannot bear to lose him. He gives an Oscar-worthy performance, squeezing out fake tears of deep concern for his sibling's safety. He is totally manipulating his poor dad right now. The Duke is incredibly touched, hugging him tightly and praising him for caring so much for his brother. He officially grants Aiden permission to join the squad. The Duke commands the vice captain, Sir Spiel, to protect the young master at all costs. Spiel agrees politely, but internally he is crying about having to babysit a useless noble. The scene cuts to the ominous dark forests of Monster Mountain under a bloody red sunset. Crows cry in the distance, setting a super creepy vibe. Sir Spella and Aiden arrive at the search site, surrounded by high-alert guards. Spella points out the signs of a violent struggle, noting that the search party's tracks completely vanish from this exact spot. Aiden kneels down and picks up a small bloody dagger, instantly recognizing it as a weapon typically used by goblins. But something does not add up. Goblins are incredibly weak and stupid, so there is no way they could easily overpower dozens of trained knights. Furthermore, regular goblins do not have the high intelligence required to perfectly erase their tracks. There is only one logical explanation. A highly dangerous hobgoblin, known as the Rare Goblin King, must be leading them. These monsters possess human-level intelligence and massive physical strength. Aiden warns Spiele about the likely presence of hobgoblins. Spiele instantly panics, stammering that they should immediately retreat and call for backup. What a coward. Aiden firmly rejects the idea, stating that if they delay even a little, the captured knights will literally become goblin dinner. He demands they bring a search dog. Spella argues that the dogs already failed because the scent was erased, but Aiden barks at him to stop talking and just bring the dog. A very good Shiva mix search dog steps forward, looking extremely happy and completely clueless about the danger they are in. Aiden pulls out a glowing pink potion and pours it directly over the dog's nose. Spiel stares at him with pure confusion, wondering what this notorious noble ruffian is doing to their valuable search dog. Huh, sound effect. The dog's nose starts twitching frantically as it sniffs the ground with newfound intensity. The pup suddenly lets out a loud howl and starts sprinting into the forest, having locked onto the scent perfectly. Aiden explains it was a scent-enhancing potion he asked Kathy to brew before they left. He used this trick countless times during search missions in his previous life. With the dog leading the way, Aiden and the squad march deeper into the dark forest. The sky turns dark as they push through the thick brush with crows crying ominously above. They finally reach a massive wooden fortress built into the side of the mountain. They found the goblin village. They look through the wooden bars to see Carl and the missing knights locked inside a large wooden cage. Thankfully, they are still alive. Aiden lets out a sigh of relief, glad they managed to arrive before any of them were eaten. Spelle looks tense, pointing out that the layout of the camp looks incredibly unusual. He spots 3 massive muscular hobgoblins sitting together. Having 3 high-level leaders in a single village is practically unheard of. Realizing they are heavily outnumbered, Spelle commands the knights to prepare for a brutal high-stakes battle. He tells Aiden to focus on rescuing the hostages and escaping while the main force distracts the monsters. Aiden agrees. Aiden thinks to himself that while 3 leaders is weird, the knights should be able to handle them without his help. The knights silently draw their sharp steel blades, preparing to launch a surprise attack. With a loud war cry, the knights charge into the goblin village, catching the monsters completely off guard. The massive hobgoblins leap to their feet, growling with rage as the battle begins. Carl watches in shock as the vice captain slashes through the goblin guards right outside his cage. The knights engage the powerful hobgoblins in a chaotic, bloody melee. The trapped hostages cheer in relief, shouting that they are finally saved. Aiden uses his sword to break the heavy metal padlock on the cage door with a loud clang. He throws the door open calmly, asking if everyone is okay. Carl is completely starstruck, with his eyes wide in absolute disbelief as he looks at his supposedly useless older brother coming to save his life. Aiden quickly cuts the tight ropes binding Carl's hands. He tells the villagers to run away quickly while the knights cover them, planning to use the chaos to slip away quietly. Suddenly, Carl's face turns pale as he points right behind Aiden, screaming a warning about a monster. Carl screams at the top of his lungs for Aiden to look out behind him. Aiden turns around slowly, only to find a colossal, white-skinned troll towering directly behind him. Now that is a massive problem. The massive beast swings its fist, smashing the ground and creating a massive explosion of dust and debris. Aiden barely rolls out of the way in time, realizing he completely overlooked the reason there were 3 hobgoblins in the first place. The colossal beast roars, and Aiden identifies it as a troll, the absolute worst type of human-shaped demon. Aiden gets into a solid battle stance, commanding Carl to take the villagers and run for safety. Carl screams back, telling his brother he's going to die if he tries to fight a literal troll alone. Aiden just flashes a super confident, smug grin, reminding his little brother that he's the eldest sibling for a reason. He's got this completely under control. Carl is left completely stunned, unable to process this sudden shift in his brother's attitude. Aiden grips his sword tightly, with his eyes narrowing as he prepares to engage the beast. The colossal troll swings its massive arm down with terrifying force. The fist crashes into the dirt with a loud boom, but Aiden easily evades the strike. The troll looks confused as its target disappears from his line of sight. Aiden instantly appears behind the beast, slashing its back with lightning speed. The troll lets out a loud roar of pain as green blood spurts from the deep cuts. But within seconds, the massive wounds steam and close up completely. The troll's famous regeneration is already working. Aiden pants, slightly realizing he cannot defeat this beast using his current unawakened physical strength. But then he remembers the secret weapon he just acquired, and a confident smirk spreads across his face. His hand begins to glow with a brilliant red aura as he prepares to activate the legendary Ring of Speed. The real showcase is about to begin. Aiden leaps high into the air, dodging the troll's massive swing as he prepares to unleash a counterattack. Just then, Vice Captain Spiel charges into the fray, shouting at the young master to stand back and let him handle the beast. Spell is internally sweating, admitting that handling a troll alongside a pack of hobgoblins is an absolute nightmare. He begs Aiden to just hold on a little longer. The colossal troll clenches its massive fist, preparing to crush the annoying pests in front of it. The fist crashes down, causing a massive explosion of dust and rubble that shakes the entire forest floor. Amidst the dust, Aiden remains completely calm. He touches the ring Kathy gave him, realizing this is the perfect moment to test its power. With a bright pink flash, the Ring of Swiftness activates, showing a digital countdown of exactly 10 seconds. Let the show begin. Ting! 9 seconds remaining. Aiden gets into a low stance, knowing his current body has not reached the stage of a swordmaster yet, but the ring will bridge the gap. 8 seconds remaining. He moves forward, transforming into a pure blur of blue light as his speed triples instantly. 6 seconds remaining. Aiden rains down an absolute flurry of slashes on the troll, with the massive beast roaring in pain as it is carved up from all angles. 3 seconds remaining. He easily surpasses his current physical limits, moving so fast that he creates a grid of glowing blue energy lines in the air. 1 second remaining. With a final massive swing, Aiden unleashes a brilliant blue energy wave aimed directly at the troll's chest. The colossal beast is sliced completely in half by a perfect, flawless display of advanced sword aura. The power of a master has returned. Spelly and the other knights finally finish off their side of the battle and run over, preparing to help the young master. But they freeze in absolute awe, staring at the massive blue energy trail left in the sky. Spelle is hyperventilating, realizing the young master just used a high-level skill that even he has not mastered. Crowd shocked. Aiden slowly floats down from the sky, looking incredibly relaxed and stylish. He crashes face first into the thick bushes, and the knights run over to check on him. Aiden lies flat in the dirt as the birds fly away, complaining that his entire body is in absolute agony. Using high-level sword aura on a weak, untrained body for 10 seconds has completely drained his stamina. He realizes he needs to be much more cautious when using the speed ring, but admits the results were definitely worth the physical pain. The knights frantically surge through the dark forest, shouting his name in a state of pure panic. The next morning, the sun rises peacefully over the beautiful duchy mansion. Inside, the Duke stands by the window listening to the casualty reports from the mountain mission. He commands Spelle to ensure all the affected families and victims receive the absolute maximum compensation possible. But the Duke's jaw drops in complete disbelief as he asks Spelle to confirm the rumors about Aiden's battle. He looks out the window to see a massive troll skull loaded onto a cart, and Spelle confirms that he and the entire squad witnessed Aiden defeat it single-handedly. The Duke is left sweating, staring blankly as he tries to process the fact that his supposedly useless son just used elite sword aura to slay a troll. Later that night, Aiden sits cross-legged on his bed, meditating as a bright blue mana aura flows around him. He notes that forcefully using the sword aura has actually helped expand his overall mana capacity, which is a nice bonus. But he clenches his fist, admitting that he is still far too weak. He needs to train even harder to prepare for his revenge. He resolves to gain enough power to completely crush all his enemies when the time comes. Suddenly, a red-horned shadow chuckles behind him, praising his dark determination. Aiden leaps in surprise, demanding to know where the voice is coming from. The dark shadow grins widely, announcing itself as the supreme lord of the underworld. But the shadow completely materializes into a tiny, super chibi gray goat demon with miniature bat wings. This is the supposedly terrifying Void Ruler. Aiden tries his absolute best to hold back his laughter while the tiny demon angrily tells him not to dare laugh. Our hero completely loses it, bursting into a hysterical roaring laughter at the demon's incredibly goofy, plushy-like appearance. This is the funniest thing he has seen all day. Aiden wipes away a tear, giggling as he asks how the Underlord managed to manifest a physical form. The mini-demon explains that since their souls are bound, as Aiden grows stronger, the Underlord's physical manifestation will grow as well. Aiden looks completely annoyed, sighing at the prospect of having this annoying little plushie hovering around him from now on. He asks the demon what his original name was, since he is now freed from the demon god's curse. The mini-demon looks down sadly, explaining that he lost his original name a very long time ago and simply exists now. Aiden points at him and casually declares that his new name from now on will simply be Curse. He reasons that since the demon is a curse placed on his soul, the name fits perfectly. Mini-Curse is highly annoyed. The little demon floats in the air, complaining that the name is incredibly silly for a former Void Ruler. Aiden just tells the little creature to shut up, officially cementing his new name. Curse smirks slightly, noting that the Dragon Slayer is just as stubborn as ever. The scene fades to the beautiful mansion under a full moon, with Curse complaining that Aiden is teasing him on purpose. 1 week later, our main character is walking down the mansion hallways. He arrives at Kathy's private lab and gives a polite knock on the door. He steps inside and Kathy playfully greets him as the newly famous Trollmaster. Aiden's face instantly twists in pure anger, grinding his teeth because Trollmaster literally makes it sound like he looks like a troll. He wishes they called him Trollslayer instead. He quickly changes the subject, asking where Lo is. Kathy replies that the cute knight is resting inside the curtained room. Aiden pulls back the curtain to check on his squire. He finds Lo sitting quietly on the edge of the bed. Lo turns around with massive, watery anime tears of pure joy streaming down his face as he looks at his young master. He raises his right hand, completely mesmerized as he watches his fingers flex. His arm is fully healed and moving perfectly. Ting! With a loud thud, Lo instantly drops to his knees in front of Aiden. He cries tears of profound gratitude, thanking Aiden from the bottom of his heart for saving his life and career. He bows his head to the floor, swearing a sacred oath to dedicate his entire life and sword to serving the young master. Aiden gets a highly sinister, wide, evil grin, gladly accepting the pledge and laughing about how he is going to work, low like a literal slave. He is a true menace. He turns to Kathy asking if she has started her own treatment yet. Kathy smiles, explaining that her mana condition is highly unusual and will require at least another month of intense research. She thanks the Trollmaster for providing her with such a perfect research environment. Lo tries to hold back his giggles at the hilarious nickname while Aiden gets an extremely ticked-off look on his face. The comedy is top tier. Hee hee dog. Aiden completely loses his temper, screaming at Lo that if he is fully healed he needs to get out of bed immediately because they have a ton of physical labor to do. Lo salutes enthusiastically, completely thrilled and ready to tackle any task the young master gives him. Cut to the courtyard where a sweating and trembling Lo is forced to carry a massive towering stack of heavy logs as his very first task. Talk about immediate regret. The birds fly away under the clear blue sky as Lo's desperate screams for help echo across the entire estate. What a perfect ending to our story. Aiden walks back to the estate with Lo dragging his feet and panting heavily from carrying that massive stack of logs. A local merchant cheerfully welcomes the young master back. The merchant looks at the giant carcass of the troll loaded on their cart, commenting on what an incredibly rare material it is and how much gold it will fetch. Aiden requests to use all the proceeds from selling the troll to buy a very specific list of ingredients. The merchant is completely baffled as he reads the list, pointing out that these are not medical herbs at all, but rather highly lethal poisonous plants. Aiden gets incredibly close, flashing a terrifyingly smug smile as he tells the merchant that if he says they are herbs, then they are herbs. The poor merchant is sweating bullets. The merchant quickly nods and chuckles nervously, agreeing that they are definitely herbs. He knows better than to get on this notorious young master's bad side. Aiden walks away feeling highly pleased with himself, noting that making easy money is always a great feeling. Philip comes running over once again, telling the young master that his father is requesting his presence immediately. Aiden wonders what his father could possibly want with him now. As he approaches the office door, he can hear deep, roaring laughter echoing from inside the room. He pushes the door open and calls out to his father. His eyes widen in pure shock as he looks at the guest sitting inside. He instantly recognizes this towering figure and cannot believe his eyes. The Duke welcomes him, introducing the guest, who turns around to look at the young master. Aiden is internally sweating, wondering what on earth this absolute monster is doing in their mansion. The towering, red-bearded warrior laughs heartily, saying he is pleased to finally meet the young master who supposedly slayed a troll. Aiden remembers this man from his past life as a brutal, stubborn warrior who had a massive distaste for mercenaries. Aiden keeps his cool and bows politely, introducing himself as Aiden Reams. The guest is none other than the legendary Margrave Tyried Cetus, the celebrated protector of the northeastern borders. Aiden is highly respectful, knowing exactly who this man is. Margrave Cetus is one of the extremely rare and powerful individuals in the entire empire who has reached the stage of Swordmaster. Swordmaster is the ultimate transcendental stage of combat that every single knight dreams of reaching, entering the realm of superhumanity. They are legendary figures who can literally cleave mountains with their swords and shake the very air with their breaths. Aiden remembers that he easily reached this stage in his past life, and it is the level he desperately needs to reclaim. Cetus laughs loudly, telling Fried that contrary to the rumors, his son is incredibly polite and well-mannered. Fried asks Tyried if it is really alright for him to leave his territory, noting that it was recently attacked by a massive force of orcs. Cetus turns serious, explaining that suspicious monster movements have been detected in the Wasteland of Death near the Slaughter Tower. Aiden's eyes narrow as he hears the name of the Slaughter Cult, realizing that one of his primary targets is likely active there. The Duke points out that highly unusual monster activities are occurring in 3 separate territories at the exact same time. Cetus suggests they form a joint investigation team to look into this bizarre coincidence. He then gets a wide, predatory grin, stating that he has one more request before they proceed. He grabs Aiden's shoulder, asking the young master to join his elite knight order. Fried is completely stunned by the sudden proposal. Cetus explains that he heard rumors of Aiden unlocking Sword Aura in less than 6 months of training, which he initially thought was complete nonsense. But looking at Aiden's stance and energy in person, he can tell the rumors are true. He promises on his name to personally train Aiden to become the greatest swordsman on the entire Western continent. Fried tries to step in, worried that his son is still far too young for such heavy responsibilities. Aiden just smirks, quietly preparing to drop a massive bombshell. He calmly looks the legendary Margrave in the eye and flatly declines the offer. Fried looks like he is about to faint. Cetus is surprised, asking if Aiden truly understands the massive prestige of joining the Cetus Knight Order. Aiden smiles cheerfully, stating that while they are indeed legendary, he is completely confident he can become a swordmaster entirely on his own. Talk about supreme confidence. His eyes turn sharp and analytical as he stares down the giant. He adds that even if they were to fight right now, he is confident he could at least land a scratch on the Margrave. Cetus is completely dumbfounded by the sheer audacity of this kid while Fry panics in the background. The giant's smile vanishes, and he unleashes an incredibly heavy orange murderous aura that fills the entire room. Aiden is pushed back by the overwhelming pressure of Master Fear, sweating heavily but keeping his smirk. He admits that a true Swordmaster's aura is indeed terrifying. Cetus is thoroughly impressed that the kid is actually standing his ground, asking if Aiden can truly back up his words. Aiden smirks, suggesting they make a wager to settle the dispute. Cetus raises an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of a bet. Aiden points out that Cetus has always had a massive weakness for bets. He proposes that if he fails to land a single scratch, he will join the Knight Order without complaint. But if he succeeds, he demands that Cetus give him the legendary sword he carries. Cetus is completely stunned by the kid's massive balls. He bursts into roaring laughter, calling Aiden incredibly audacious for trying to take his family heirloom. Meanwhile, Freed has literally fainted flat on the floor, completely unable to withstand the crushing pressure of the Master Fear aura. Cetus eagerly accepts the bet, grinning widely. Aiden sweat drops, thinking to himself that he was targeting that legendary blade from the very beginning. The sword in question is Beelzebub, one of the legendary weapons of the world. Aiden is determined to take it for himself. Epic choir suspense. The two step out onto the dusty training grounds under the evening sun. Aiden gets into stance, asking if Cetus is seriously planning to use a giant ogre-slaying sword against him. Cetus replies that a true knight always gives his absolute best regardless of who his opponent is. Aiden sighs, annoyed by the same old annoying knightly courtesy that never seems to change. Cetus sets two handicaps, with no using his aura blade, and he promises not to move his right foot from its current spot. Aiden knows that even with those handicaps, a swordmaster is incredibly dangerous, and a reckless charge will get him knocked out instantly. A crowd of knights and servants gathers around the courtyard to watch the legendary duel. Aiden smiles, confidently accepting the terms of the duel. With a sudden burst of movement, Aiden kicks off the ground and launches himself forward. Cetus is surprised by the sudden explosive speed of the young master. Their wooden swords clash with a loud impact as Aiden attacks from above. Cetus parries the blow, noting that Aiden went straight for the neck and clearly has real combat experience. Aiden flips back gracefully, noting that he fully expected the master to block his opening move. The two engage in a rapid exchange, their swords clashing repeatedly in a flurry of wood and steel. Cetus parries easily, commenting that Aiden's style is incredibly unrefined, calling it the swordsmanship of ragtag mercenaries. He smiles, saying they will have to fix that ragtag style once he joins their order. Aiden gets a massive tick mark on his head, absolutely fuming with rage at being told he has ragtag swordsmanship. He's ready to unleash some real pain on this old man. He leaps back, preparing to unleash a blinding high-speed strike that will show this old master exactly what his mercenary style is capable of. Aiden and the legendary Margrave Cetus engage in a fierce clash of wooden swords in the center of the training grounds. Cetus easily blocks the strikes, teasing Aiden about how his combat style looks like the messy, unrefined swordsmanship of a common mercenary. Aiden is absolutely seething with rage inside, gritting his teeth at being lectured by this stubborn old master. He's ready to wipe that smug smile off his face. With a sudden burst of movement, Aiden leaps back, inviting the old man to try receiving some of his actual mercenary-grade swordsmanship. He drops into an incredibly low, agile combat stance with his eyes locking onto his target with pure focus. He prepares to unleash the highly secretive and destructive style known as the Mercenary King's swordsmanship. Aiden dashes forward like a lightning bolt, declaring that he has absolutely no intention of losing to a simpleton like Cetus. He executes a rapid series of thrusts and swings, which is a classic high-speed technique called the Knight's Breakthrough. His wooden sword becomes a complete blur of motion, clashing frantically against Cetus's heavy iron defense in a shower of sparks. Rah! The spectating knights are completely losing their minds, screaming and cheering as they watch their young master actually push a legendary swordmaster onto the defensive. Even Duke Freed is seen sweating, asking himself if it is actually reasonable that his son is holding his own against a literal living legend. Auden rains down a heavy overhead strike, forcing Cetus to block with both hands. Cetus is internally surprised, wondering how on earth this kid is using such a bizarre, unorthodox style. He notes that while the moves are completely chaotic, they are precisely targeted at his most vital points with terrifying efficiency. An excited grin spreads across Cetus's face, finding this hidden talent absolutely intriguing and deciding he must draft this kid into his order. Aiden slides back on the dirt, breathing heavily as he prepares for the next exchange. Cetus casually swings his massive wooden sword, creating a colossal wave of compressed air that tears through the ground. Aiden's face freezes in pure shock as the devastating airwave passes inches from his face, realizing that a direct block would have vaporized his arm. The shockwave creates a massive crater in the dirt, showcasing the raw, terrifying power of a swordmaster. Cetus smirks, telling the kid that while his style is interesting, he cannot possibly hope to win with only this much power. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Aiden grins and slowly stands back up, inviting the old man to keep the match going. Cetus bursts into a roaring laughter, praising Aiden for never disappointing him and declaring that his talent is the real deal. He welcomes Aiden to his night order in advance, completely confident that the kid has already lost the wager. But Aiden gets a smug smirk of his own, thanking the Margrave in advance as well for his legendary sword. Aiden walks forward with his fingers subtly reaching for the Ring of Swiftness. He activates the ring, splitting into 5 rapid blurs of blue light that swirl around the giant warrior. Cetus's eyes widen in absolute surprise as his target vanishes from his sight. He is completely stunned by this explosive burst of speed, realizing he was entirely deceived by the kid's previous movement. With a swift slash, Aiden's wooden sword lands a perfect scratch directly on the Margrave's shoulder. The wood slices cleanly through the white fabric of Cetus's shirt, drawing a tiny symbolic drop of blood. The wager is officially won. Aiden smiles triumphantly, declaring that he will take good care of Cetus's legendary weapon, Beelzebub. The audience stands in dead silence, trying to process the absolute insanity of what just occurred. A second later, the entire courtyard erupts into a deafening roar of pure excitement and victory. The servants and knights surround their young hero, shouting and chanting about his legendary victory. On his shoulder, the tiny Curse whispers angrily, asking if Aiden is unhappy with his victory and threatening him with another bottle of holy potion. Cetus laughs it off like a true warrior, praising Aiden for luring him into a false sense of complacency by hiding his true speed. Aiden just claims it was pure luck. The old master admits it is quite a shock, but he is a man of his word. He hands over his legendary massive dark sword, telling Aiden it belongs to him now. Aiden takes the heavy blade with deep respect, promising to handle the heirloom with absolute care. But the moment the old man turns his back, Aiden gets a hilariously evil, wide-mouthed grin, shouting jackpot in his mind. He is thoroughly thrilled with his new loot. The scene fades to the quiet duchy mansion later that night under a dark, starry sky. Back in his study, Aiden admires the sleek black design of Beelzebub, while Curse floats around, congratulating him. Aiden asks why Curse is acting so nice now when he was calling him a cheeky cheat just a moment ago. Curse gets a wide, sharp-toothed grin, pointing out that Aiden does not actually know how to use this legendary sword properly yet. Aiden looks annoyed, demanding to know what he means by properly. Curse floats smugly, declaring that he will not share the secret for free. He suggests Aiden swear to serve him as king and promise never to feed him holy potions again. Aiden does not buy it, knowing the mini-demon is just trying to bluff his way into getting the upper hand. He slaps his palm onto the hilt of the sword with the blade glowing with a sharp red light. He smirks and reveals that he already knows the sword requires a blood contract to awaken. Curse is completely horrified. Aiden laughs, asking if Curse seriously thought he would not know about the dark swords wielded by his own former subordinates. He explains that Beelzebub is part of the legendary 72 cursed swords which were created from the bodies of ancient underworld lords. The primary condition to awaken their hidden potential is to feed them blood to form a blood contract. Aiden has all the cheat codes. Curse is left sweating and crying, completely frustrated that his final attempt to gain leverage over our boy failed miserably. Now he has to keep drinking his daily holy potion. The little demon quickly drops to his knees, begging the Dragon Slayer for forgiveness and addressing him as his lord. He is officially fully tamed. The next morning, Duke Fried is back at his desk working on the upcoming expedition plans. Aiden steps into the office, calmly announcing that he plans to join Tyried's search party to investigate the Wasteland of Death. Fried looks extremely worried, admitting that while Aiden is strong, the Wasteland of Death is incomparably more dangerous than Monster Mountain. He refuses to grant permission. But Aiden stands firm, stating that he has already made up his mind to go. Cetus enters the room laughing and telling Fried not to worry about his son's safety. He promises on his honor to ensure Aiden's safety no matter what kind of dangers they encounter. Fried sighs, heavily complaining that this dangerous investigation is definitely not a fun family picnic. Aiden decides to join, stating that the investigation is crucial for the safety of their own territory, and as a noble of the house, he must do his part. Cetus claps Fried on the shoulder, praising Aiden's courage and urging the Duke to let his brave son step up. Aiden gets a devious smile, thrilled at the chance to prove his worth in this timeline and gather more power. He knows this expedition is the perfect opportunity to feed monsters to Beelzebub and awaken the sword's true power. The scene transitions to Aiden walking through a sunny forest, happily thinking about absorbing the massive life force of monsters into his new blade. A wide, predatory grin spreads across his face as he licks his lips. For the first time in his life, he actually feels sorry for the monsters he's about to hunt. The team officially arrives at the Purin Mountains under a vast, cloudy sky. Suddenly, loud, ominous rumbling noises begin echoing from the top of the cliffs. A pack of red-eyed, ferocious wild beast monsters comes charging down the rocky slopes. And from the shadows, a sneaky, sharp-toothed goblin-like creature growls, setting up our next massive battle. The journey continues. Dun dun dun! The scene opens with a shot of the massive stone-walled Attila fortress, standing tall under a bright blue sky. Aiden and his squire walk through the grand gates, noting that this fortress was specifically built to guard against the beasts of the Piran Mountains. Aiden immediately judges the guards and facilities, noting that the entire place is an absolute disorganized mess. He doubts these lazy soldiers could even defend against a simple pack of goblins. As they enter the main courtyard, a group of high-ranking officers steps up to welcome them. A smug-looking noble with a thick mustache introduces himself as Viscount Dasvalt Tiamon, the chief officer of the fortress. Timon gives a highly passive-aggressive snicker, mockingly addressing Aiden by his new embarrassing nickname, the Trollmaster. I already dislike this guy. The nearby guards start whispering and laughing, joking that he is probably called the Trollmaster because he literally looks like a troll. Lo gets absolutely furious, clenching his fist and preparing to teach these guards some manners, but Aiden quickly holds him back. Aiden remains completely calm, explaining that picking fights will not solve anything and that he has heard the insults so many times it does not even faze him anymore. Cetus steps up, casually commenting that the air here must be incredibly fresh since there are so many annoying bugs buzzing around making noise. He flares his massive, terrifying Swordmaster aura, sending a literal shiver down Timon's spine. Timon instantly loses his smug smile and stammers an apology. The gossiping guards are instantly silenced, trembling in absolute fear under the weight of the Margrave's presence. Aiden smirks, quietly, thoroughly amused by how easily Cetus managed to put the arrogant fortress commander in his place. As they walk along the high fortress walls, the group discusses the unusual monster activity spreading across the empire. Aiden turns to Timon, asking if anything suspicious has happened near the fortress recently. Timon waves his hand dismissively, boasting that Attila Fortress is completely safe and has absolutely nothing to worry about. Cetus looks skeptical, asking how they can possibly claim there is no danger when monsters are literally living right in front of the gates. Timon explains that a massive clan of orcs recently settled in the middle of the mountain range. He claims that the orcs have been fighting the other beasts, effectively keeping the monsters from coming down toward the human territory. Aiden is highly skeptical, wondering how on earth monsters are casually policing other monsters. It sounds far too convenient. Suddenly, the dark mist on his shoulder whispers his name, catching him completely off guard. Curse warns him with absolute seriousness that something truly massive is rapidly approaching the fortress. Aiden looks out over the horizon, scanning the misty forest, but his eyes suddenly widen as he spots a massive cloud of dust. Suddenly, a lookout guard screams in absolute horror, ordering the gates to be closed immediately because a swarm of monsters has appeared. Timon just laughs, thinking the guard is playing a highly inappropriate prank. Talk about a useless leader. But a split second later, a massive, thunderous rumbling shakes the entire stone fortress, and Timon's smile completely freezes. Creepy piano. Cetus looks over the edge of the stone wall, confirming that a full-scale monster wave is heading straight for them. A massive dark tide of ferocious wolves and beasts comes sprinting out of the forest, heading directly for the gates. The guards run around in a complete panic, shouting and crying because they are totally unprepared. Timon is literally trembling and sweating bullets, completely paralyzed by fear and unable to give a single command. He is an absolute joke. Cetus takes charge, screaming at the cowardly commander to close the giant iron gates immediately. The guards quickly scramble, pulling the chains to lower the massive barricade. The heavy iron gate slowly descends, but the monsters are already too close. A massive dark wolf leaps over the closing gate, entering the courtyard. The beast immediately lunges at the nearest guard, biting down with terrifying force. The guard screams in agony as the other soldiers watch in absolute horror, too scared to help. Suddenly, Aiden drops down from the high wall with his legendary dark sword Beelzebub glowing with a brilliant blue light. With a single, effortless slash, he slices the massive wolf completely in half. He notes that while these minor monsters will not make a huge difference, they are still decent food to charge up Beelzebub's dark energy. The saved guard stares at him in absolute awe, realizing the rumors about the young master's strength were actually true. Curse complains from his shoulder, but Aiden coldly tells the little demon to shut up, causing him to pout. The terrified guard bows down, weeping tears of gratitude and thanking the young master for saving his life. Aiden tells him to stop crying, pick up his weapon, and get back to defending the wall. Lo comes running over, calling out to make sure his master is completely uninjured. Aiden points toward the iron gate, telling Lo to take a look at what is waiting outside. The gate is completely swarmed by hundreds of glowing-eyed monsters scratching at the iron bars. Aiden gets an incredibly creepy dark grin, declaring that all these monsters are basically going to be his daily snacks. He is looking highly unhinged. He laughs maniacally, asking Beelzebub if the sword is excited to devour all this tasty life energy. He suddenly snaps out of it, blushing and sweating as he wonders why on earth he just said something so incredibly embarrassing. The sword's gluttonous ego is clearly starting to warp his brain. Curse laughs, explaining that Beelzebub is the sword of gluttony, meaning it naturally amplifies the greedy, power-hungry instincts of its master. Aiden clutches his face in pure embarrassment, realizing he needs to be extremely careful when wielding this cursed blade. But he gets a smug smile, deciding that since he is here to awaken the sword anyway, he will gladly devour all this sweet monster energy. Suddenly, Sadis leaps from the wall, shouting that he is going to quickly clean up the battlefield. Aiden is completely shocked. He waves his hands, frantically begging the Margrave to sit back and rest. He does not want the old master stealing his precious experience points. But the Swordmaster crashes into the center of the monster swarm with a massive, earth-shaking explosion. He leaps into the air, swinging his blade with immense physical force. He smiles widely, deciding it is far too much of a hassle to fight them one by one, so he's going to wipe them out all at once. The guards watch in absolute awe, whispering about the legendary Aura Blade, which is a technique only achievable by a true Swordmaster. Aiden is literally screaming in pure comedic agony, begging the old man to at least leave him half of the monsters. He is absolutely devastated to watch his experience points get vaporized. Sadis ignores him, unleashing a colossal, beautiful wave of blue energy that instantly slices through hundreds of beasts. The battlefield falls silent as the remaining beasts are completely wiped out. Sadis laughs proudly, feeling highly refreshed after stretching his muscles. Meanwhile, Aiden sits in the corner looking completely depressed, questioning why he even came here. Timon runs over to thank them both, praising their incredible strength for repelling the monster wave with 0 casualties. Curse pops up on Aiden's shoulder, teasing the Dragonslayer King for getting his monsters stolen. Aiden just looks dead inside. Aiden stands up and turns serious, telling Cetus that the monster wave they just defeated is not what he was warning them about. The massive thing his companion sensed is still on its way, and it is incomparable to a simple beast wave. Sadis looks surprised. The commander asks what could possibly be bigger than a monster wave. Aiden gasps in absolute horror as he looks up at the sky. A massive burning meteor of dark demonic energy is falling directly toward the fortress. Aiden screams at the top of his lungs for everyone to get out of the area immediately as the sky turns a burning shade of orange. Things are about to get real. A massive burning fireball descends from the clouds, screaming through the sky right above the fortress. The giant projectile crashes with a deafening boom, sending a massive explosion of flames and smoke into the air. Sadis is completely shocked by the sheer scale of the fire spell, wondering if an elite enemy mage is actively targeting them. Aiden stands tall, calmly stating that this is definitely not the work of a human mage. He spots a giant hooded figure standing in the distance under the glowing red light of a magical staff. He instantly recognizes this monster from his previous life. He grits his teeth, recalling how this exact beast nearly ended his life in the past. There is absolutely no way he could ever forget that face. The mystical brass bells on the staff shake with a chilling jingle as the monster prepares to launch its army. One of the gate guards gulps in absolute panic, his face turning pale as he realizes the sheer scale of the threat approaching them. Wet fart. A colossal joint army of orcs and trolls comes marching out of the forest in tight, organized ranks. Timon is completely losing his mind, screaming about how it is impossible for orcs and trolls to ever join forces when they have been mortal enemies for centuries. Cetus prepares to leap into the battle, but Aiden warns him that this is far too dangerous for him to handle alone. Sadis is surprised, looking back with a mix of offense and curiosity. He is a swordmaster after all. Aiden points toward the far back of the marching monster horde, telling him to look closely. In the rear stands a massive cloaked troll with glowing red eyes and immense magical power. Cetus's jaw completely drops as he recognizes the rare, highly dangerous monster leading the horde. Aiden explains that the creature is a high troll, a legendary beast possessing magic and physical strength equal to a swordmaster. Aiden commands Timon to immediately start evacuating all the citizens and retreat to safety. Cetus flares his blue aura, admitting that even with his swordmaster strength, he can only buy them a few minutes of time. Auden steps up, calmly stating that there is still a highly effective way to win this battle. Cetus is skeptical. Aiden turns to Lo, commanding him to lead the remaining soldiers and hold off the front lines of the beast army. Lo enthusiastically salutes. Aiden calmly turns and begins walking toward the main battlefield. Sadis demands to know what he is planning, reminding him that a high troll is an equal match for a swordmaster and far too dangerous for him. Aiden agrees, noting that with an army of trolls under its command, the subjugation difficulty has easily tripled. He turns his head, his eyes cold and sharp, as he prepares to explain the ultimate strategy to save the fortress. The scene cuts to the ongoing chaotic battle outside the heavy iron gates. Timon is crying in panic, shouting that if the Margrave leaves the front lines, the fortress will fall in less than 30 minutes. Another massive fireball crashes onto the stone wall, causing a massive explosion. Sadis clenches his teeth under the falling debris, asking Aiden if he truly realizes how insane his words are. Aiden looks him dead in the eye with absolute, unshakable confidence, asking the old master to trust him just this once. He promises that he is doing this to protect his family's territory. Sadis smirks, admitting that he cannot help but admire the kid's massive balls. He agrees to trust his plan, but he adds a condition where, if Aiden's plan fails, he must immediately join the Cetus Night Order. Aiden smirks, gladly accepting the wager. He comments that the old man's obsession with gambling is actually pretty hilarious. Aiden's boot digs into the stone rampart as he prepares to leap into the fray. With a powerful kick, he launches himself off the high wall, transforming into a blue streak of light as he heads toward the high troll. Yeet. He knows that the only monster capable of forcing orcs and trolls to work together is the high troll, and he knows this specific beast only managed to command them by using incredibly brutal and vicious methods. The giant troll swings a massive fist, but Lo parries the blow effortlessly. Lo swings his wooden sword with his movements incredibly sharp as he holds the line. He dashes forward, moving with surprising speed. He lands a perfect, clean slash on the troll's arm. Aiden smiles proudly as he watches, noting that Lo has grown incredibly strong and his special training was highly effective. But the troll's wound instantly bursts into flames and heals. Under the command of a high troll, they are essentially an immortal army. A sneaky goblin shaman laughs from the shadows, chanting a dark spell to keep healing the beasts. The fallen troll stands back up, completely regenerated and ready to fight again. The beast lets out a loud roar with its head engulfed in dark flames. The goblin shaman giggles, enjoying the absolute despair of the human soldiers. Aiden walks forward, calmly noting that while standard methods require a swordmaster's aura to kill them, he has a much better cheat code. He gently strokes the blade of Beelzebub, whispering that it is finally time for his hungry sword to have a massive feast. Lo is panting heavily on the battlefield, completely exhausted from fighting the immortal beasts. He clenches his teeth, frustrated that despite all his painful training, he is still not strong enough. Surrounded by 3 giant roaring trolls, he realizes his stamina is completely gone and fears this is the end of his journey. A massive troll fist swings directly down at Lo's head, and the young knight closes his eyes, apologizing to his master. Suddenly, Aiden appears out of thin air, standing calmly on top of the troll's head. With a swift motion, he stabs Beelzebub deep into the troll's skull. Lo screams a warning, reminding him that trolls can easily survive getting their heads chopped off. Aiden just smirks, calmly declaring that it is officially dinner time for his hungry sword. Beelzebub glows with a terrifyingly dark red aura, completely absorbing and devouring the troll's life force. The beast is literally erased from existence. The giant troll turns into dry ash and crumbles away, completely leaving absolutely nothing behind. The goblin shaman watches in absolute shock and horror as its immortal warrior gets vaporized in seconds. Aiden smiles as dark steam rises from his body, commenting on how delicious and nutritious trolls are for charging his blade. His eye glows a sharp crimson red as he turns his gaze toward the surrounding monsters. He licks his lips like a hungry predator, wondering if the nearby orcs taste just as good. He gets a hilariously creepy, wide-mouthed grin, asking Beelzebub if they should devour the rest of the army together. The ultimate monster hunt is officially on. Aiden stands victoriously over a pile of defeated trolls, but he is still highly unsatisfied, muttering that 4 of them are simply not enough to satisfy his hunger. A wide, predatory smile spreads across his face as he drools over how rich and delicious these trolls are. The gluttonous ego of Beelzebub is completely taking over, making him crave more. The surrounding goblins and lesser trolls are completely sweating and shaking in fear, staring at this human noble like he is the real monster here. The giant hooded high troll is absolutely fuming with rage, raising his flaming magical staff to incinerate our cheeky hero. He unleashes a massive, beautiful spiral of fireballs that crashes down onto the battlefield in a series of giant explosions. Aiden barely slides out of the way with the little curse whispering in his ear, teasing him to stop running like a coward and face the beast properly. The high troll launches another massive wave of fire magic, lighting up the entire forest in a bright orange glow. Aiden continues to slide and dodge, admitting that right now running away is his only option unless he wants to end up as a pile of ashes. He looks over his shoulder, checking the battlefield and hoping the Margrave arrives to bail him out soon. Suddenly, Kirsch shouts a warning from his shoulder, telling him to look out above as a massive shadow descends. A giant green-skinned orc leaps down from a tree, swinging a massive battle axe directly at him. Aiden barely blocks the heavy strike. Oof. Aiden slides back on the dirt, thoroughly annoyed by the sudden arrival of these annoying orcs. Kirsch questions why he didn't just absorb the orcs' life force earlier, like he did with the trolls, since they still have plenty of energy. Aiden gets a sly, confident smirk, explaining that he has a highly specific use for them. He notes that if the Margrave manages to arrive on time, keeping these orcs alive will actually be far more beneficial for their victory. The High Troll unleashes another massive swirling storm of fire magic that lights up the entire mountain range. Aiden stands his ground sweating as he realizes the giant beast is preparing to cast another high-level spell. The devastating wave of flames sweeps through the forest, incinerating everything in its path. The High Troll roars, holding his staff high to channel his immense magical power. Aiden leaps high into the sky to dodge the ground flames, becoming completely airborne. He activates his speed ring, admitting that without the Ring of Swiftness he would be char-grilled by now. But Curse quickly points out a major flaw in his movement, making Aiden gasp in surprise. The High Troll smirks, pointing his staff directly up at the floating, defenseless Aiden. If you are stuck in midair, you have zero way to dodge the next strike. Aiden's eyes widen in absolute horror as a giant fireball is aimed directly at his face. This is a classic cursed realization moment. He begins falling through the air, realizing the troll's assessment of his situation is completely correct. He screams in frustration as the massive projectile closes in, refusing to believe his second life is about to end here. Suddenly, a massive, beautiful blade of blue energy slices through the air, cutting the fireball completely in half. It is the Aura Blade. The Margrave leaps through the smoke, catching Aiden and praising him for holding out so well. Talk about perfect timing. Aiden lands gracefully on his feet, smiling and thanking the old master for putting out the fire so quickly. Sadis pants, slightly proving that a true sword master's speed is on a completely different level. He clenches the hilt of his giant sword, noting that things on the other side of the field seem to have gone incredibly smoothly. The High Troll is completely shocked, unable to comprehend how the human leader managed to return so quickly. Suddenly, a group of massive orcs comes running out of the woods, looking absolutely furious. Aiden bursts into a loud, mocking laugh, telling the disgusting High Troll that his grand plan has officially fallen apart. Lol sound effect. He points his sword at the beast, telling him his empire is about to crumble. The High Troll screams in pure panic, realizing he has spent all his magical mana on those giant fire spells. A massive green orc leaps down, slicing a troll guard with his dual daggers. He lands gracefully next to Aiden, bowing his head in deep gratitude. With a loud roar, the entire orc tribe turns around and starts brutally attacking the trolls. The human guards are completely dumbfounded, rubbing their eyes as they watch the enemy orcs save their young master. This is a historic plot twist. The orc chieftain apologizes to his kin, feeling deep regret for failing to protect them earlier. He raises his fist, screaming a battle cry and commanding his tribe to slaughter the trolls who humiliated them. The massive orcs charge into the remaining trolls, starting a brutal, bloody civil war. The human soldiers watch in absolute disbelief, completely unable to comprehend why the two monster tribes are suddenly slaughtering each other. Aiden looks on with a smug grin, reminding Sadis that this is exactly what he predicted would happen. He explains that the High Troll only controlled the orcs by taking their women and children as hostages. But since Aiden quietly rescued those hostages during the chaos, the orc's loyalty immediately flipped. The enemy of my enemy is indeed my friend. The High Troll is left clenching his staff, sweating heavily as he realizes he has been completely outsmarted by a teenager. He grinds his teeth, muttering that his grand plans have been ruined. Suddenly, a massive blue energy slash descends from the sky, cutting through his defensive barrier. Sadis lands in front of him, impressed that a troll is actually capable of blocking his sword aura. He admits that the High Troll is indeed a dangerous beast, and without Aiden's strategic help, the knights would not have won this battle. The High Troll backs away slowly, finding himself completely cornered. He is surrounded on all sides by furious orcs and human knights. The orc chieftain leaps into the air, with his blades declaring that the battle is over. The High Troll lets out a final, desperate roar of absolute fury. Sadis raises his glowing sword, telling the beast to stop screaming and just die quietly. The High Troll looks completely desperate, refusing to die meaninglessly and promising never to forgive the humans. Suddenly, the beast's body begins to swell, glowing with a dangerous, unstable orange light. Sadis's eyes widen as he senses the strange mana. The High Troll has decided to self-destruct, planning to detonate his remaining mana and take everyone down with him. Sadis shouts a warning to the knights, telling them that even their armor will not survive an explosion of this scale. He screams at everyone to run for their lives before the beast detonates. But instead of running away, Aiden sprints directly toward the glowing, ticking bomb. Sadis completely loses his cool, screaming at the crazy kid to come back before he gets vaporized. Aiden just gets a highly sinister, wide-mouthed, demonic smile, utterly thrilled by the massive pool of raw mana in front of him. He stabs Beelzebub directly into the center of the self-destructing mana core, ready to absorb the ultimate meal. His eyes glow a bright blood red as he laughs hysterically, declaring that this massive experience point jackpot belongs entirely to him. What a spectacular way to end the season. Aiden stabs Beelzebub directly into the center of the self-destructing high troll, shouting that the final blow belongs entirely to him. The giant troll screams in absolute agony as his mana begins leaking into the cursed blade. Aiden holds his sword tightly, laughing as he tells Beelzebub that it is finally time for their main dish. A colossal, beautiful vortex of flames erupts on the battlefield, completely swallowing Aiden and the troll. Cetus is completely losing his mind, screaming for the young master in a state of pure, unadulterated panic. He is completely bewildered, wondering how on earth a mere human plans to survive a full-scale mana detonation of this caliber. Aiden's smile quickly fades as the massive flood of energy enters his body. The sheer volume of life force and mana is far greater than he anticipated, and he realizes Beelzebub is about to overflow. He grits his teeth, desperately channeling the mana and trying to hold on for just a few seconds longer. The red gem on the hilt glows with a brilliant light, indicating the sword has reached its absolute limit. Aiden screams for Curse, demanding that the little demon help him contain this massive energy surge. Curse pops up looking extremely annoyed and complaining about being treated like a glorified power battery. He strikes a deal, promising to help contain the energy only if Aiden vows not to feed him any holy potions for a whole week. Aiden quickly accepts, telling him to hurry because the sword is literally about to explode from all the absorbed life force. Curse infuses his dark demonic energy into the blade, attempting to forcefully awaken the spirit sleeping within the steel. A massive, terrifying shadow of a demon begins to rise from the hilt, roaring as the seal is finally broken. A giant glowing red eye opens in the darkness as the soul of Beelzebub, the legendary Lord of Gluttony, awakens. The colossal demonic shadow towers over the entire forest, releasing a heavy, suffocating pressure. Aiden stands firm under the pressure, realizing that if he were a normal human, his mind would have been instantly dominated by the ancient ruler. He smiles, knowing he carries the one entity that this Dark Lord fears more than anything. Curse steps up, assuming his true form as the Underlord and commanding the ancient creature to hand over its authority. Beelzebub's face on the sword turns completely pale, sweating and shaking in terror as he recognizes the supreme ruler of the underworld. He instantly surrenders. Aiden smirks as the dark shadow recedes, thoroughly amused to see the legendary Lord of Gluttony get completely bullied by a tiny chibi demon. Curse looks highly pleased with himself, telling the Dragon Slayer to make sure he keeps his end of the bargain. With a final flash of light, the remaining fire magic is completely sucked into the sword. Aiden stands victoriously, looking completely fine as the smoke settles. The red demonic mist on the blade dissipates into nothingness. The nearby trolls and goblins are frozen in sheer terror, realizing their legendary leader has been completely defeated. A massive whirlwind of blue wind sweeps across the training grounds, blowing away the remaining fires. The high troll's body is completely consumed by the storm, turning into dust and disappearing into the wind. The sky clears, and the sun shines brightly over the peaceful forest once again. Spella and Lo run up, panting heavily as they look around in absolute shock, wondering where the giant monster went. Aiden wipes the sweat from his face, amazed by the sheer, overwhelming power of Beelzebub's gluttony. But the victory celebration is short-lived as Aiden suddenly turns green, clutching his stomach and groaning that he ate way too much mana. Curse warns him that overusing such a greedy power acts like a poison, but Aiden stubbornly refuses to let go of a single drop of his hard-earned energy. His eyes bulge and he holds his mouth, looking like he is about to throw up on the spot. Through his nausea, he spots a giant, glowing golden object resting on the scorched ground. He realizes it is a legendary phoenix egg, which explained why the High Troll was able to use such advanced fire magic in the first place. He kneels down to inspect it, noting that the egg went into a deep comatose state after being drained by the troll. He is amazed, wondering how on earth the creature as rare as a dragon managed to end up in a place like this. He gets a highly greedy, drooling expression, wondering if eating a phoenix egg will grant him the ability to use fire magic. Curse looks completely disgusted, lecturing him on how insanely reckless and greedy human beings can be. Aiden completely ignores him, picking up the heavy egg and thanking the universe for the delicious meal. Just as he prepares to bite down, Cetus comes running over and claps him hard on the back, praising his victory. The heavy impact completely ruins Aiden's stomach, and he instantly projectile vomits a giant colorful rainbow onto the dirt. Talk about instant karma. Suddenly, the cracked egg begins to glow with a brilliant, blinding golden light, making Cetus gasp. Aiden is still on his knees, groaning, desperately wishing he could have eaten the rare creature. The shell completely shatters, releasing a massive burst of magical energy. Aiden can only watch in shock as the bright light covers the entire area. A beautiful golden baby phoenix emerges from the light, chirping happily and flying into the sky. Cetus is in absolute awe, commenting on what an incredible stroke of luck it is to see a mythical phoenix hatch in person. Meanwhile, our hero is literally crying tears of frustration, furious that his once-in-a-lifetime snack got away because of his dad's friend. The little golden bird flaps its wings and flies down, landing flat on Aiden's head with a cute little chirp. Lo is completely shocked, screaming that the legendary bird just chose the young master as its nest. Aiden stands there completely frozen, wondering why on earth this mythical creature is sitting on his head. The phoenix sparkles on his head, releasing a warm, comforting wave of golden fire energy. Sadis and Lo run over to check on him, worried that the bird is trying to burn him. Aiden looks at his hands, realizing the flames are not hurting him at all. He realizes he has just received the legendary Phoenix's blessing, which grants him near-perfect resistance to all fire magic. Since he used his own mana to revive the egg, the bird sees him as its savior. He gets a smug smile, realizing this incredible fire resistance will be the ultimate weapon when he eventually fights Shmura, the pink-haired archmage traitor. A single golden feather falls slowly from the sky as the little bird flies away into the clouds. The phoenix leaves a beautiful sparkling trail behind it as it disappears into the horizon. Sedis asks him if he is okay, and Aiden proudly holds the golden feather, assuring them he is perfectly fine. He smiles, completely thrilled with the incredible loot he secured during this mission. The green-skinned orc chieftain walks up to him, expressing his deep gratitude for freeing his tribe. Aiden turns to him, asking why the chieftain is still hanging around human territory. Lo watches silently as the orc stands before his master with a solemn expression. The chieftain shows his chained wrist, explaining that because he was forced to break his sacred oath, he must pay the ultimate price. The orc chieftain bows his head to the ground, solemnly requesting that Aiden take his head to settle the blood debt. What a dramatic ending to this chapter. The adventure is just getting started. The orc chieftain stands firmly in front of Aiden and Sedis, stating that since the sacred covenant was broken, his tribe must pay the ultimate price. He solemnly declares that the only price for a broken oath is death, and asks Aiden to take his head to settle the score. Aiden looks highly confused, asking what on earth this ancient oath is even about. The scene transitions back to the ancient history, revealing the origins of the orc's sacred covenant. Long ago, the legendary founder of the Reams family engaged in a fierce, high-stakes duel against the previous orc chieftain. They fought a brutal, exhausting duel to decide who would claim ownership of the surrounding territories. The clash of steel and magic echoed across the mountains for days. In the end, the orc chieftain lost the duel and swore a sacred vow to return to the mountains and never descend to threaten human lands again. Since then, the tribe settled deep in the Piran Mountains, living peacefully and protecting the borders. Aiden finally understands why the orcs never came down, and how their presence actually protected the duchy from other rogue monsters. The chieftain begs Aiden to take his head as compensation, pleading for the young master to forgive the rest of his innocent clan. Aiden casually turns around and begins walking away, stating that he has absolutely no interest in taking a useless head. The chieftain is completely shocked, shouting that he must pay the price of his ancestors' broken oath. He draws his massive blade, growling in frustration, and wondering if he should just force a fight. Aiden gets a highly mischievous, devious smile, suggesting the chieftain pay back the debt with something far more useful than his head. He is totally cooking up a new scheme. The giant orc stands there completely dumbfounded, wondering what on earth this sneaky noble is planning. The next morning, the sun shines brightly over the heavily damaged fortress walls. Sedis stands next to Aiden, looking completely bewildered as he watches the scene in the courtyard. A human soldier is seen gasping for breath, struggling to carry a single heavy sack of construction sand. Meanwhile, a giant orc casually strolls by, carrying 2 massive sacks on his shoulders like they are light pebbles. Talk about a physical gap. Dozens of muscular orcs are seen working alongside human soldiers, rapidly rebuilding the fortress walls. Aiden smiles proudly, pointing out that while the reconstruction would normally take months with the orcs' help, they will finish in a single week. He explains that in exchange for sparing their chieftain, the orcs agreed to provide free construction labor. It is a perfect, highly efficient win-win situation. Sedis is thoroughly impressed, admitting that talking to Aiden feels like talking to an ancient wise dragon who has lived for hundreds of years. Sedis suggests they report the unusual monster movements to the Slaughter Tower, as things are getting far too dangerous for their local garrison to handle. Aiden agrees, repeating the name Slaughter Tower with a serious look. But the moment Sedis walks away, Aiden gets a massive, evil grin. He is thrilled because he already got exactly what he wanted, which is a massive boost to Beelzebub's power and a legendary fire blessing. The rest is not his problem. Aiden returns to the capital city on horseback, and the entire town erupts into massive cheers, showering him with flowers and chanting his name. The citizens whisper in absolute awe, spreading wild rumors that the young master can command phoenixes and defeat entire orc armies with a single finger. Aiden is seen wearing a colorful flower crown, with his face turning bright red as he complains about how much he hates these embarrassing welcoming ceremonies. Curse laughs, teasing him that the people genuinely consider him a true hero. Aiden just snaps back, complaining that being a hero does not make any money, but deep down a soft smile spreads across his face as he hears their cheers. The scene transitions to Kathy's private alchemical research lab. Aiden sits down with the werebeast Catgirl, asking if there is truly no way to cure her condition. Kathy sighs sadly, explaining that her mana syndrome is far too advanced and requires an incredibly delicate, high-grade elixir. Aiden tells her that money is absolutely not an issue and asks where they can find an alchemist skilled enough to brew such an elixir. Kathy smiles bitterly, admitting that without a top-tier alchemist she is doomed to die very soon. She asks if such a legendary alchemist even exists in this era. Aiden stands up confidently, stating that he knows the exact person they need. He smiles warmly, telling her not to worry about a thing. He promises to bring the master alchemist back to the estate as soon as possible. Kathy watches him leave, reflecting on how she initially doubted this notorious noble when he first offered to cure her. She remembers accepting his offer only because she knew her body was rapidly failing. She recalls the deep despair and hopelessness she felt, knowing how impossibly difficult the cure was to obtain. But looking at Aiden's current actions, she realizes that despite his cold words, he is incredibly warm-hearted. For the first time in a very long time, she feels a genuine sense of warmth and hope. She smiles happily, finding this sudden shift in her destiny incredibly interesting. She smugly tells him to hurry up and bring her that skilled alchemist, boasting that her own research is already perfect. Aiden walks out of the estate under the night sky, with Curse teasing him about going out of his way to help someone else. Aiden replies that as a former mercenary, keeping promises is his most sacred duty, and he was planning to recruit this alchemist anyway. He notes that the person in question is currently in a highly desperate situation and does not have much time left. 3 days later, he arrives at the bustling, sunlit streets of Markellan City, the largest trade hub in the Empire. He walks through the crowded markets wearing a dark hood to hide his identity. He remembers that in his previous life, this entire glorious city was completely burned to the ground during a crazy dragon's attack. He admits it feels incredibly strange walking through these lively streets, knowing the tragic fate that awaits them. Curse asks him where this supposed master alchemist is hiding. Aiden tells the little demon to shut up and let him find the way through the crowded slums. He enters a dark, snowy alleyway in the outskirts of the city. A group of burly, dangerous-looking thugs is currently surrounding and threatening a small man. The poor alchemist Joseph is clutching his head in pure terror, stammering that he can only produce one high-grade elixir per week. The lead thug grabs him by the collar, demanding that he double his production immediately. He slaps one of Joseph's assistants onto the cold ground, showing zero mercy. He threatens to harm Joseph's family if the potions are not ready by tomorrow morning. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes through the alley, playfully advertising a high-quality solution for fraud, extortion, and threats. Aiden has officially entered the chat. The lead thug looks back in confusion, commanding his giant bodyguard Charon to go tear the intruder apart. Charon steps forward with his massive shadow covering our hooded hero. He barks at Aiden to get lost if he knows what is good for him, but Aiden completely ignores him. Charon clenches his teeth in absolute fury, enraged by the kid's disrespectful attitude. With a loud roar, he swings a massive, heavy punch directly at Aiden's face. But before the punch can even land, a clean flash of steel cuts through the air and the giant thug instantly collapses flat on his back. The other thugs are completely speechless. The thugs stand there trembling and sweating bullets, screaming in terror and asking what on earth this hooded bastard is. Aiden slowly pulls back his hood, revealing a sharp, badass glare as he commands them to move aside so he can speak with his new customer. The stage is set for an epic rescue. Aiden walks calmly down the dark warehouse hallway, leaving a trail of defeated thugs groaning on the floor behind him. The giant thug leader draws a massive broadsword, screaming that he will personally execute the arrogant brat who dared to mess with his crew. He charges forward, swinging his massive blade down with enough force to split a boulder. Aiden does not even blink with his combat instincts, instantly scanning the giant's movements. With a swift, playful sidestep, Aiden completely evades the strike and pulls down the giant thug's pants, revealing a pair of incredibly silly teddy bear boxers. It is the ultimate street fighting disrespect. Lol sound effect. The massive thug turns bright red, screaming in absolute embarrassment and fury about his cute underwear. Aiden's expression instantly turns ice cold as the giant calls him a troll-looking bastard. He really hates that nickname. The thug leader yells that he is part of the legendary Cerberus gang, the undisputed apex predators of Markellan City, and promises to end Aiden right here. With a blinding flash of blue energy, Aiden's sword slices cleanly through the giant's broadsword, breaking it into pieces. The broken metal blade clangs onto the wooden floor, and the giant stands there completely paralyzed by fear. Aiden instantly closes the distance, grabbing the giant by his throat with a single hand and lifting him off the ground. He makes it look completely effortless. Aiden's eyes glow with a menacing blood-red aura as he surrounds himself with advanced sword aura. The giant is gasping for air, unable to comprehend his power. He stares directly into the thug's soul, completely terrifying him with his ferocious gaze. Aiden casually tosses the giant aside like a sack of garbage, muttering that comparing him to a troll is a massive insult. He notes the thug is lucky to escape with his life. In the corner of the room, Joseph and his assistant are staring in absolute shock, unable to believe a top-tier swordmaster is casually hanging out in a slum warehouse. Aiden walks up to the trembling alchemist, adjusting his collar. He flashes a warm, businesslike smile and asks if Joseph requires his professional rescue services, offering a highly reasonable price. Joseph is completely dumbfounded, wondering why on earth such a legendary master is offering to help him for cheap and worrying if there is a hidden catch. Despite his suspicion, Joseph knows this mysterious swordsman is his final absolute hope to save his daughter. He realizes he has no other choice but to accept the offer. With tears of profound hope streaming down his face, Joseph begs the young master to save his precious daughter. We learn that Joseph is actually a legendary alchemist who was forced to brew valuable elixirs after his daughter Alice was kidnapped by the brutal Cerberus Guild. The memory shows the poor girl screaming and crying for her dad as the ruthless thugs drag her away in chains. Joseph was left screaming in absolute despair, completely powerless to stop them. The guild leader used the daughter as collateral to force the alchemist to produce top-grade pills every week for free. They claimed it was a generous deal for protection, but they were actually just exploiting his talent. Joseph spent years in slavery, crying in silence every single day. In the previous timeline, Joseph worked himself to death only to discover his daughter had died years ago anyway. Aiden remembers how the broken father begged him for revenge before dying. He is determined to make sure things end differently this time. Joseph cries out, begging him to save his daughter before it is too late. Aiden smirks confidently, assuring him that the deal is officially on. He reminds Joseph of their contract, stating that in exchange for his daughter, the alchemist must give Aiden anything he desires. Curse floats on his shoulder, chuckling that even the legendary gluttonous sword is impressed by Aiden's boundless greed. It is indeed a fair deal. Aiden turns back to the beaten thug leader, telling him to stop pretending to be dead. The thug stammers, his face pale, as he realizes the nightmare is not over. Aiden points his sword at him, stating that he only spared his life because he needs some directions to the guild headquarters. He smirks, suggesting they start with a few friendly hits to help speed up the interrogation process. The thug immediately starts screaming in terror, promising to reveal everything. The scene cuts to the luxurious grand office of the Cerberus Guild leader, Onkal. The fat leader is drinking expensive wine, laughing about the massive profits they are going to make from Joseph's legendary pills. Suddenly, the double doors are violently kicked open with a loud crash, interrupting his drinking. Aiden steps calmly into the room, holding the beaten, bloodied face of the thug leader. He cheerfully announces that he has found his target. Aiden tosses the beaten thug onto the floor like a sack of potatoes. Onkal is furious, screaming about who dared to damage his crew's faces and calling Aiden a stupid brat for entering his territory. He pulls out a glowing blue magical beacon, boasting that a single injection of mana will summon his entire army of guards to crush him. The room remains completely dead silent. A lonely autumn leaf drifts across the empty corridor outside. Uncle stands there, sweat dropping in absolute panic, frantically shaking the device and wondering why on earth none of his guards are coming. Aiden walks forward, casually advising him to scream a bit louder if he wants them to hear. He asks if Uncle is referring to the guards in the hallway. A quick flashback shows the entire corridor completely packed with dozens of unconscious beaten guards. Aiden literally cleaned the entire building before entering. Aiden's eyes glow with a cold blue light, demanding to know where Joseph's daughter is locked up. Uncle grits his teeth, warning the mercenary not to get cocky just because he defeated a few low-level grunts. He flares his fists with blue magical energy, boasting that he is the strongest fighter in the entire guild. A second later, we see Auden unlocking the iron padlock of the underground prison cells. That boss fight must have been incredibly short. Aiden throws the door open, disgusted to see how badly they treated a young child. Uncle steps in behind him, warning him that this little girl is actually not a normal child. Suddenly, the young girl leaps out of the shadows, landing a massive, bone-shattering kick directly onto Uncle's face. The little girl is absolutely jacked. The massive leader is thrown across the room, crashing onto the stone floor with a loud thud. The little girl stands in a perfect expert martial arts stance, her eyes glowing with a fierce yellow light as she threatens to kill him. Aiden is highly impressed watching her movements as the beaten boss groans in pain on the floor. He watches her closely, analyzing her energy. The girl lunges at Aiden, but he easily blocks her strike with a single parry. He notes that she is using an incredibly unique type of magic. She lands a rapid flurry of strikes against Aiden's defensive guard. On his shoulder, Curse identifies the magic, noting that it belongs to an incredibly annoying and powerful individual from the past. Aiden shrugs it off, stating that her magic style is none of his business, and his only goal is to return her safely to her father. The little girl continues to scream, demanding to be let go so she can return to her dad. Aiden calmly tells her that is exactly why he is here. The girl freezes in shock, her eyes wide as she tries to process his words. Aiden places a hand on her head, gently explaining that Joseph personally hired him to bring her home safely. The little girl starts shaking with tears of pure relief forming in her eyes. She lunges forward, hugging Aiden tightly and sobbing about how terrified she was. The long, painful nightmare is finally over. Aiden hugs her back warmly, reassuring her that she is safe now and that they are going home to her dad. Curse floats nearby, giving Auden a silent, teasing side-eye and commenting on how surprisingly empathetic the ruthless dragon slayer is acting. Aden just barks back, asking what the demon thinks of him. The volume ends with a heartwarming shot of the two walking back to safety under the moonlight. The adventure continues. Back at the warehouse, a small blonde girl comes running through the door, crying out for her dad. Joseph looks up with tears instantly welling in his eyes as he spots his precious daughter. The little girl lunges forward, hugging her father tightly as they are finally reunited. It is an incredibly touching moment. Ellis cries on her father's shoulder, still trembling from the terror of being kidnapped. Joseph hugs her back tightly, sobbing and apologizing over and over again for not being strong enough to protect her. Standing at the entrance, Aiden watches the beautiful family reunion with a gentle, satisfied smile on his face. Later, the exhausted little girl falls into a deep, peaceful sleep on a sofa covered by a warm blanket. Joseph bows his head to the floor, weeping tears of pure gratitude and thanking the young master for saving his life and family. But the sweet moment instantly ends as Aiden gets a highly greedy, mischievous grin, rubbing his hands together and announcing that it is finally time to settle the bill. Our boy never does charity work. Joseph smiles warmly, stating that he is more than willing to compensate the young master and asking how much gold he desires. Aiden leans in close with a devious smirk, asking Joseph how much he thinks his precious daughter's life is actually worth. Joseph stammers, stating that to him, Ellis is worth far more than his own life, and promises to spend the rest of his days paying off the debt if it is money. Auden waves his hand dismissively, stating that as a wealthy duke's son, he has absolutely no need for simple gold. His eyes turn sharp as he whispers his actual demand, which is that he wants Joseph's elite master-grade alchemical skills. Joseph is surprised, and Aiden explains that he is currently in desperate need of an alchemist with the most meticulous skills possible to brew a rare medicine. Joseph is deeply impressed, realizing the young master rescued them precisely because he recognized their alchemical talent. He gladly agrees to pay the price. He brings out a glowing blue elixir, explaining that this is the absolute highest grade medicine he has ever brewed with his skills. It is the exact legendary potion Aiden saw in his previous life. Aiden asks if he can drink it, and Joseph nods, offering it as a symbol of their new partnership. Aiden downs the glowing blue liquid in a single gulp. A massive, blinding column of blue light erupts around him as the magical elixir instantly merges with his mana. The raw power-up is absolutely insane. He clenches his fist as blue magic sparks crackle around his body, with his eyes glowing with newfound strength. He is thoroughly amazed, feeling his overall mana capacity literally double after drinking just a single bottle. Joseph is thrilled by the results, promising to keep brewing these elixirs for Aiden in the future. Aiden smiles and offers them a better deal, inviting Joseph and his daughter to move into the Duke's estate and promising them lifetime protection and unlimited research funds. Joseph is completely stunned, realizing he does not even know the name of this generous young master. Aiden proudly introduces himself as the eldest son of the Remes Duchy. Joseph's eyes widen as he connects the dots, asking if he is the famous troll prince who has been the talk of the town lately. Aiden gets a massive tick mark on his head, absolutely fuming with rage at being called that ridiculous nickname once again. He is ready to throw a tantrum. Joseph stammers, asking what brings such a prestigious young master to a humble slum. Aiden explains there is an urgent research matter he needs help with. Aiden smirks, pointing out that if Joseph can help him resolve this, the Duke's household will guarantee his family's safety for life. Joseph eagerly accepts, asking what the urgent medical issue is. The scene transitions to Kathy's research lab back at the estate. Joseph inspects Kathy's arm, admitting that her monovein syndrome is the most severe and advanced case he has ever seen. He notes she is only alive because of her robust beastkin build. He explains that brewing the cure is possible using Aiden's notes, but the required ingredients are practically impossible to find. Aiden promises to obtain whatever is needed, but Joseph explains the formula requires extreme fire attribute mana to melt the frozen channels. Kathy adds that they would need incredibly rare legendary materials like a fire dragon's heart or a phoenix's feather. Aiden simply smirks and reaches into his pocket, asking if they mean something like this. He casually pulls out the glowing, sparkling golden phoenix feather he secured in the mountain. Joseph and Kathy's jaws completely drop to the floor, their eyes bulging in absolute shock as they look at a legendary material they have only read about in myth books. Aiden's sweat drops, casually lying that the phoenix just dropped it by accident before flying away. Joseph is ecstatic, clutching the golden feather, and promising that with this he can brew the cure in exactly 2 days. Kathy watches Aiden with a soft, incredibly warm smile, her heart melting at his continuous kindness. She is deeply touched by his warmth. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts them, and Philip calls out for the young master. Philip enters, announcing that Duke Freed is urgently looking for Aiden in his office. Aiden instantly sweat drops, remembering that he basically vanished from the mansion without saying a single word. He's definitely going to get lectured. He nervously enters the grand, dimly lit study of his father. Freed asks if he went to Markellen City, and Aiden nervously admits he had some private business to take care of there. He bows and stammers an apology, but Freed tells him he did not call him here to scold him. Aiden looks confused, wondering what his father wants then. Freed holds out a golden envelope, explaining that they have received a prestigious invitation to the imperial banquet celebrating the crown prince's birthday. He wants Aiden to attend. Aiden gasps in shock, pointing out that his brother Carl is usually the one who represents the family at these official events. He argues that he is far too busy. Freed laughs, explaining that Carl actually declined to attend because he wants to focus on training his new recruits. Aiden is about to refuse again, but suddenly remembers a massive piece of future history. He clenches his hand, realizing this is the exact event where the Dark Mages launched their historic bloody assault. He gets a wide, determined smile and accepts the invitation, realizing this is the perfect opportunity to rewrite the future. Freed is pleased, laughing and telling his son to be extremely careful on his journey. Later that night, Aiden walks through the dark courtyard under the crescent moon. Curse questions his real motive for attending the boring banquet, failing to see the calculation behind his choice. Aiden knows that a massive, coordinated black mage attack will soon occur at the palace, and at the very center of the assault is the Queen of Black Mages herself. She is none other than the legendary Silver Witch, an incredibly powerful and beautiful silver-haired woman. Aiden is determined to recruit her to his side. Curse is surprised, pointing out that Aiden has always despised black mages, and questioning why he is seeking an alliance with his former enemy. Aiden explains that unlike the radical heretics, she is the leader of the moderate Fire of Florence faction. He remembers defeating her in his past life. He recalls how the dying Silver Witch lamented that she could not correct the corrupted black magic, wishing they had met under different circumstances. With a determined look, Auden vows to change her tragic fate this time around. The stage is officially set for the grand imperial banquet. A grand royal carriage, escorted by heavily armed knights, rolls smoothly along a scenic, sunlit forest path. Inside, Lo nervously asks if such a massive, flashy entourage is really necessary just to attend a birthday banquet. Aiden calmly replies that when dealing with the imperial court, the size of your escort is a direct display of family influence. Lo then asks why they are taking such a massive detour through these mountains instead of taking the standard direct shortcut. Aiden tries to play it cool, casually claiming he just wanted to take a more scenic and leisurely route, but of course, he is totally lying. His mind flashes back to his conversation with Joseph, who explained that they need a highly specific ingredient to brew more top-grade elixirs. Joseph revealed that they desperately need Ent's Tears, a rare essence harvested from ancient tree spirits that are unfortunately now critically endangered. Aiden remembers that while he has never seen an Ent himself, he knows exactly who to consult to find their hidden dwellings. A smug smirk spreads across his face as he decides to pick up a handy little gift while they are in the area. He leans out the window, commanding the escort to proceed ahead without him while he makes a quick stop. Lo desperately begs to accompany and protect him, but Aiden quickly shuts him down, pointing out that Lo is still far too weak to keep up. Lo is left sobbing in disappointment. Aiden casually strolls deep into the dense, misty forest, ignoring Lo's drama. Curse floats near his shoulder, skeptically asking if they are actually going to meet someone in these empty mountains. Aiden cryptically replies that he never said his target was a human. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he finally reaches a quiet, secluded clearing. He stands before a massive, highly artificial-looking heart-shaped stone, admitting that his past life master had some incredibly bizarre tastes. A quick flashback shows the legendary mercenary king Valken giving a goofy, confident thumbs up. Valken claimed this was a special gift hand-prepared for his future disciple. Curse is highly skeptical, complaining that the giant heart-shaped stone looks like nothing more than an ordinary, useless rock. Aiden draws his glowing blue sword, cheerfully apologizing to his master's memory as he prepares to take his gift. He unleashes a powerful vertical slash that cleanly slices the giant stone monument in half. Aiden steps through the cracked monument, explaining to the shocked demon that the heart-shaped stone was merely the wrapping paper. A hidden dark stone staircase leading deep underground is revealed. It is a hidden high-level dungeon. Aiden chuckles, recalling how Valken was always an eccentric lunatic who claimed that a true disciple must learn through pain and near-death experiences. He walks down the dark stairs, noting that this is definitely not your average low-level dungeon. A swarm of red-eyed, decaying zombies emerges from the dark, growling with hunger. Curse asks if Aiden and his master did not get along in his past life. Aiden admits that when he first fell into this trap in his previous life, he genuinely believed Valken was trying to murder him. But in this life, with all his future knowledge, he couldn't be more grateful for the free experience points. Suddenly, a massive skeletal figure wrapped in dark purple robes emerges, carrying a glowing magical staff. It is a lich, a powerful corrupt undead creature created when a high-level black mage sacrifices their humanity for eternity. Aiden looks completely relaxed, noting that liches are incredibly tricky opponents unless you already know their weaknesses. He remembers struggling against them in his past life. The lich raises its staff, screaming that it will freeze Aiden's flesh and add his bones to its undying army. Aiden smiles smugly, explaining that if you simply assassinate the summoner, the entire undead horde instantly crumbles. He notes that this half-baked lich is absolutely nothing compared to the elite ones he took down in his past life. He dashes forward like a blue blur, slicing the skeleton wizard completely in half with a single flawless strike. The lich screams in agony as its bones disintegrate into dark ash, crying about the failure of the black magic kingdom. With the caster defeated, the surrounding zombie army instantly dissolves into harmless white smoke. Aiden stands over the pile of ash, noticing a shiny black object glowing amidst the remains. He picks up a mysterious dark obsidian pendant with a strange runic pattern. He admits he has never seen this item before, and it was definitely not part of Valken's original gift. The runic pattern looks strangely familiar, so he decides to pocket the pendant for further research. Curse suddenly advises him to collect the lich's bone dust as well. Aiden is highly skeptical, asking why he would want to scoop up dirty skeleton powder. Curse explains that lich bone dust is a rare magical substance that Ents are absolutely obsessed with. It is the ultimate bait. Aiden sweat drops, annoyed that he has to follow the cursed demon's advice, but admits he does not have any better ideas for finding the tree spirits. He bends down and scoops the gray dust into a bag, warning Curse that if this turns out to be a prank, there will be serious holy potion consequences. Curse giggles, teasing him about how quickly he changed his mind once he realized the dust was valuable. Aiden walks deeper into the dark, stone-paved corridors of the ancient ruins. He notes that this is indeed a hidden dungeon, and Valken would not have built such a complex trial just to house a single lich. At the end of the hall, they find a giant, glowing blue pedestal holding a beautiful, massive golden shield. Curse gasps in recognition, immediately identifying the legendary artifact. He admits that if it were not for this specific shield, he never would have lost his final duel against the Dragon Slayer in the past. Aiden smiles as he looks at the golden treasure, which is the legendary Banshee's spirit shield. He notes that while the shield is incredibly powerful, its madness-inducing curse used to drive previous wielders insane. He had a highly difficult time managing it in his past life, but having conquered its curse once before, managing it a second time around is going to be a walk in the park. He touches the surface, and the massive shield instantly shrinks, transforming into a sleek, golden bracelet around his wrist. The bracelet flashes with bright magic energy as it binds to his soul. Aiden notes that, unlike standard, bulky shields, the Banshee shield can be worn as a fashionable bracelet and summoned instantly when needed. It is incredibly convenient. The bracelet screams in his mind with a chilling, high-pitched Banshee cry. Instead of being scared, Aiden smiles maniacally, admitting he actually missed that lovely madness-filled screech. Our boy is truly built different. Curse is completely sweat-dropped, muttering that both Aiden and his master are total lunatics. Aiden commands him to be quiet, sensing a new magical presence in the room. A small, glowing light descends from the ceiling, and Aiden calls out, inviting the hidden watcher to show itself. With a bright pop, an adorable white rabbit plushie wearing a tiny blue suit and a yellow top hat appears, greeting him as a valued customer. Meet the spirit merchant Rabbits. Rabbits introduces himself as a member of the friendly Spirit Emporium, boasting that his shop has absolutely everything from high-level potions to legendary weapons. Their network was built around a legendary central figure known as the Hat Merchant. Aiden knows the rules. Normally, when a master clears a hidden dungeon, the Emporium sends a merchant to buy up the rare byproducts. Rabbits rubs his hands together, greedily eyeing the Banshee shield bracelet on Aiden's wrist and offering to buy it for a generous price. Aiden flatly declines, stating that his legendary shield is absolutely not for sale. The little rabbit is completely startled. Aiden explains that instead of gold, he wants to buy information regarding the hidden dwellings of the Ents on the western continent. Rabbits gets a devious smile, realizing the customer is looking for highly classified geography. He floats in the air, warning Aiden that geographical information regarding endangered spirits is incredibly rare and expensive. He estimates that even for the coordinates of a tiny low-level Ent village, the minimum discounted price would be 2,000 gold coins. Aiden does not blink calmly, countering with a demand of 4,000 gold coins. Rabbit's jaw completely drops to the floor, his eyes popping out in absolute shock. He is utterly speechless to hear a customer demand that the seller pay him 4,000 gold instead. Curse is also panicking in his mind, asking if Aiden has lost his mind and asking why on earth he is doubling the merchant's price. Aiden replies he is simply doing what he was taught. A wide, sinister grin spreads across Aiden's face as he explains the advanced art of milking spirit merchants that Balkan taught him in his previous life. He smugly commands Rabbits to hand over the coordinates of the Ent village and the 4,000 gold coins. Rabbits is shivering in pure disbelief, asking if this crazy human has completely lost his mind because of dungeon madness. Aiden calmly proposes a trade, suggesting the rabbit take a close look at what is currently standing directly behind him. Rabbits turns around slowly, his face instantly turning pale as he looks at the massive, terrifying weapon Aiden is carrying. Aiden flashes a wide, devilish grin as he rests his hand on Beelzebub, casually suggesting that if Rabbits refuses the deal, he can always just destroy his entire shop. What an absolute menace. The blackmail is real. Back inside the dungeon, Aiden reveals his secret money-making strategy to a highly skeptical Lo, explaining that he plans to sell the dungeon's treasures directly to the spirit merchants. He points toward the giant glowing blue tree in the center of the ruins, explaining that the ultimate prize of any dungeon is its highly valuable dungeon core. Lo is completely shocked, pointing out that everyone thinks dungeon cores are completely useless and would not take one even if it was offered for free. Aiden smiles smugly, explaining that since they conquered the dungeon, the core belongs entirely to them, which means they have the absolute right to sell it. Lo asks what they should do if the greedy spirit merchants refuse to buy it. Aiden gets an incredibly sinister, mischievous grin, calmly declaring that if they refuse to pay a fair price, he will simply smash the entire core to pieces. Talk about high-stakes business tactics. Rabbit stands nearby sweating bullets as he realizes the crazy human is actually prepared to destroy the core. The little merchant falls on his back, groaning in sheer frustration. He is absolutely bewildered that a regular human actually knows about the hidden value of dungeon cores. Rabbits realizes he is trapped. If his boss finds out he spent money on a core, he will get heavily insulted, but if he leaves without it, he will get fired on the spot. Aiden raises Beelzebub high, casually preparing to shatter the glowing core into a million pieces. Rabbits completely loses his mind, crying tears of pure panic and screaming that he will buy the core at any price. Aiden just crushes his hand and chuckles, telling him he should have said so earlier. Aiden stands victoriously, counting his massive pile of shiny platinum coins. He happily notes that 4,000 gold is a highly satisfactory price for the trade. Aiden cheerfully waves goodbye as they exit the dungeon, while the furious Rabbit screams that he hopes they never meet again. Rabbit stands in the dark ruins, shaking his fist and swearing vengeance against the insolent human who swindled him. He gets a vindictive smile, noting that no human has ever returned alive from the dangerous territory where the Ents reside. Aiden walks out of the ruins holding his giant bag of shiny platinum coins with a massive, happy grin. Meanwhile, Lo is waiting by the royal carriage looking extremely worried since his young master has been gone for half a day. Auden finally walks out of the thick brush, spotting his worried squire. Lo runs up dramatically, crying about how incredibly worried he was. Aiden sweat drops, shoving Lo's face away and telling him to stop acting so creepy. Lo complains that the young master's sudden, polite behavior is far too unsettling, and he actually misses the days when Aiden used to treat him like trash. Aiden ignores his complaining, telling him they need to start heading toward the imperial capital immediately. The scene fades to the dark, empty entrance of the Banshee dungeon under a full moon. Suddenly, a silver-haired woman in a dark cloak arrives at the ruins, looking around in confusion. She pants heavily, scanning the floor with a worried expression. She kneels over the empty pile of ash, completely devastated to find that the treasure has already been stolen. She clenches her fist, swearing in frustration because the rare artifact should have been right here. The next morning, the sun rises over the magnificent, sprawling spires of the imperial capital palace. The city looks incredibly lively. Animawao. Aiden's grand carriage rolls through the paved streets toward the castle. Aiden steps out of the carriage dressed in his highly elegant noble uniform, looking like a proper prince. A royal servant bows deeply, welcoming him to the capital and offering to guide him to his guest room. The castle servants whisper nervously behind his back, expecting a total delinquent but getting a highly refined noble instead. They warn each other to be on their absolute best behavior so they do not accidentally offend the notorious troll prince. Aiden flops flat onto the giant golden canopy bed in his room, sighing in relief and noting that the beds in the palace are on a completely different level of luxury. He stares at the ceiling, reminding himself that a devastating dark mage attack will take place at the banquet tonight, killing hundreds. But instead of worrying, he gets a smug grin, realizing this crisis is the perfect opportunity to rewrite history and secure a powerful ally. Curse lectures him from his shoulder, asking if he genuinely does not care about people getting hurt. Aiden proudly replies that as a former hero, he has a highly calculated plan. He resolves to execute his strategy perfectly when the banquet begins. Later that evening, the grand banquet hall is packed with noble families chatting and drinking wine. Aiden enters the magnificent hall looking incredibly stylish in his dark uniform. The surrounding nobles immediately start whispering as the famous delinquent prince passes by. They mock him behind his back, claiming he probably stole the achievement of slaying the troll from a real knight. Aiden completely ignores their petty gossip, realizing noble high society is just as shallow and annoying as mercenary groups. He scans the crowd, deciding he has no business with these minor nobles, and focusing on finding his target. He spots a handsome, messy-haired mage sipping wine near the balcony. The mage Gustav is happily drinking, wishing they could import this delicious palace alcohol to his homeland. Aiden walks up to him, politely introducing himself to the chief magician of Anguis. Gustav looks surprised, asking how this young noble master knows his name. Aiden praises him, noting that Gustav is one of the most elite and promising scholars from the Magic Tower. Gustav sighs and turns away, telling him that if he is trying to flatter the Magic Tower country, he has come to the wrong person. But Aiden simply smiles and mentions that he has read Gustav's controversial book on magical engineering and found it absolutely fascinating. Gustav's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock. He cannot believe a noble actually read his ignored thesis. He claps Aiden's shoulder, completely excited to find a kindred spirit. He bursts into a massive, blushing fanboy laugh, praising Aiden's supreme insight and calling him the only intelligent person in this entire banquet hall. He is thoroughly thrilled. Aiden's sweat drops internally, admitting that he actually fell asleep on page 1 every single time he tried to read it. Talk about a hilarious bluff. Gustav continues to babble excitedly about his combat gear designs, asking if Aiden remembers the equations on page 97. Curse whispers angrily from Aiden's shoulder, begging the young master to find a way to shut this annoying nerd up. Gustav rants about how the old scholars dismissed his theories as useless, but he knows magical engineering is the future of warfare. He describes how his advanced technology will eventually become indispensable for everyone. Aiden nods, remembering that in his past life, Gustav became incredibly famous. Specifically, he became known as the infamous Mad Magic Tower terrorist who nearly wiped his own country off the map. He recalls how Gustav built a colossal, terrifying combat mech and launched a full-scale assault against the Magic Tower after they sealed his mana. This is a truly cursed piece of history. Gustav nearly destroyed the entire country with his advanced weapons before being stopped by a legendary wizard. The devastating attack caused massive destruction across the territory. He was eventually defeated by the great magician Shaola, but his actions forced the world to finally recognize the power of magical engineering. Aiden smiles, thinking that recruiting this future mad scientist is going to be incredibly beneficial. Gustav thanks Auden, admitting he got too excited and talked too much on his own. Aiden politely replies that it was a great conversation that thoroughly broadened his horizons. Gustav smiles warmly, stating that he looks forward to having an even deeper discussion next time. Suddenly, a loud, thunderous roar echoes from the entrance, screaming Aiden's name with pure fury. Aiden turns around in shock, spotting a highly ticked-off knight stomping toward him. He sweat drops, trying to remember where on earth he has seen this angry face before. The knight is none other than young Carl, looking absolutely furious and screaming at him for stealing their family's legendary heirloom. Our hero stands there looking completely clueless, sweat dropping and asking who this angry redhead even is. What an absolute legendary cliffhanger. Tyon Cetis, the son of the legendary Margrave, stands in the middle of the grand banquet hall, pointing his finger directly at Aiden and screaming that he will never forgive the thief who stole his family's heirloom. Aiden stands there completely confused while the nobles around him whisper. He asks himself if he has ever even met this angry redhead before today. He sweat drops, trying to figure out why the name Cetis sounds so incredibly familiar. His mind flashes back to his recent duel, realizing that this angry kid looks exactly like his father, Margrave Tyried. Aiden flashes a polite, warm smile, commenting on the family resemblance and trying to defuse the situation, but Tyon is far too angry to listen to pleasantries. Tyon completely loses his temper, screaming at the top of his lungs and calling Aiden a dirty fraud in front of the entire high society crowd. He is absolutely fuming. Aiden is completely dumbfounded, repeating the word fraud in his head as Tyon accuses him of scamming his father to steal the legendary sword. The surrounding nobles immediately start gossiping, whispering that the rumors about the young master defeating a troll must have been a massive lie. They love the drama. Aiden raises his hands, defensively sweat dropping and nervously explaining that there must be some massive misunderstanding since he won the sword in a fair bet. Tyon sneers, stating that there is no way a useless noble ruffian like Aiden could have survived a single match against his father. He demands that Aiden prove himself. Aiden's smile turns incredibly dark as a burning aura flares up around him, warning Tyan that he is quickly running out of patience. Tyan does not back down, stepping forward and challenging him to a duel to prove that his combat skills are the real deal. He promises to kneel and apologize if he loses, but demands that Aiden return the heirloom and beg for forgiveness if he fails. Aiden gets a devious grin, thinking that this kid is just as stubborn and pig-headed as his father. He is slightly worried about the Crown Prince's reaction to a duel at his birthday feast. Suddenly, a sleek pair of boots steps into the light, and an elegant voice comments on how incredibly amusing a duel would be for his birthday party. Aiden and Tyan turn around in absolute surprise as the royal herald announces the official entrance of the Crown Prince. The gold-haired Crown Prince Mars Immortalia enters the grand hall wearing a majestic red cape. The high nobles in the hall instantly bow down, deeply welcoming the little son of the empire. Prince Mars walks gracefully through the crowd, heading directly toward the two troublemakers. Tyan quickly drops to one knee, sweating profusely and apologizing for causing a scene during the prince's birthday feast. But instead of being angry, Prince Mars flashes a wide, enthusiastic smile, stating that he's actually highly interested in watching their duel. He is a total battle maniac. Tyan glares at Aiden, telling him to quickly thank the prince for saving him from an immediate execution. Mars raises his hand, telling them there is no need to apologize, and urging them to start the spar immediately. Both Aiden and Tyan are completely frozen in shock by the prince's bizarre and schoolyard request. Mars smiles warmly, saying that a high-level duel between two of the duchy's top young talents would be the absolute best birthday present he could ask for. Aiden sweat drops, remembering that in his past life, Prince Mars was indeed famous for being an absolute battle maniac who loved watching battles. He remembers how the prince used to laugh like a psycho on the battlefields, and realizes he has no choice but to accept the challenge. Aiden smiles smugly and bows, accepting the prince's command with absolute confidence. Tyan gets a cocky grin, determined to expose Aiden's fraud in front of the entire court and finally earn his father's elusive recognition. They step onto the designated duel floor, and Tyan immediately starts mocking Aiden, calling him a trembling coward. Aiden plays along, perfectly faking extreme fear and trembling as he laments about how much he hates violence. He is totally trying to lower Tyan's guard. The crowd of nobles gathers around the ring, eager to watch the match unfold. Prince Mars sits comfortably on his throne, smiling, as he anticipates a highly entertaining clash of steel. Tyan promises an honorable match, determined to prove that the rumors about Aiden's strength are complete nonsense. He gets a cocky smirk, preparing to end the fight in a single move. Aiden casually yawns, asking if they can finally get this boring match started. Tyan is completely ticked off by his lazy attitude. With a loud roar, Tyan leaps into the air, swinging his wooden sword down with massive physical force. He screams that Aiden's cheap tricks will not work on a proper night, promising an unremarkable and quick end. But before his strike can even land, Aiden's wooden sword smashes directly into his head with a loud crack, knocking him out instantly. It is the most anticlimactic defeat in history. Tyan falls flat onto his back on the floor while Prince Mars watches in complete shock and amusement. Aiden stands over his defeated opponent, looking completely innocent and claiming he simply slipped and got lucky. Aiden smiles sweatily, suggesting they call this round invalid since it was just a coincidence of mistakes on both sides. Mars laughs and agrees, telling both of them to focus a bit more for the next round. Tyan slowly crawls back up, his face red with pure humiliation as he promises not to let his guard down again. Aiden gets that insanely wide, creepy, gluttony smirk, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of making his opponent suffer. He is officially ready to unleash some real pain. Tyan gets back into a solid stance, promising to go all out this time. Aiden simply yawns, casually inviting him to come at him whenever he is ready. He could not care less. Tyan clenches his teeth, warning Aiden that he will not fall for his cheap taunts twice. He swings his sword with massive speed, cutting through the air. He unleashes a rapid, heavy flurry of slashes aimed at Aiden's torso. Aiden parries them all effortlessly, noting that while Tyan's sword is honest and upright, it lacks the crushing weight of his father's style. Aiden locks swords with him, calmly commenting that Tyan's blade is far too light. Tyan is completely enraged, screaming about his sword being called light. Aiden explains that the Margrave's sword was heavy and precise, but Tyan's style is nothing but a cheap imitation. He decides it is time to show the young master what a real master's sword looks like. Tyan is completely stunned by the comment. Aiden's eyes turn sharp and focused as he prepares to unleash his actual speed. He sweeps in with lightning speed, striking Tyan's wrist with incredible precision. Tyan is shocked by his speed, but manages to raise his guard to block the strike. Their swords clash, and Aiden's wooden blade bends slightly under the pressure. But suddenly, Aiden's sword bends like a flexible whip, wrapping right around Tyan's block and heading straight for his face. The bent sword smashes directly into Tyan's face with a heavy impact, making his nose bleed. Tyon falls to his knees holding his bleeding nose, completely unable to comprehend how the strike bypassed his block. Aiden thinks to himself that a stubborn knight like Tyon will not stop unless he is knocked out, so he needs to end this quickly. Tyon is left shivering, unable to believe he is losing to such unheard-of swordsmanship. His foot slips on the polished floor and he begins to fall backward. Aiden smirks, noting that the young master is surprisingly durable. Tyon raises his sword one final time, screaming his name and family pride. With a swift slash, Aiden disarms him, sending his wooden sword flying into the air. He delivers a massive final strike to Tyon's chest, executing a perfect nightbreaker. Tyon collapses backward but is caught by a silver-haired noble who comments on his friend causing trouble. Aiden looks back, noting that this new guest seems to be acquainted with Tyon, which saves him the trouble of searching for him. The silver-haired noble stands tall, carrying a black staff, and politely greeting young master Aiden. Aiden's eyes widen as he recognizes the noble as Dyer Sias, the younger brother of the betrayer Night King. The ultimate battle of destiny is about to begin. The Sias family banner waves proudly on the castle walls, representing the legendary archduchy that has guarded the northern continent for generations. Aiden sips his wine, reflecting on how they are widely considered the strongest knight bloodline in the empire, where every single descendant is destined to become a swordmaster. He jokes that if he had been reborn into that family, his training would have been far easier. He looks over at Dyer Sias, the legendary silver-haired genius of the family. Aiden notes that while he has heard of the Sias name, meeting Dyer is a first for him. Dyer is currently surrounded by a crowd of wealthy noble ladies looking highly popular. Aiden decides that instead of approaching him now, he will wait for a much more opportune moment. Suddenly, Aiden feels an incredibly intense, shivering gaze staring at him from behind. He turns around only to find himself completely swarmed by a loud crowd of young noble ladies introducing themselves. Talk about an immediate nightmare. Aiden's sweat drops in absolute terror, practically running up the staircase to escape the swarming noble crowd. He is praying none of them follow him. He stands on the high balcony panting heavily and hoping he has finally managed to shake them off. Curse floats on his shoulder, asking the Dragon Slayer King if he finds the superficial nobles disgusting. Aiden calmly replies that humans are all the same, clinging to you only when they need you. He warns the little demon not to trust him too much either, since he is a human after all. The tiny demon blushes deeply, looking touched by Aiden's words and flinching as he tries to hide his embarrassment. But he quickly smirks and barks back, joking that Aiden is far more like a troll than a human anyway, so his trust is total. He threatens to reserve 100 bottles of holy potion for him later. Aiden's attention is caught by a silver-haired woman standing nearby who casually comments that his earlier movements belonged to the mercenary king. Aiden's eyes widen in absolute shock. He cannot believe a young noblewoman at this party actually managed to recognize his master's secret swordsmanship. He gets a devious smirk, realizing this is the exact silver-haired woman he was hoping to meet at the banquet, the Queen of Black Mages herself. They stand on the balcony stairs, and the woman explains that while she has not seen the mercenary king in person, she is highly familiar with his legend. She praises Valken's style, saying that if he had been a knight, he would have gained immense honor. Aiden chuckles inside, thinking that Balkan would have told her to give that honor to the dogs if it was not going to make him any gold. He plays along, casually commenting on how boring these formal events are. The woman turns to him, her eyes sharp, as she asks how a supposedly useless young master managed to awaken a legendary cursed sword. Aiden smiles warmly, teasing her about her sharp senses. She addresses him by his true past life identity, Misetta Florence. The mystery gets deeper. She tells him she already knew who he was and demands to know the truth. Aiden smirks, admitting he had a little help from a friend, and knew she would come searching if she spotted Beelzebub on him. Nisita steps closer, her hair fluttering as she demands a proper, direct answer. She stares at him with absolute cold intensity. She demands to know the origin of the massive, dark, demonic energy currently flowing from his body. Aiden is highly impressed by her senses, realizing she can actually feel Curse's presence inside of him. He suggests they put the discussion on hold, reminding her that although they were mortal enemies in their previous lives, he is on her side this time. Misetta looks skeptical, asking how a simple human noble could possibly know anything about her or her faction. Aiden calmly rattles off her entire secret background, identifying her as the leader of the Fire of Florence and the head of the White Moon Intelligence Organization. Misita's murderous aura instantly vanishes as she stands there in absolute sweating shock. She cannot believe this ruffian knows her deepest secrets. She demands to know how he got this information, but Aiden points down as a massive purple magic circle begins glowing in the courtyard. The giant runic circle flares with dark purple light crackling with raw dark magic. Aiden sighs, recognizing the classic predictable summoning pattern of the heretical black mages. He notes that the spell will not end until the summoner is killed and suggests they handle the crisis first before continuing their chat. He flashes a highly polite, smug smile, noting that she is here to capture the heretics of chaos anyway. Nikita is left shivering, completely terrified by how much this mysterious kid knows. She agrees to postpone the talk, her face turning serious. Aiden leaps over the stone balcony railing, heading toward his own target. He leaves Niseta to deal with her side while he prepares to clear the courtyard. A massive army of undead skeletons begins crawling out of the purple circle. The monsters swarm into the grand banquet hall, and the terrified nobles scream in panic as the guards scramble to form a line. The knights draw their swords, clashing with the incoming skeletons. A chaotic, bloody battle erupts across the grand ballroom. Tyan Cetis charges forward with a cocky grin, slicing through the skeletons and telling his men not to fear these weak grunts. Aiden watches him fight, admitting that Tyan is indeed a strong warrior who has already unlocked advanced sword aura. But the situation quickly turns dangerous as a giant undead troll climbs out of the magic circle. Tyan and his men are pushed back, realizing an undead troll is far too strong for them to handle without backup. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appears behind the beast. With a massive blue/the undead, troll is cleanly sliced in half. It is Dyer Sias. Aiden is highly impressed, noting that Dyer is indeed a semi-master who is just a single step away from becoming a true sword master. He chuckles, thinking that Tyan is indeed an elite fighter, but having a monster like Dyer as his rival is just terrible luck. Aiden remains on the balcony, choosing to loaf around and let the two geniuses handle the minor grunts. He explains to Curse that he is currently waiting to confirm the arrival of a highly specific target. Suddenly, a massive dark-armored knight steps out of the purple portal, releasing a chilling, heavy pressure. Tyan's eyes widen as he senses the dense, suffocating demonic energy filling the room. The giant armored demon walks slowly toward Dyer, its heavy iron boots clanking on the stone. Aiden's eyes narrow as he recognizes the monster. It is the legendary Death Knight, the absolute strongest among the high-level undead. This is the real final boss of the raid. Epic choir suspense. The giant demon raises its massive blade, preparing to strike. With a loud boom, the Death Knight strikes, sending a devastating shockwave that pushes Dyer back. Dyer is painting heavily, barely managing to block the crushing strikes as the demon continues its relentless assault. The giant raises its sword for a final lethal blow, and Dyer's stamina is completely gone. Suddenly, Auden leaps down from the balcony holding the glowing golden banshee spirit shield. Aiden's face turns incredibly serious as the true instigator of the banquet massacre finally steps onto the field. He instantly identifies the giant shadow as the strongest among high-level undead, the Death Knight. The towering armored giant stands firmly in the center of the hall, its single red eye slit glowing through the dark mist as it releases a suffocating aura. Dyer Sias stands nearby, his entire body trembling violently from exhaustion. Aiden is highly suspicious, noting that Dyer is a powerful semi-master who should have easily handled a standard Death Knight, making his past life defeat a massive mystery. But looking closer, Aiden realizes this specific monster has been heavily modified, with corrupt dark magic pushing its physical stats far beyond the standard S rank. He admits that without his Banshee shield, even he would have been crushed instantly. The giant armored demon steps closer, a chilling growl vibrating through its helmet as it slowly mutters Dyer's name, Creepy Piano. Dyer instantly flinches, his face turning pale as he struggles to comprehend why a brainless, high-level undead monster is specifically targeting him. The assassination plot is officially exposed. With a massive explosion of light, the golden shield completely blocks the giant demon's strike, shocking both Dyer and the monster. Aiden smirks behind his shield, realizing that something was highly suspicious about this summon from the very beginning. He realizes the undead were not actually trying to massacre the nobles, but were specifically used as a decoy to isolate and assassinate Dyer. The chapter ends with a massive cliffhanger, as Aiden stands between the demon and Dyer, realizing the entire raid was a highly calculated trap designed to execute the family heir. What an epic finale. The Death Knight crashes its massive blade directly onto Aiden's glowing shield. The impact is so intense it shakes the entire courtyard, but our boy is not backing down an inch. Dyer watches in absolute awe, gritting his teeth at the crushing pressure. He realizes that even blocking a semi-master level opponent takes everything they have got. Standing right behind Aiden, Dyer prepares to make his move. He is sweating bullets, but trying to find an opening while Aiden holds the front line. With a sudden burst of speed, Dyer lunges forward and drives his spear straight at the giant armored monster. This kid is really putting his back into this strike. The heavy spear clashes directly against the monster's giant iron blade, echoing with a metallic screech. But the Death Knight's defense is incredibly solid. Dyer slides back onto his feet, staring in disbelief. He cannot believe this monster deflected his best strike with zero effort. Aiden calmly assesses the situation from behind his shield. He can feel the dense magical energy radiating off the Death Knight, confirming it is at least a semi-master level opponent. Aiden looks over at Daer, wondering why this S-rank summon was sent specifically to eliminate him. If Daer gets taken out, someone else in the family gets to claim the spotlight. Suddenly, the pieces of the puzzle click together in Aiden's head. He remembers his future history and realizes exactly who is behind this assassination, because an Asaya's family succession is decided solely by combat ability. The eldest brother was completely overshadowed by Daer's historical genius, leaving him as nothing but a backup. And that eldest brother is none other than Silbetta, one of the legendary betrayers of his past life. Aiden's blood absolutely boils just thinking about that backstabbing snake. In his previous life, Aiden assumed Silbetta became the Night King by pure luck after Daeri's tragic death. But it turns out the bastard actually planned this whole assassination from the very beginning. Discovering that his former ally was plotting with black mages this early is a massive shock. The more Aiden uncovers about these traitors, the more disgusted he gets. Daer asks how they can possibly defeat a monster with such overwhelming defense. Aiden just gets a confident smirk telling him that he has a special trick up his sleeve. Daer looks completely stunned by Aiden's casual confidence. He is wondering if this noble ruffian has actually lost his mind. Huh? Sound effect? Aiden steps forward, staring down the towering undead giant. He boasts that this legendary move can bypass any defense, asserting it is a secret style he developed himself. He proudly reveals his ultimate cheat code known as the legendary provocation tactic. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, our hero's grand strategy is literally just talking trash. Daer stands there with a completely blank stare, sweat dropping. He is seriously questioning if he should just run away and leave this crazy guy behind. But since they are completely out of options, Daer reluctantly agrees to follow the plan. He grips his spear, bracing himself for whatever ridiculous stunt Aiden is about to pull. Aiden laughs it off, claiming that calling it a tactical move makes it sound way more professional. Honestly, his shamelessness is a superpower in itself. Meanwhile, the brainless Death Knight slowly marches forward, its eyes glowing red as it repeats its sole mission to execute Daer. The heavy steel boots of the monster stamp onto the courtyard floor, cracking the stone tiles. The atmospheric tension is getting incredibly heavy. With a sudden burst of demonic energy, the giant charges forward, swinging its massive blade with terrifying speed. Daer races himself, preparing to receive the heavy impact. He knows a single direct hit from that giant sword will end his life. Their weapons clash with a deafening screech, sending blue sparks flying across the ballroom. Daer barely manages to hold his ground under the crushing physical pressure. Meanwhile, Aiden observes the monster's movements from the shadows. He is more determined than ever to dismantle Silbetta's dark plans. The Death Knight growls in frustration, screaming at Daer to stop running and face his demise. But Daer uses the opening to channel his pure blue mana into his spear, blinding the giant beast with a sudden flash of light. Daer unleashes a massive wave of blue spear energy, tearing through the air and heading straight for the monster's chest. Aiden watches from a safe distance, casually praising Daer's impressive combat skills. He is basically acting like a proud parent watching a school play. Daer pants heavily, holding his stance. He knows that if that massive strike had landed cleanly, even a Death Knight would have been shattered into pieces. But his face quickly pales as he realizes there was absolutely no physical impact from his attack. It felt like he was slicing through empty air. The chilling realization hits him hard. The monster completely vanished from his line of sight before the blow could connect. Out of nowhere, the giant Death Knight descends from the sky like a falling meteor, swinging its massive sword down with crushing force. The impact creates a massive explosion of dust and debris, completely clouding the courtyard. The surrounding knights watch in absolute terror. But amidst the smoke, Auden is casually standing there, easily blocking the strike with his shield. He starts singing a goofy, childish song just to tilt the monster. The Death Knight is absolutely fuming with rage as giant tick marks appear on its helmet. It screams that it will tear this annoying human apart before dealing with Daer. The monster swings its giant sword in a rapid circular arc, creating a blinding wave of dark energy. The two boys leap back, dodging the explosive shockwaves as the monster continues its relentless, angry assault. Daer keeps his focus, waiting for the perfect opportunity to counterattack, while Aiden continues to draw the giant's aggro. After swinging its massive sword repeatedly without landing a single hit, the giant Death Knight is starting to pant heavily, with its stamina rapidly draining. Daer is getting increasingly stressed, pointing out that despite blocking everything, they have not been able to land a single scratch on the monster's heavy armor. But Aiden just lets out a creepy low laugh from the shadows. He knows the battle is playing out exactly according to his plan. Daer looks at him with pure concern, shivering as Auden continues to chuckle like a certified psychopath. The boy is seriously wondering who the real monster is here. The battlefield is silent as the dark dust slowly settles over the cracked stone floor. The giant Death Knight stands firmly in the center, its red eyes glowing menacingly through the dark fog. Daer watches Aiden closely, waiting for him to finally reveal the next phase of his master plan. Aiden's grin gets wider and more sinister as he prepares to unleash the true power of his legendary cursed shield. Dia stammers, trying to get his crazy companion to focus. He is seriously worried Aiden is about to lose his mind from the battle stress. Even the little chibi demon Curse pops up looking incredibly suspicious. He asks if Beelzebub is trying to take over Aiden's body once again, but Beelzebub's spirit quickly panics, screaming that it has absolutely nothing to do with this. Even the legendary Sword of Gluttony does not want any smoke with Curse. Curse screams in his head, warning him that he is barely holding on and cannot even throw an attack. He claims he is only worried because their souls are bound, but we all know he is just a softie. Aiden just laughs it off, calmly declaring that he is not failing to attack but is intentionally choosing not to. He stands tall with his golden shield glowing with a brilliant light. He explains that in his current weak body, physical strikes alone will not be enough to pierce the Death Knight's heavy armor. He needs to forcefully amplify his power using the Banshee's spirit shield. A massive wave of dark magic swirls around his body. Aiden chuckles, explaining that the legendary Banshee shield is fueled entirely by pure, unadulterated madness. The concept is simple. The more the user surrenders to the shield's madness, the stronger they become. It is a highly dangerous double-edged sword that would drive a normal human instantly insane. With a sudden explosive burst of speed, Aiden launches himself directly at the giant monster, transforming into a pure blur of golden light. The Death Knight looks up in absolute shock as Aiden appears directly in front of him, unleashing a devastating wave of physical pressure. The golden shield crashes into the monster's iron armor with a deafening boom. The raw physical force is so intense it literally lifts the giant off its feet and sends it sliding back. Bathing in the shield's dark madness, Aiden's eyes glow with a fierce, psychotic yellow light. He smiles like a madman, feeling his overall combat power temporarily jump directly to the S-rank semi-master stage. Dyer stands there completely dumbfounded, sweating bullets as he tries to process what he is seeing. He is utterly shocked that his supposedly useless noble rival has actually reached the exact same level of combat strength as him. But looking closely at Aiden's smooth, effortless movements, Dyer realizes this is definitely not the swordsmanship of a regular semi-master. Aiden is completely dominating the battle, easily deflecting the giant strikes and pushing the high-level undead onto the defensive. Curse lectures him inside his head, noting that the shield's madness is starting to warp Aiden's coordination. He comments that every single piece of legendary gear Aiden carries is incredibly cursed and dangerous. Aiden just laughs it off, claiming that high-quality gear always comes with a few funny little side effects. He leaps high into the air, ready to end this battle once and for all. He admits that holding back the shield's intense mental corruption is getting a bit exhausting, so he is going to wrap this up quickly. He drops into a low, aggressive stance. With a bright pink flash, he activates Kathy's legendary speed ring. It is time to combine the shield's physical boost with triple speed. He transforms into a blinding blur of blue light, charging directly at the giant undead warrior. Their weapons clash with an earth-shattering boom that shakes the entire stone castle, sending a shockwave of compressed air through the courtyard. The Death Knight growls with pure dark magic, raising its giant sword to crush the annoying human in front of it. But before its strike can even land, Aiden completely vanishes from the monster's field of vision, leaving it swinging at empty air. Aiden instantly materializes directly above the monster with his legendary dark blade Beelzebub glowing with a brilliant, suffocating blue light. The brainless giant frantically looks around, completely unable to track Aiden's high-speed movements. Aiden whispers right behind its head with an incredibly smug smile. Talk about the ultimate battle disrespect. With a single, lightning-fast horizontal slash, Aiden drives his blade cleanly through the monster's neck. The raw power-up of his master-level swordsmanship is absolutely beautiful. Daya stands there completely frozen, watching the elegant display of combat with wide, watery eyes. He realizes the physical gap between them is so massive he would only get in the way if he tried to help. Aiden stands victoriously over his opponent, coldly whispering a promise to send their master Silbeta to join them in hell very soon. He unleashes a rapid, beautiful storm of slashes, completely carving the giant undead armor into tiny, harmless pieces. Even as its body crumbles away, the Death Knight's glowing red eyes remain fixed on its target, repeating its final desperate command. The heavy iron boots slide back onto the polished floor as the dark, magical energy holding its physical form together rapidly dissipates. With a final, thunderous roar, the Death Knight's remaining mana detonates in a massive wave of dark magic, sending a blinding flash across the battlefield. Daer screams in surprise, completely caught off guard by the sudden, unstable explosion of demonic energy. The chapter ends with a massive, chilling cliffhanger as the dark spirit of the Death Knight screams through the dark. What a spectacular ending. The adventure continues. Aiden launches into a high-speed counterattack, unleashing a blinding flurry of blue slashes. He's moving so fast that the giant Death Knight can barely even track his movements. Aiden's face turns incredibly serious as lightning crackles all around him. He knows that his temporarily boosted body only has a few seconds left before the toll becomes too heavy. With a massive burst of physical power, Aiden launches himself directly at the monster, preparing to deliver the final decisive blow. But as his blade cuts through the air, he realizes his target has completely vanished. He looks around in pure shock, wondering where the giant could have gone. Suddenly, the chilling presence of the Death Knight appears directly behind his shoulder, its red eyes glowing through the dark. Aiden gasps as he realizes he has been completely outmaneuvered. Daer watches from the side with wide, terrified eyes. He screams a desperate warning, unable to process how the monster moved so fast. The towering undead giant raises its massive sword high, its body engulfed in a terrifying dark aura as it prepares to crush Aiden. Aiden grits his teeth in agony, his hands trembling violently as the severe side effects of the speed ring finally kick in. He realizes that if this strike lands, Silbeta's dark plans will succeed. Standing paralyzed by the pressure, Aiden realizes he has absolutely no strength left to block or dodge the incoming attack. The colossal black blade swings down with enough raw force to completely vaporize everything in its path. Suddenly, Tyan Cetus leaps from the balcony with a loud war cry, swinging his heavy wooden sword directly at the monster's neck. He refuses to let his rival and friend die in a place like this. Tyan grips his wooden hilt with absolute determination. He knows Daer is way stronger, but he refuses to just stand back and watch. His eyes glow with a brilliant blue light as he pours every single ounce of his stamina into this final, desperate strike. Right at that exact moment of crisis, Aiden's previous combat advice flashes through his mind. He remembers Aiden calling his swordsmanship light and telling him that a true master's blade must be incomparably heavy. Tyan digs his boot firmly into the shattered stone floor to channel the crushing weight of a true swordmaster. His wooden sword transforms into a beautiful blinding arc of blue light to execute a perfectly heavy and precise strike. With a spectacular explosion of blue energy, Tyan slices cleanly through the heavy iron armor to deliver a flawless victory. Fatality. The giant monster's red eyes slowly fade out as its physical form begins to disintegrate while whispering about its failed mission. The massive armored demon completely dissolves into a harmless cloud of dark purple ash floating away into the night sky. Back in the banquet hall, the remaining skeleton soldiers instantly collapse and dissolve into smoke, leaving the exhausted knights in dead silence. The spectating guards and nobles rub their eyes in absolute disbelief. They are wondering how Tyan managed to drop such a high-level monster in a single strike. The entire courtyard erupts into a deafening roar of pure excitement, with the knights chanting his name to celebrate the legendary victory. Tyan stands panting with his face covered in sweat and blood as Daer slowly approaches him with a proud smile. Daer praises him warmly. He is thoroughly impressed that Tyan has officially crossed the threshold and unlocked the S-rank stage of a semi-master. Daer extends his hand, officially recognizing Tyan as his ultimate rival and promising to repay the life-saving debt someday. Tyan turns bright red, coughing and sweat-dropping in pure embarrassment as he tries his absolute best to play it cool. The two young geniuses share a firm, respectful handshake, cementing a legendary bond that is going to change the course of the future. In the background, the crowds of nobles and soldiers continue to cheer and scream, completely hyped by the spectacular display of combat. Daer smiles and points out that they definitely should not forget to thank Aiden for his crucial support. But as he looks around the empty courtyard, his face falls. He realizes Aiden has completely vanished from the area. Tyan stares blankly at his wooden sword, feeling highly suspicious. He knows his own strength, and that final slash felt like the monster had already been severely weakened beforehand. Meanwhile, Aiden is seen limping away into the dark forest under the crescent moon. He's grumbling about how forcibly raising his power is absolutely destroying his weak body. Curse floats near his shoulder to tease the Dragonslayer King for not staying behind to enjoy his hard-earned fame. Aiden just snaps back, stating he needs immediate rest. His face turns serious as he reflects on Silbeta's early betrayal. He wonders how many of his other S-rank companions were secretly plotting against him in his previous life. He shivers from the intense physical exhaustion, but admits their timing was at least perfect to save Daer's life. Walking down the quiet capital streets, Aiden clenches his fists and vows to remain ahead of the Night King's dark plans. Curse agrees, noting that if the Silver Witch Niseta had not dealt with the Black Mages, the summoning spell would not have broken so easily. A quick flashback shows Niseta standing victoriously over the defeated heretics with her purple flames lighting up the dark alley. Aiden smiles warmly, admitting that Niseta is indeed an incredibly powerful and reliable ally to have on his side. He is highly pleased that his calculated plans managed to bypass the absolute worst-case scenario and secure a victory with zero major casualties. He continues his slow walk back to the guest quarters, looking forward to a long, peaceful sleep. Suddenly, a heavily bandaged Tyan comes sprinting down the hallway, screaming for his young master in a state of pure panic. Tyan stammers, asking if Aiden is completely uninjured after the sudden undead attack outside. Aiden just sighs and gives him a flat, deadpan look. Tyan looks absolutely exhausted and beat up. He sweat drops as he realizes his master is completely unbothered by the whole ordeal. Tyan bows and stammers an apology, explaining he got caught up fighting the undead and could not protect his master. Aiden just flashes a warm, gentle smile, telling his loyal squire that he did an incredible job and should go get some rest. The next morning, the bright sun rises over the magnificent imperial palace as little birds chirp peacefully on the balcony. Aiden lies flat under his golden blanket, snoring loudly. He passed out immediately after entering the room, sleeping like a literal log to recover his stamina. He slowly blinks his eyes open, groaning in pain and wondering how many hours he has spent sleeping in this luxurious bed. He sits up and lets out a massive yawn, still feeling incredibly sore from overusing his high-level battle stats. Suddenly, he lets out a high-pitched scream as he spots the silver-haired Niseta standing quietly by his bedside. She is just watching him sleep with a completely smug expression. Niseta calmly explains she has already thrown up a high-level sound-blocking barrier around the room, meaning no one is coming to save him, no matter how loud he screams. Aiden grabs his blankets in pure sweating embarrassment as he tries to process this sudden morning visit. He knew she would come, but this is a bit too fast even for him. He sweat drops and complains internally. He definitely did not expect the legendary Queen of Black Mages to just sneak right into his bedroom the very next day. Aiden asks how on earth she managed to bypass the elite palace security. Niseta casually replies that entering a place like this is easier than wringing a goblin's neck, but her playful expression completely vanishes. Her silver hair flutters as she tells him it is finally time for him to answer her questions. A massive, suffocating purple magical circle flares behind her as she demands to know how a simple imperial noble discovered her secret identity. Aiden grumbles about her intense, murderous aura first thing in the morning. He warns her that trying any tricks will only get her killed. He stands up calmly, explaining that he genuinely desires to maintain a friendly, cooperative relationship with her because they both share the exact same goal. Niseta looks highly skeptical, questioning how an imperial noble and a black mage could possibly have the same objective. Aiden puts on an incredibly goofy, enthusiastic smile, shouting that his main goal in life is to completely despise and destroy black mages. Niseta just stares at him in dead icy silence while Aiden laughs awkwardly to try and diffuse the sudden tension. The room remains completely silent, with Niseta's purple magical fire flaring even brighter as her face turns serious. She steps closer, commanding him to explain his words properly before she loses her remaining patience. Aiden's eyes turn sharp as he begins to explain his real philosophy regarding black magic. He explains that, originally, black magic was not a tool of pure evil, but a sacred power created to purify lands tainted by dark mana and fight underworld monsters. He points out that the current radical black mages have completely forgotten their ancestral path, walking a dark road of pure madness and destruction. He adds that he absolutely despises the renegade heretics of chaos, especially those bastards who launched the bloody assault on the palace yesterday. He flashes a warm, businesslike smile, asking if sharing a common enemy is more than enough to form a friendly alliance. Niseta stands frozen in absolute shock. She cannot believe an imperial noble actually understands the true essence of black magic. She looks down, wondering if this mysterious kid is telling the absolute truth or simply manipulating her to survive. Niseta stands in deep thought, trying to decide if she can truly trust this notorious delinquent prince with her faction's future. Aiden just winks, playfully telling. Tyan grips his wooden hilt with absolute determination. He knows Dyer is way stronger, but he refuses to just stand back and watch. His eyes glow with a brilliant blue light as he pours every single ounce of his stamina into this final, desperate strike. Right at that exact moment of crisis, Aiden's previous combat advice flashes through his mind. He remembers Aiden calling his swordsmanship light and telling him that a true master's blade must be incomparably heavy. Tyan digs his boot firmly into the shattered stone floor to channel the crushing weight of a true swordmaster. His wooden sword transforms into a beautiful, blinding arc of blue light to execute a perfectly heavy and precise strike. With a spectacular explosion of blue energy, Tyan slices cleanly through the heavy iron armor to deliver a flawless victory. Fatality. The giant monster's red eyes slowly fade out as its physical form begins to disintegrate while whispering about its failed mission. The massive armored demon completely dissolves into a harmless cloud of dark purple ash floating away into the night sky. Back in the banquet hall, the remaining skeleton soldiers instantly collapse and dissolve into smoke, leaving the exhausted knights in dead silence. The spectating guards and nobles rub their eyes in absolute disbelief. They are wondering how Tyan managed to drop such a high-level monster in a single strike. The entire courtyard erupts into a deafening roar of pure excitement, with the knights chanting his name to celebrate the legendary victory. Tyan stands panting with his face covered in sweat and blood as Dyer slowly approaches him with a proud smile. Dyer praises him warmly. He is thoroughly impressed that Tyan has officially crossed the threshold and unlocked the S-rank stage of a semi-master. Dyer extends his hand, officially recognizing Tyan as his ultimate rival and promising to repay the life-saving debt someday. Tyan turns bright red, coughing and sweat-dropping in pure embarrassment as he tries his absolute best to play it cool. The two young geniuses share a firm, respectful handshake, cementing a legendary bond that is going to change the course of the future. In the background, the crowds of nobles and soldiers continue to cheer and scream, completely hyped by the spectacular display of combat. Dyer smiles and points out that they definitely should not forget to thank Aiden for his crucial support. But as he looks around the empty courtyard, his face falls. He realizes Aiden has completely vanished from the area. Tyan stares blankly at his wooden sword, feeling highly suspicious. He knows his own strength, and that final slash felt like the monster had already been severely weakened beforehand. Meanwhile, Aiden is seen limping away into the dark forest under the crescent moon. He is grumbling about how forcibly raising his power is absolutely destroying his weak body. Curse floats near his shoulder to tease the Dragonslayer King for not staying behind to enjoy his hard-earned fame. Aiden just snaps back, stating he needs immediate rest. His face turns serious as he reflects on Silbeta's early betrayal. He wonders how many of his other S-rank companions were secretly plotting against him in his previous life. He shivers from the intense physical exhaustion but admits their timing was at least perfect to save Dary's life. Walking down the quiet capital streets, Aiden clenches his fists and vows to remain ahead of the Night King's dark plans. Curse agrees, noting that if the Silver Witch Niseta had not dealt with the Black Mages, the summoning spell would not have broken so easily. A quick flashback shows Niseta standing victoriously over the defeated heretics with her purple flames lighting up the dark alley. Aiden smiles warmly, admitting that Niseta is indeed an incredibly powerful and reliable ally to have on his side. He is highly pleased that his calculated plans managed to bypass the absolute worst-case scenario and secure a victory with 0 major casualties. He continues his slow walk back to the guest quarters, looking forward to a long, peaceful sleep. Suddenly, a heavily bandaged Tyan comes sprinting down the hallway, screaming for his young master in a state of pure panic. Tyan stammers, asking if Aiden is completely uninjured after the sudden undead attack outside. Aiden just sighs and gives him a flat, deadpan look. Tyan looks absolutely exhausted and beat up. He sweat drops as he realizes his master is completely unbothered by the whole ordeal. Tyan bows and stammers an apology, explaining he got caught up fighting the undead and could not protect his master. Aiden just flashes a warm, gentle smile, telling his loyal squire that he did an incredible job and should go get some rest. The next morning, the bright sun rises over the magnificent imperial palace as little birds chirp peacefully on the balcony. Aiden lies flat under his golden blanket, snoring loudly. He passed out immediately after entering the room, sleeping like a literal log to recover his stamina. He slowly blinks his eyes open, groaning in pain and wondering how many hours he has spent sleeping in this luxurious bed. He sits up and lets out a massive yawn, still feeling incredibly sore from overusing his high-level battle stats. Suddenly, he lets out a high-pitched scream as he spots the silver-haired Niseta standing quietly by his bedside. She is just watching him sleep with a completely smug expression. Niseta calmly explains she has already thrown up a high-level sound-blocking barrier around the room, meaning no one is coming to save him, no matter how loud he screams. Aiden grabs his blankets in pure sweating embarrassment as he tries to process this sudden morning visit. He knew she would come, but this is a bit too fast even for him. He sweat drops and complains internally. He definitely did not expect the legendary Queen of Black Mages to just sneak right into his bedroom the very next day. Aiden asks how on earth she managed to bypass the elite palace security. Niseta casually replies that entering a place like this is easier than wringing a goblin's neck. But her playful expression completely vanishes. Her silver hair flutters as she tells him it is finally time for him to answer her questions. A massive, suffocating purple magical circle flares behind her as she demands to know how a simple imperial noble discovered her secret identity. Aiden grumbles about her intense, murderous aura first thing in the morning. He warns her that trying any tricks will only get her killed. He stands up calmly, explaining that he genuinely desires to maintain a friendly, cooperative relationship with her because they both share the exact same goal. Niseta looks highly skeptical, questioning how an imperial noble and a black mage could possibly have the same objective. Aiden puts on an incredibly goofy, enthusiastic smile, shouting that his main goal in life is to completely despise and destroy black mages. Niseta just stares at him in dead icy silence while Aiden laughs awkwardly to try and diffuse the sudden tension. The room remains completely silent, with Niseta's purple magical fire flaring even brighter as her face turns serious. She steps closer, commanding him to explain his words properly before she loses her remaining patience. Aiden's eyes turn sharp as he begins to explain his real philosophy regarding black magic. He explains that, originally, black magic was not a tool of pure evil, but a sacred power created to purify lands tainted by dark mana and fight underworld monsters. He points out that the current radical black mages have completely forgotten their ancestral path, walking a dark road of pure madness and destruction. He adds that he absolutely despises the renegade heretics of chaos, especially those bastards who launched the bloody assault on the palace yesterday. He flashes a warm, business-like smile, asking if sharing a common enemy is more than enough to form a friendly alliance. Mesita stands frozen in absolute shock. She cannot believe an imperial noble actually understands the true essence of black magic. She looks down, wondering if this mysterious kid is telling the absolute truth or simply manipulating her to survive. Mesita stands in deep thought, trying to decide if she can truly trust this notorious delinquent prince with her faction's future. Aiden just winks, playfully telling. He leans in close, asking if she genuinely thinks there is anything he does not know. After all, he carries the ultimate secrets of his previous life. He whispers a highly confidential and shocking piece of future history directly into her ear, making her eyes widen in absolute horror. Suddenly, the heavy wooden bedroom door creaks open, catching them both completely off guard. A very cheerful Lo and Tyan step into the room, announcing that the young master has some early morning visitors. The two squires instantly freeze in absolute dead silence, staring with dinner-plate eyes at the highly suggestive scene. Finding their master standing in his nightshirt, whispering to a beautiful silver-haired woman is a massive red flag. Aiden's face turns bright red as he screams at the top of his lungs. He waves his hands desperately and cries that this is a terrible misunderstanding. Tyan and Lo stand in absolute silence inside the bedroom, completely frozen by the incredibly suspicious scene. Aiden frantically tries to clear his throat to break the awkward tension. He starts stammering and sweating profusely as he tries to convince them that nothing weird is happening. He claims they were merely having a brief conversation. Aiden is covered in a nervous cold sweat as he begs them to believe him. He points out that their highly judgmental expressions show they are getting the entirely wrong idea. Meanwhile, Niseta stands with her arms crossed, looking highly skeptical. She asks if Aiden honestly expects her to believe a massive drought is about to hit the Barkan territory, which is famously known as the Land of Plenty. She points out that Barkan is a legendary agricultural hub that has not suffered from a single drought since the founding of the empire. His prediction sounds completely absurd. Aiden desperately begs her to trust him for just 3 months, warning her that they need to act fast. But more importantly, he realizes he needs to chase after Tyan before these rumors completely ruin his reputation. Chibi Auden physically pushes Chibi Niseta out of his quarters, yelling that they will finish their secret discussion later. Mesita narrows her eyes with a terrifying glare. She warns him that his prediction better not be a lie because she knows exactly how to track him down even if he tries to run. Once she leaves, Aiden clutches his chest, sighing in relief. He knows the drought is guaranteed to happen, but dealing with that scary witch is seriously taking a toll on his heart. He walks back into his room, only to find Tyan standing by the door looking incredibly tense. Aiden sweat drops, nervously asking what brings him back. Tyan looks down at his clutched fist with a serious face. Aiden wonders if the hot-headed young master has come to challenge him to another duel. But to Aiden's surprise, Tyan grinds his teeth and admits that, although it is highly frustrating, Aiden is indeed the rightful owner of the legendary sword Beelzebub. Aiden sweat drops and scratches his cheek, completely confused by this sudden, random praise. Tyan gulps hard, looking down at his feet as he struggles to get his next words out. With a deep, respectful bow, Tyan formally thanks Aiden for everything. Aiden stands there completely dumbfounded, wondering if this is actually the exact same stubborn, arrogant kid who challenged him yesterday. Tyan looks up with a red face, admitting he is truly grateful. He explains that while the public thinks he defeated the Death Knight single-handedly, he already knows the truth. Tyan points out that the monster's armor was already falling apart before he even landed his strike. He adds that Aiden's guidance during the duel finally helped him break through his limits. Aiden smirks quietly, noting that Tyan's fierce determination indeed resembles his legendary father. But Tyan suddenly claps him hard on the shoulder, proudly announcing that he has officially decided to acknowledge Aiden as his rival. Aiden is left completely speechless. Tian laughs heartily, telling him he should be extremely proud because he is only the second person he has ever acknowledged after Daer. He warns Aiden not to let his guard down, promising to train like crazy to eventually defeat him and reclaim his family's heirloom sword. Aiden looks completely dead inside, sweating heavily as he realizes Tyan is indeed exactly like his stubborn father. The two walk down the hallway together, casually deciding to drop the formal honorifics since they are officially rivals now. The scene transitions under a bright, sunny sky to a few days later. Inside a luxurious royal carriage, Lo informs his master that they will be arriving at the Reams territory very soon. Aiden looks out the window casually, asking Lo how his previous combat injuries are healing up. Lo looks incredibly teary-eyed and happy, thanking Aiden for the expensive holy potions that managed to heal every single one of his wounds. Aiden points a finger at him, jokingly telling him he better be nice from now on after receiving such expensive treatment. He gets a sneaky wide grin, noting that the imperial family was incredibly generous to give them enough reward gold to buy several massive mansions. Thanks to that massive financial boost, Aiden managed to buy some high-grade training materials along with some nice gifts for his parents and staff. He thinks of the young girl Ellis, wondering if she will like the special gift he bought for her. He looks at the gift box wrapped with an adorable pink bunny plushie, praying that his taste in gifts is not completely trash. The carriage finally rolls through the gates of Maryland, entering the beautiful Reims Duchy territory. A massive crowd of villagers surrounds the carriage, cheering wildly and praising their young troll prince for protecting the imperial palace. Aiden's face turns bright red, sweat dropping as he realizes the rumors of his battle have already managed to spread this far. He covers his face in pure embarrassment, admitting he will never be able to get used to these flashy, welcoming ceremonies. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a massive object standing in the center of the courtyard, and his face instantly freezes. Aiden screams in absolute horror, asking what on earth that hideous thing is. The camera pans up a giant golden statue of an incredibly jacked, shirtless man showing off massive pectoral muscles and flexing biceps. Aiden stares in pure disbelief, his face turning pale as he realizes the giant golden face looks exactly like his own. Lo happily explains that to commemorate his legendary victory against the high troll Duke Freed, secretly commissioned the village's top artists to build this monument. Aiden's jaw completely drops to the floor. He screams in pure, unadulterated horror as he tries to process his father's ridiculous monument. The golden statue sparkles under the morning sun, showing off its incredibly detailed muscular physique. Aiden is seen leaning over the side of the carriage with his face completely green as he projectile vomits in pure disgust. Lo screams at him not to throw up inside the carriage. They finally arrive at the magnificent Remise ducal residence, standing tall under the clear blue sky. Aiden steps out grumbling that he is going to have a serious talk with his father, while Lo distributes the gifts. He walks furiously down the grand hallways, seething with rage that his father erected such an embarrassing monument without his permission. A polite maid bows deeply to welcome him back, but Aiden is too ticked off to even notice. Suddenly, Aiden notices the surrounding servants are looking incredibly tense, whispering among themselves with pale faces. He blushes in anger, assuming they are all gossiping and laughing about his ridiculous golden statue in the courtyard. He arrives at the office door and gives a heavy knock, preparing to demand some answers from his father. But the moment Duke Fried opens the door, he has a sweating, pale face, bowing his head and apologizing earnestly. Aiden's sweat drops, telling him that if he apologizes so intensely, it is going to make Aiden feel like a bad guy. Fried quickly waves his hands, clarifying that he is not apologizing for the great statue, but rather for a massive crisis that just occurred. Aiden's face instantly turns serious as his father drops a massive bombshell. Fried explains with a dark shadow over his face that while Aiden was away, the alchemist Joseph and his daughter Ellis were forcibly taken by heresy inquisitors. Aiden's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated shock, screaming the names of his friends. Fried explains that the inquisitors claimed Joseph and Ellis were runaways from the Holy Fire Order, leaving the duchy with zero authority to stop them. He adds that Joseph surprisingly surrendered himself willingly to protect the estate, giving Fried absolutely no excuse to interfere. With a loud bang, Aiden slams his hands onto the desk, his eyes burning with pure fury. He demands to confirm if his friends were escorted directly to the Holy Fire Order's headquarters. Fried can only nod nervously in response. Aiden instantly spins around and walks toward the exit, his body radiating a cold, murderous intent. Fried panics, warning him that the three great orders possess immense political power, and attacking them will destroy their entire family. Aiden looks back with a cold, unsettling smile, calmly assuring his father that he merely wants to see their faces one last time. Fried looks extremely worried, raising his hand and telling his son to be incredibly careful on his journey. Aiden slams the door behind him, leaving his father's office in absolute silence. Curse floats on his shoulder, teasing that Aiden's polite words on the outside are completely different from his thoughts. Aiden admits he had to lie to prevent his father from locking him up. The chapter ends on a chilling note as Aiden's eyes glow with an incredibly fierce, blood-cold blue light. He vows that if those inquisitors dare to lay a single finger on his friends, he will personally crush the entire order. The three major holy churches of the continent possess immense political power. They directly represent their respective deities on Earth, and even the mighty empire has absolutely no authority to interfere with their laws. Those individuals chosen by the gods to lead these legendary orders are called saints. They serve as divine intermediaries who manifest holy power, bridging the gap between humanity and divinity. But unlike the other two massive churches, the Holy Fire Order has been suffering for decades, having failed to produce a single symbolic saint to guide them. Without a saint to represent their divine authority, the Holy Fire Order has been on a long, tragic path of decline, losing nearly 4/5 of its former size and influence over the years. With a loud squeak, a simple merchant carriage grinds to a halt. The driver calls out from the front, announcing that they have officially arrived at their destination. Aiden steps out onto the dirt road, adjusting his belt. He looks up at the massive, ancient structure towering in front of them under the clear sky. He chuckles, commenting on how riding in a bumpy merchant carriage brings back some highly nostalgic memories of his former mercenary days. The chubby trading guide Pobel laughs heartily, rubbing his hands together and boasting that providing comfortable travel is the absolute minimum they can do for such a highly valued customer. Pobel explains that taking the secret shortcuts known only to local merchants has gotten them here much faster than taking the standard trade routes. Lo is seen completely losing his stomach over a bush. Seeing your companion projectile vomit is always a gross experience. Aiden scans the colossal spires of the cathedral in the distance. He notes that although the Holy Fire Order has weakened over the decades, their main sanctuary remains incredibly vast and intimidating. The massive, stone-walled cathedral stands tall against the blue sky, looking like an impregnable fortress that ordinary people would have no hope of entering. Aiden turns back to his guide, admitting that Pobel's assessment of the situation was completely correct. Pobal sweat drops, explaining that since the sanctuary is currently in a strict closed-down state, they will not be allowed to enter the gates. He points out that he only brought Aiden here because the young master insisted. Right on cue, they witness a desperate father carrying his critically ill child, begging the temple guards for a cure, but they are flatly rejected because the sanctuary is closed to outsiders. Aiden's face turns serious. He notes that normally the sanctuary gates would be bustling with sick commoners seeking divine treatment. He connects the dots, realizing the sudden suspicious shutdown occurred at the exact same time Joseph and Ellis were taken. There is definitely a massive conspiracy brewing inside. Pobel looks highly skeptical, asking the young master how on earth he plans to break into a heavily guarded holy fortress. Aiden just chuckles. He gets that incredibly sneaky, mischievous smirk, promising he has his own unique ways of breaking in. Pobel watches in absolute sweating disbelief as Aiden effortlessly dismantles the temple guards. He realizes this young master is far more dangerous than he looks. At the grand entrance of the sanctuary, 2 muscular guards stand in high alert positions holding heavy steel spears. The lead guard looks down his face, instantly turning serious as he spots the uninvited guests approaching. Aiden politely introduces himself as Aiden Rems of the House of Duke, Rems calmly announcing that he has some urgent business inside and wishes to enter. The guard flatly rejects his request, stating that the sanctuary is closed to all outsiders. He adds that no matter how prestigious his noble family is, he cannot enter. Aiden does not blink, calmly repeating that he absolutely needs to go inside to find his friends. Aiden walks forward, placing his hand directly onto the guard's chest and firmly telling him to open the gate. The guard panics, reaching for his weapon. With a lightning-fast movement, Aiden grabs the guard's arm and executes a perfect fluid shoulder throw. The guard is thrown completely over Aiden's shoulder, crashing heavily onto the stone floor with a loud thud. The second guard gets absolutely furious, pointing his spear at Aiden. He screams that attacking a holy monk of the order is a crime even a duke's family cannot escape from. The guard lunges forward with a heavy thrust, but Aiden easily duck dives underneath the spear strike with effortless grace. Aiden instantly closes the distance, slamming his elbow directly into the guard's stomach with massive physical force. Watching the short-lived battle from behind a pillar, Pobel sweat drops. He realizes the young master is an absolute monster when it comes to combat. Aiden pushes the heavy double doors open, stepping into the dimly lit, silent cathedral corridor. Curse floats on his shoulder, complaining that the holy energy filling the cathedral is incredibly unpleasant for a creature of pure darkness. Suddenly, the sounds of heavy footsteps echo from the top of the stairs, and Aiden realizes a fresh squad of guards is already heading his way. The guards spot him screaming in anger about an intruder and drawing their weapons to end him right here. Aiden smiles calmly, asking Curse if he has any idea where Joseph and Ellis are locked up. Curse just flatly replies that he has absolutely no clue. The squad of temple monks charges down the grand hallway, thrusting their spears and demanding his immediate surrender. Curse chuckles, asking if the Dragonslayer King is planning to slaughter the entire squad. Aiden replies that turning the entire Holy Order against him would be far too much of a hassle. He smirks, reaching for his finger as he announces he has a much better and highly dramatic solution to resolve this crisis. With a bright pink flash, he activates the Ring of Swiftness. He transforms into a pure blinding streak of blue light that zips past the charging guards. As he runs, Curse asks what his grand plan is. Aiden replies that his goal is to reach and ring the legendary Bell of Lamentation. He explains that according to the ancient laws of the Holy Fire Order, anyone who rings the Bell of Lamentation is granted an immediate audience with the High Priest to resolve any injustice, completely bypassing all other authority. At the top of a massive towering flight of stone stairs sits a giant glowing golden bell. Aiden notes that because people used to ring it for trivial reasons, the church moved it to the highest point to prevent easy access. But despite that handicap, the church could not get rid of the bell entirely because it is a sacred part of their founding laws, which is why his strategy is completely foolproof. The temple guards scream in absolute panic, shouting at the top of their lungs to stop the intruder before he reaches the bell. Aiden continues his relentless sprint up the stairs, noting that the steps are much longer than he anticipated. He decides to activate the speed ring for a third time to bridge the remaining distance. He grins, his eyes narrowing with intense focus as he approaches the final landing. The massive golden bell of lamentation stands directly in front of him, glowing under the bright sun. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him. Aiden gasps in surprise as a massive presence descends from above. A giant muscular monk carrying a colossal iron mace leaps through the air. The heavy mace crashes onto the stone platform with an earth-shattering boom, sending up a massive cloud of dust and rubble. Aiden barely rolls out of the way in time. He sweats slightly, realizing this opponent was actually able to accurately track his high-speed movements. The giant monk lifts his massive weapon, boasting that while Aiden managed to get past the minor monks, he will never be allowed to ring the sacred bell. The giant introduces himself as Gabu, the highest-ranking guardian monk of the Holy Fire Order. Kerr's sweat drops, asking if this giant is actually a normal human. Aiden sighs, admitting that in terms of pure raw muscular build, this is the first time he has ever seen an ogre-like human in his entire life. Furthermore, he realizes he has officially reached his daily limit for using the speed ring, leaving him with absolutely no choice but to engage in a direct physical battle. His sword flares with a brilliant blue mana aura as he warns the giant that if he continues to block his way, he will have to cut him down. Gabu laughs loudly, calling his threats absurd, but noting that Aiden's high-level sword aura makes him a highly worthy opponent. The giant tightly grips his heavy steel mace, preparing to launch a brutal attack. With a massive swing, Gabu's mace clashes against Aiden's sword with a deafening screech, sending sparks flying across the stone platform. Even though he blocked it, Aiden's arms vibrate violently from the impact. He is completely shocked by the giant's ridiculous physical power. He notes that in terms of pure, raw muscle strength, this monk is actually stronger than the legendary Margrave Cetus, which is practically unheard of. Gabu laughs maniacally, thoroughly thrilled to finally find an opponent strong enough to withstand a single direct strike from his mace. Kerr giggles on his shoulder, asking if humans always become more psychotic as they grow stronger. Aiden grumbles that he simply has terrible luck meeting weird people. Gabu swings his mace again with terrifying speed, aiming directly at Aiden's torso. Aiden quickly summons the Golden Banshee's spirit shield, preparing to block the heavy impact and launch an immediate counterattack. The massive mace crashes directly onto the surface of the golden shield with a giant metallic clang that echoes across the entire sanctuary. The giant monk looks completely shocked as his heavy strike is easily deflected, leaving him momentarily wide open. Aiden's face turns psychotic as he stands victoriously behind his glowing shield. He prepares to deliver a finishing blow with Kerr screaming inside his head about the immense power-up. Aiden launches into a rapid, circular slash with his glowing sword clashing forcefully against the giant's heavy iron weapon and sending a shower of sparks across the stone. Gabu leaps high into the air, bringing his massive steel mace down with earth-shattering force. The resulting impact completely shatters the stone platform in a blinding explosion of dust and debris. Aiden stands bruised and bleeding amidst the smoke. Gabu smiles arrogantly, asking if the intruder is already finished and complaining that he was hoping for a much better workout after so long. The giant monk turns on his heel, casually dragging his mace along the shattered floor and muttering that the short fight was at least somewhat fun while it lasted. But suddenly, a massive, explosive cloud of dark mana erupts from behind him, catching the giant completely off guard. The smoke parts to reveal Aiden charging forward like a bullet with his eyes glowing with a psychotic, battle-hungry light. Aiden drives his glowing blue blade directly at the giant's neck. Gabu is completely stunned that his opponent can still move with such speed after taking a direct hit. Gabu barely tilts his head in time, letting the razor-sharp sword aura slice his cheek. He sweat drops, realizing a single millimeter of error would have gotten his head chopped off. The giant monk jumps back, noting that Aiden hid in the smoke specifically to throw his aura-imbued sword. Gabu wipes the blood from his cheek, boasting that, although it was a clever trick, Aiden's final desperate attempt completely missed its target. The giant raises his heavy mace, once again declaring that a swordsman who has thrown away his own blade is only left with a quick and brutal death. Aiden flashes a highly playful, sharp-toothed grin as he launches his final desperate gambit. Gabu is completely caught off guard by his sudden, bizarre confidence. Gabu sweat drops his instincts, screaming that something is highly wrong. He wonders if the kid has permanently lost his mind before facing his execution. Suddenly, Gabu realizes the trajectory of the thrown sword was not aimed at his body at all, but was heading directly behind him. The legendary dark blade Beelzebub flies high through the air, sparkling under the bright sunlight. With a massive, echoing metallic gong, the hilt of the thrown sword smashes directly into the golden bell of lamentation. Gabu stands frozen, his eyes wide in absolute shock as he finally realizes Aiden's true, calculated target was the bell from the very beginning. Aiden stands panting but smirking, spitting out a mouthful of blood and declaring that since the sacred bell has officially been rung, the Order must now bring out their high priest. Both warriors stand in silence on the ruined platform, catching their breath under the clear blue sky. The deep, thunderous vibration of the golden bell echoes across the entire valley, officially announcing that the sanctuary's closed-down state is over. A while later, the scene cuts to the quiet, luxurious healing quarters inside the Holy Fire Order's main sanctuary. Aiden stretches his arms, amazed by how incredibly fast his severe injuries were healed by the Order's top-grade recovery magic. On his shoulder, Curse grumbles, telling the Dragon Slayer to hurry up and leave because these humans are far too crude. Aiden looks highly confused, asking what on earth the little demon means by crude all of a sudden. Curse flares with a dramatic, angry red aura, complaining that the monks poured massive waves of pure holy energy directly into his body to heal Aiden. Since Curse is a creature of pure darkness, the holy light felt like absolute torture. Aiden laughs, teasing the little demon that it serves him right for sneakily possessing his body. Suddenly, a polite knock on the door interrupts their bickering. A kind-faced priest opens the door, smiling warmly and checking in to see if their prestigious guest is feeling better. The man introduces himself as Hakal Kortin, the esteemed vice-high priest of the Holy Fire Order. Aiden politely greets him, noting that Hakal seems surprisingly kind and decent compared to the terrifying rumors surrounding his name. Curse whispers in his ear, asking if Aiden knows this vice-high priest as well. Aiden's face turns serious, confirming that Hakal is indeed the next successor to the current high priest. In his mind, Aiden recalls the dark history of his past life, where Hakal eventually became the corrupt high priest who completely brought down the Order with greed and black magic. Aiden is highly intrigued to meet the future betrayer, noting that bringing a sacred order with hundreds of years of tradition to absolute ruin in an instant requires an extraordinary amount of malice. He apologizes for breaking through their gates, but Hakal gently waves his hand, reassuring him that since he rang the bell of lamentation, he is officially a guest of the Order. Hakal welcomes him warmly, gesturing toward the door. Aiden's sweat drops as the giant monk Gabu walks into the room looking highly embarrassed and rubbing his bald head. Gabu apologizes for breaking Aiden's shield during their duel, generously offering to let him choose any replacement shield from the church's armory. Aiden politely declines, explaining that his golden shield is highly unique and possesses a special spiritual connection that allows it to regenerate on its own. He looks at the golden bracelet on his wrist, noting that while the Banshee's spirit shield can regenerate, the heavy impact from the Death Knight's previous strike has severely slowed down its recovery. He calculates that it will take at least another 4 days to fully recover, warning himself to be extremely cautious during his stay. Aiden quickly changes the subject, requesting to meet with the current high priest to discuss the release of Joseph and Ellis. He explains that he needs to speak with the highest authority to settle the dispute immediately. Hakal smiles, bitterly explaining that while the law guarantees an audience, the current high priest is severely ill and unable to meet with anyone, meaning a proxy will meet him instead. Aiden looks highly suspicious, wondering if this sudden illness is also connected to the mysterious closure of the sanctuary. The group walks down the grand, marble-walled corridors of the main sanctuary toward the drawing room. Aiden remembers the current high priest Kurtle from his previous life, wondering what on earth could have happened to him. He recalls that in his past life, Kurtle was an incredibly kind and selfless old priest who once saved Aiden's life from grave danger without asking for a single thing in return. The memory shows the gentle, white-haired Kurtle smiling warmly, explaining that helping those in need is the absolute duty of the Holy Fire. Curse grumbles on his shoulder, complaining that if he had that kind of holy power, he would have squeezed every single gold coin out of his patients. Aiden just tells him to shut up. Hakal halts in front of a pair of giant golden double doors, announcing that they have arrived at the chamber of the Order's current highest authority. The heavy doors slowly creak open, and Aiden steels himself, determined to rescue his friends regardless of who is standing inside. He steps into the bright sunlit room, his eyes scanning the luxurious interior. Hakal bows deeply, introducing the young master who successfully managed to ring the bell of lamentation. Aiden's eyes lock onto a small blonde girl happily stuffing her face with sweet cookies at the main table. His face instantly freezes in absolute sweating shock as he recognizes the little girl. It is none other than Ellis. She is wearing a magnificent white and gold saintess uniform, pointing her cookie at Aiden and screaming his name in excitement while Joseph stands nearby. Aiden stammers, completely dumbfounded to find Joseph and his daughter casually hanging out in the most luxurious room of the palace. He looks back at the bowing priest, unable to make sense of the situation. Hakal bows deeply to the little girl, addressing her with absolute trembling respect as the newly chosen saintess and divine representative of the holy fire. Aiden's jaw completely drops to the floor, his eyes popping out in absolute mind-blown shock. He was ready to fight a war to rescue a little girl, only to find out she is literally a divine saintess. A few minutes later, the two sit down inside a quiet grand meeting room. Aiden crosses his arms with a serious expression, demanding that Joseph explain exactly what is going on. Joseph bows his head, apologizing deeply for keeping secrets and preparing to explain his true hidden past. Joseph stands up proudly, introducing himself as a former master member of the legendary 7 Stars Society of Alchemists. Aiden slams his hands onto the wooden table in pure sweating disbelief. He cannot believe a humble slave alchemist he rescued from the slums is actually part of an elite top-tier magical order. Joseph explains that the 7 Stars is a legendary group composed of the 7 absolute greatest alchemists of the continent, possessing power second only to the High Priest. Aiden asks how such a highly ranked and powerful alchemist ended up running away to live as a slave in a dirty slum. Joseph sighs, explaining that every 40 years a new saint is chosen by the gods to lead their holy order. And, once a saint's 40-year term ends, their divine power is returned, and a new baby is born with the sacred golden mark of the stigma. But 10 years ago, a mysterious, dark conspiracy began within the church, and the young saint candidates possessing the stigma started getting brutally murdered one by one. He reveals that his daughter Ellis was born with the stigma, meaning she was a prime target for the assassins. He chose to throw away his rank and escape to the slums just to keep his precious daughter alive. Aiden nods, finally understanding the tragic reason behind Joseph's desperate escape. Joseph looks down, sweating as he worries about the dark shadows still lingering inside the church. Aiden's eyes narrow with intense suspicion. He remembers that in his previous life, there were absolutely no records of saint candidates being murdered around this time. The future has officially changed, and a terrifying new mystery has officially begun. We start off with a brief flashback to a few days ago back at the magnificent Duke Reem's estate. Sir Spela stands firmly at the mansion gates, reminding the Imperial Inquisitors that without the Duke's direct orders, absolutely no one is allowed to take their guests away. The lead Inquisitor gets highly defensive, demanding to know how a mere local knight dares to obstruct the sacred execution of the Holy Church's trial. He warns Spele that no matter how prestigious the Duke's house is, obstructing their sacred duties will bring down severe imperial consequences. He demands they hand over the fugitives immediately. The two sides engage in a loud, heated argument, with neither of them willing to back down an inch. Suddenly, Joseph steps out of the mansion, calling out to stop the bickering. Spele gasps in surprise, telling him he should not have come out. Joseph politely asks Sir Spela if he can have a brief moment to speak with the lead Inquisitor. The Inquisitor turns around surprised but pleased to see the legendary runaway alchemist after so many years of searching. Joseph gets a serious glare, demanding to know why the church is suddenly launching such a forceful, high-profile manhunt for him now. The Inquisitor admits that after Joseph ran away, everyone assumed he had died in some dirty slum, but they recently realized they were wrong when no new saint candidates were born. He explains they managed to track his location to the Remez Duchy immediately after the high-profile annihilation of the local Cerberus gang. Joseph warns him that there might still be dangerous assassins lurking inside the church who are actively targeting candidates with the stigma. He states he cannot send his daughter back, but the Inquisitor insists they have absolutely no other choice, his face sweating as he struggles to get his next words out. He explains that there is a highly critical top-secret reason why they must bring the young saintess back to the sanctuary at all costs. Back in the present, Aiden's eyes widen in shock as Joseph reveals that the current High Priest Kurtel has suddenly collapsed from a critical illness. Joseph explains that the church's legendary holy arts and medical technology have been completely unable to cure him, creating a massive sense of crisis. The church's plan is to officially coronate Ellis as the new saintess, utilizing her immense raw holy power to forcefully heal the High Priest and restore the order's declining prestige. Joseph bows deeply to Aiden, apologizing once again for causing so much trouble and leaving the estate without explaining the situation first. Huckle stares at him with pure confusion, wondering if this young master is actually mad. Aiden grinds his teeth in frustration, thinking that in his previous life, High Priest Kurtel was a legendary figure who was supposed to be running around healing people for years. He calculates that Kurtel's critical illness was not supposed to occur for another 3 whole years, wondering how the timeline of future events has been moved forward so rapidly. A chilling thought strikes him, and he wonders if his own actions and reincarnation have started to permanently warp the laws of reality. Later, Gabu leads Auden and his companion down a quiet stone-walled corridor toward the private healing chambers. Aiden follows behind, glad he secured Joseph's permission to stay at the sanctuary so he can investigate this anomaly further. Curse floats near his shoulder, complaining once again about having to stay in this highly unpleasant holy sanctuary. Aiden tells him to bear with it. Gavu halts in front of a pair of heavy wooden doors, informing them that visitors are strictly limited to exactly 5 minutes. The heavy door creaks open, and Aiden steps into the quiet, dimly lit chamber of the high priest. The moment he steps inside, Aiden's face turns pale as he is hit by a massive, suffocating stench of pure rot and dark energy. He walks slowly toward the center of the room, his eyes scanning the quiet chamber. In the bed lies the legendary High Priest Kirtle, looking completely pale and gray, as if his life force has been entirely drained. Aiden stands over the bed looking down at the legendary priest who once saved his life. He is deeply saddened to see Kirtle in such a pathetic, weakened state, grumbling that he wanted to repay his debt in this life. But as he looks closer, Aiden's eyes suddenly widen in shock as he senses a strange, dark magic swirling around the bed. Kirtle's entire body is completely covered in giant, dark purple shadowy hands of pure malice suffocating his soul. Aiden stands frozen, staring in absolute disbelief at the terrifying dark energy. Curse's red panel pops up on his shoulder, calmly confirming that the priest's illness is actually a high-level, lethal dark curse. Curse explains that normally it is completely impossible for a regular human to see a curse, but because Aiden carries the soul of the Underlord, he can perceive it perfectly. He points out that the curse is incredibly complex, having been delicately crafted by an elite warlock over a long period of time to slowly eat away Kirtle's organs. Aiden realizes that Kirtle did not collapse from a natural illness, but was actually the victim of a highly calculated assassination attempt from within the church. He clenches his fist in fury, knowing that curses are the exclusive domain of warlocks, meaning a traitor is active inside. He connects the dots, realizing that since Kirtle's collapse was not a disease, his previous life knowledge was completely bypassed. Aiden asks how they can break the curse, and Curse explains that a curse of this caliber has practically integrated with Kirtle's body, making it impossible to break. He notes the only solution would be to find the original warlock who cast the spell, or use a massive, overwhelming amount of pure, holy energy to forcefully burn it away. Hakal explained earlier that the church plans to use Ellis's raw, unawakened holy power to cleanse Kirtle's body. Curse pops up with a suspicious glare, noting that injecting a saintess's raw holy power is indeed the only way to break a warlock's curse. Aiden's eyes turn sharp. He realizes that if Kirtle is successfully healed, the warlock's plans will fail, meaning Ellis herself is now in grave danger of being targeted by the assassin. Suddenly, a loud, high-pitched scream of absolute terror echoes from the hallway, and Aiden's face instantly turns pale as he recognizes the voice. Without a second thought, Aiden sprints out of the room, charging down the long stone corridors. He runs like a madman, praying that the traitor has not already made a move on the young saintess. He pushes past the heavy double doors, his face covered in cold sweat as he screams Ellis's name. He finds a group of temple guards standing outside her room, whispering in confusion. Aiden charges past them, slamming the bedroom door open and shouting to make sure she is uninjured. But as the dust settles, he finds Joseph and a maid standing calmly by her bed, looking completely confused by his sudden dramatic entrance. The maid sweat drops, quickly explaining that she did not do anything weird and was merely replacing the candles. She explains that the moment she turned off the old candles to light the new ones, the room fell into complete darkness, and Ellis suddenly started screaming in panic. Aiden looks over at the bed, realizing she screamed because she is terrified of the dark. He remembers that she always slept with the lights on back at the estate. A quick flashback shows young Ellis huddled inside a cold, dark iron prison cell during her time as a captive of the Cerberus gang, crying in silence. Aiden sighs in relief, calmly asking Joseph to clear the room for a moment so he can speak with her alone. Ellis sits huddled in the center of her massive bed, shivering violently in the dim light and whispering that she is scared of the dark. The poor girl cries silently, holding her head and begging for help. Aiden walks up, gently calling her name to get her attention. He extends his hand, offering a warm, reassuring smile to calm her down. He promises her that as long as he is around, absolutely no one will ever lay a finger on his people, not even the Undervorg himself. Ellis looks up with big, watery anime eyes, her tears sparkling as she stares at her savior. With a loud cry, she leaps out of the bed and hugs Aiden tightly around the waist, burying her face in his shirt. She completely loses all her composure, letting out an ugly cry of pure relief. The poor girl has been holding in her trauma for so long. Aiden hugs her back, gently looking relieved as the young saintess's panic finally starts to settle down. The maid quickly lights the warm lantern on the wall, filling the room with a comforting golden glow. Aiden sits on the edge of the bed next to her, calmly asking if she is feeling better. Ellis looks down, nervously clutching her robes and asking if she has something to say. She looks up with a serious, cute expression, asking Aiden if it is truly okay for a weak, scared girl like her to become a saintess. The adventure continues. Sitting quietly on the edge of the bed, young Ellis looks up at Aiden, her eyes filled with a deep, unspoken anxiety. She looks down at her tiny hands, nervously asking if a weak, easily frightened girl like her is truly allowed to become a saintess. She points out that all the saintesses in her fairy tale books are incredibly brave, strong, and beautiful, whereas she considers herself nothing but a trembling coward. She remembers her comfortable days playing with Kathy and her dog back at the Reams estate, tearfully admitting she has absolutely no desire to be special and merely wants to go home. Aiden's hand slowly reaches out, his fingers flexing as he prepares to respond to her childish whining. Aiden casually forehead flicks her, telling her she is completely overthinking things. Our boy definitely has a highly unrefined way of comforting kids. Ellis clutches her forehead, crying out in acute pain as Aiden barks at her to stop letting minor details fill her head with useless anxiety. He tells her that she has absolutely no idea what being a saintess actually means, raising his hand to lecture her properly. Ellis pouts, asking if Aiden thinks he knows anything about saintesses. Aiden proudly replies that he is practically an expert. He smiles warmly, starting to explain that in his previous life, he and the previous saintess were close friends. He suddenly cuts himself off, his smile fading as a look of intense, bitter pain crosses his face. A painful memory flashes in his mind, showing the cold, blood-soaked face of the previous saintess who eventually joined the traitors to execute him. Ellis tilts her head in confusion, asking what he meant by friends all of a sudden. Aiden quickly covers his slip-up, placing his hand gently on her head and ruffling her blonde hair. He reassures her that a saintess does not need to be nice or brave, explaining that they are also human beings who have the absolute right to be angry or cry whenever they want. He flashes a warm, genuine smile, promising her that the Remes estate will always remain her home and she can return to play whenever she likes. Ellis's eyes instantly light up with pure joy and relief as she repeats the word home with a happy grin. The scene fades to the quiet cathedral towers, with Ellis excitedly babbling and asking if the previous saintess was his girlfriend, while Aiden frantically denies it. Aiden finally steps out of her room, leaning against the wall and letting out a heavy, exhausted sigh. He grumbles that talking to emotional kids is far more exhausting than an S-rank training session. Curse pops up to tease him, saying his speech was so sweet it felt like swallowing a holy potion. Gabu and Hakal run over to check on the young saintess, and Aiden calmly informs them that she has successfully settled down and is ready to rest. Gabu quickly slips into her room to watch over her, leaving Aiden alone in the hallway with the Vice High Priest. Hakal looks at him curiously, asking how Aiden managed to resolve the saintess's panic so easily. He praises the young master's incredible maturity and negotiation skills, thanking him on behalf of the entire Holy Fire Order. Aiden laughs it off, claiming it was nothing, as Hakal politely reaches out his hand to form a friendly handshake. Their hands slowly close together, preparing to seal their new partnership. The moment their palms lock, a terrifying wave of dark magic crackles between them, hidden from ordinary eyes. Curse's jaw completely drops to the floor, screaming in pure sweating panic inside Aiden's head. He cannot believe the friendly-looking priest they just shook hands with is actually a high-level dark wizard. Auden keeps his cool, politely smiling as his name is called out. He is completely shocked to discover that Hakal is actively practicing dark magic. Curse's frantic warnings echo in his head, confirming that Hakal's soul is completely saturated with corrupt demonic mana. Aiden's smile turns cold as he lets go of his hand. He realizes Hakal is indeed an extraordinary warlock who managed to hide his dark nature behind such a kind, holy facade. The scene cuts to the dark, torchlit chambers of the Dark Wizard's underground base, hidden directly beneath the sanctuary. A furious Hakal slams his fists onto the desk. Hakal is absolutely seething with rage, gritting his teeth and screaming that a useless noble brat is ruining all his carefully laid plans. His subordinate sweat drops, begging His Holiness to calm down before they attract unwanted attention. Hakal screams back, declaring that the High Priest's position must belong to him, and he refuses to let anyone else steal his hard-earned authority. He demands to know when the Siaz family's elite assassins will arrive to finish the job. He gets a highly sinister, dark grin, whispering that it does not matter if the saintess is currently awake, because they will simply execute her during the coronation ceremony in exactly 2 days. He throws his arms wide, laughing maniacally about how he will soon claim absolute control over the Holy Fire Order. His unhinged laughter echoes through the cold stone corridor of their secret base. Meanwhile, a masked Aiden is seen standing on a nearby rooftop under the starry night sky. He admits he expected some corruption, but finding out the Vice High Priest himself is the head warlock is a massive revelation. Curse floats on his shoulder, happily boasting that his soul link allowed him to perfectly analyze Hakal's dark magic during the handshake. Aiden remains in deep thought, realizing that there are likely many more dark wizards hiding within the ranks of the church, but something still does not add up. Specifically, he is highly confused as to why High Priest Kirtle's curse was moved up by 3 whole years, wondering if his own actions have started to permanently alter the timeline. The scene transitions to a quiet, dark alleyway outside the cathedral. A shady hooded warlock emerges from the shadows, welcoming a mysterious guest and offering to guide them inside the sanctuary. The guest is none other than the legendary Red Knight Benign Haima. He grumbles in frustration, annoyed that they are facing so many unexpected setbacks. The hooded warlock snaps back, pointing out that they were forced to move up their entire schedule solely because of Benin's failures. Benin gets furious, screaming that absolutely no one could have predicted that the little Saintess candidate would still be alive. Aiden watches from behind a stone wall, his eyes narrowing as he instantly recognizes the Red Knight's voice. The warlock warns Benign that his master will face severe consequences if their plans fail, urging him to remain focused. With a sudden burst of movement, Benin grabs the warlock by his throat with a single armored hand, lifting him off the ground with a choking sound. He growls with intense, murderous intent, threatening to tear the warlock's limbs off if he dares to speak down to him again. The warlock gasps for air, desperately begging the crazy knight for mercy. Aiden watches from the shadows, his face turning incredibly serious as he analyzes the situation. Benign tosses the choking warlock onto the stone floor with a loud crash. He warns him that he will not tolerate another insult, walking away into the darkness while the warlock groans in pain. Aiden's eyes widen behind his mask as he finally catches a clear view of the knight's face. He repeats the name Red Knight Benign Haima in his head, sweat dropping as the pieces of the puzzle finally click. He clenches his fists, trying to remember if Benin had any connection to his past life. A dark memory flashes, showing Benign standing right behind Silbeda in the past. It turns out this Red Knight was nothing but Silbeda's loyal dog. Aiden is absolutely seething with rage, a giant red vein mark popping on his head. Just hearing that traitor's name is enough to make his blood boil. He recalls a past memory of the hypocritical Silbeda boasting about the noble duty of chivalry and his desire to destroy black mages for the honor of the duchy. He spits in disgust, realizing Silbeda's entire noble chivalry was a complete rotten lie from the very beginning. Curse asks how on earth the Sias family managed to help Hakal become the leader of the church. Aiden explains that it was likely a mutual transaction to secure the Sias family's right to succession, since powerful noble families rely on holy alliances to back up their military power. He notes that in his previous life, Dyer was severely injured in a bombing incident, allowing Silbeda to claim the succession. But since Auden saved Dyer this time, the traitors were forced to move up their plans. Aiden's eyes glow with pure icy hatred, cursing the shamelessness of his former comrade. Suddenly, his instincts scream, and he quickly flinches as a dangerous presence appears behind him. Aiden leaps back gracefully as a massive blast of pink fire magic obliterates his previous hiding spot. Benin Haima stands in the alleyway wearing a psychotic, wild grin and laughing about how he has finally caught a little rat. The Red Knight charges forward, swinging his massive sword engulfed in destructive pink flames. The ultimate clash has officially begun. Benign Haima stands in the dark alleyway wearing a psychotic, wild grin as he boasts about finally catching a little rat. The Red Knight charges forward like a bullet, swinging his massive sword enveloped in destructive pink flames directly at Aiden's neck. The massive orange and pink energy wave clashes violently against the stone walls, creating a spectacular explosion of sparks and debris. Aiden leaps back gracefully to dodge the lethal strike, noting that Benign's swordsmanship is just as violent and chaotic as he remembers from his previous life. The shady warlock stands in the background, trembling, frantically screaming at the crazy knight for launching such a loud, high-profile attack in the middle of the night. Benin looks back over his shoulder with a cold, blood-red glare, warning the annoying warlock that he is currently in the way and should get lost immediately. The shady warlock stands there shivering, showing his teeth in pure, sweating terror. He is completely caught between a crazy knight and a mysterious intruder. Benign grumbles, muttering that if it were not for his lord's strict orders, he would have gladly executed this annoying warlock alongside the intruder. He slowly turns his attention back to Aiden, his eyes glowing with intense, murderous intent. He points his flaming blade forward, praising Aiden's impressive agility for managing to easily dodge his opening strike. Aiden remains completely calm behind his black mask, casually asking what would happen if he simply chooses not to reveal his identity. Benign gets an incredibly wide, creepy grin with sharp teeth, declaring that Aiden is a highly interesting opponent who is going to make this night very fun. Aiden grips his sword tightly, realizing that in his current weakened state, directly engaging a peak S-rank sword or a knight like Benign is far too dangerous, and decides he needs to retreat. With a sudden burst of movement, Benin unleashes a massive vertical slash that cuts through the stone floor. Aiden barely ducks and rolls out of the way. The raw physical force of their clashing blades sends a bright blue shockwave through the dark alleyway. Benign laughs maniacally, swinging his heavy sword repeatedly and mocking that silent, boring opponents are absolutely no fun to play with. The two engage in a rapid, high-stakes exchange, their blades clashing in a flurry of pink and blue light. Aiden struggles to block the heavy strikes, amazed that a mere human can possess a level of pure, raw muscle strength that rival giant underworld monsters. He notes that Benin is indeed a total battle maniac who has reached the absolute peak of sword aura, making him a highly dangerous opponent. Furthermore, Aiden's golden Banshee shield is still temporarily locked in its recovery phase, leaving him with 0 defensive cheat codes. But a smug smirk spreads across his face as he realizes the battle has already played out exactly according to his secret strategy. Suddenly, Benign pauses, a look of pure confusion crossing his face as he feels his body's internal mana start to vibrate. He grinds his teeth, unable to comprehend why his own movements are suddenly becoming sluggish. He looks down at his vibrating sword, realizing this strange, unstable mana flow is incredibly familiar. Aiden points his blade forward, loudly addressing him by his official title as the Red Knight Benign Haima, causing the giant to flinch in shock. Benigne's eyes widen, demanding to know how a masked rat in a dark alleyway could possibly know his secret identity. But he quickly bursts into a wild laughter, realizing that since Aiden used the exact same advanced sword techniques as his lord, he must be a close ally of the Dayer faction. He assumes Aiden is a secret guard sent by Dayer, screaming that they have successfully caught a highly valuable pawn. Auden chuckles inside his head, apologizing to his friend Dayer for using his name as a convenient decoy, but noting that Curdle's assassination plot has officially been exposed. Benign completely loses his temper, swinging his giant sword with immense fury and screaming at Dayer's dog to shut his mouth. Eat. Aiden blocks the heavy strikes, noting that, as expected, the mere mention of Dayer's name is enough to make the hot-headed knight go completely crazy. He explains that the more people get agitated, the less rational they become, which makes them highly vulnerable to strategic traps. Their swords clash with a massive impact, but Aiden blocks the strike effortlessly. Benign continues to scream and laugh, mocking that a simple guard has absolutely no hope of defeating his superior physical strength. He lets out a screech of absolute unhinged laughter, looking completely maniacal. This guy is a total battle psycho who only gets fired up by the sight of blood. But suddenly, Benin freezes his eyes wide as he looks down at his trembling hand. A cold sweat runs down his neck as he realizes his body has completely lost its center of gravity. Blue lines of magic energy swirl around his limbs, completely locking his muscles. Benign falls to his knees, gasping for air, and demanding to know what kind of dirty trick the masked intruder pulled on him. Aiden stands calmly explaining that this is his original high-level sword technique called resonance, and that it is already far too late to break. He explains that every time their swords clashed, his blade released a subtle mana wave that slowly disrupted Benin's internal mana flow. At first, the effect was so minor it felt like a simple coincidence, but as those subtle disruptions accumulated over dozens of exchanges, they eventually combined to form a deadly, paralyzing poison. Aiden notes that Benin is indeed incredibly durable to still be standing after taking a full dose of resonance. Benin screams in fury, challenging Aiden to stop using cheap, cowardly tricks and face him in a proper, honorable duel. Aiden mockingly gasps behind his mask, faking extreme fear as he prepares his next dirty trick. He is thoroughly enjoying messing with this brainless dog. Benign grinds his teeth, screaming in absolute rage at the masked servant of Dayer. Aiden's eyes turn cold as he tells Silbeta's dog to shut up, mocking him for barking so loudly in the middle of the night. Benign's eyes glow red with pure fury, unable to tolerate his master's name being spoken so casually by a common rat. With a final desperate burst of strength, he lunges forward, swinging his flaming sword to incinerate our hero. Aiden remains completely unbothered, calmly pulling a small potion bottle from his pocket. He tosses the bottle directly at Benign's face, telling him to enjoy his special morning gift. The bottle shatters on impact, releasing a giant, suffocating cloud of thick blue smoke that completely covers the alleyway. The smoke billows over the rooftops, completely blinding the angry knight. Benin swings his sword blindly through the mist, screaming at the top of his lungs about another dirty trick and promising to tear Aiden apart. The smoke finally clears, and Benin looks around only to find the alleyway completely empty. He stands there, panting, his face turning bright red with pure humiliation. He screams into the empty air, cursing that the cowardly dog of Dayer ran away like a coward. Meanwhile, Aiden is seen sprinting across the tiled rooftops under the bright full moon, noting that Kathy's special smoke bomb worked perfectly to secure his escape. He knows that defeating a peak S-rank knight without his Banshee shield was highly unrealistic, and notes that using resonance to escape was his best strategy. He resolves to quickly return and inform Vice Priest Hakel about the Warlock's infiltration. Meanwhile, down on the streets, the shady Warlock is seen running in panic, desperate to warn his allies that their conspiracy has been compromised. Suddenly, a shadow falls over him, and a cold voice from the rooftops declares that the heretics of chaos are always a major problem. The Warlock flinches in terror as a massive, beautiful blue energy slash descends from the sky, cutting through the dark alleyway. With a thunderous boom, the Warlock is cleanly vaporized by a perfect display of advanced sword aura. The scene transitions to the next morning inside the secret underground cave of the church. Hakal Korton is standing in his base looking absolutely furious and screaming because the warlock who went to fetch the Red Knight has completely vanished. He worries that his allies have betrayed him, gritting his teeth and declaring that they must stop the Saintess's coronation ceremony today at all costs. He gets a highly sinister, wide-mouthed, demonic smile announcing that he has already found the perfect pawn to frame for the assassination. Done, done, done. On the morning of the Saintess's awakening ceremony, the grand stone hallway outside the main altar is filled with tension as guards stand at high alert positions. Joseph stands in his robes, weeping tears of pure dramatic joy at the thought of his precious daughter officially becoming the Saintess. Aiden walks up to her with a warm smile, asking Ellis if she remembers the important advice he gave her last night. Ellis gets a highly mischievous, wide-mouthed grin, declaring that she will demand every single penny of interest from the god for all the trouble he put her through. Joseph's jaw completely drops, sweat dropping, as he angrily demands to know what kind of greedy capitalist philosophies Aiden is teaching his innocent daughter. A priest steps out of the massive double doors, formally announcing that the Saintess may now proceed inside to begin the ceremony. Creepy piano. Joseph screams after her, waving his hands and crying tears of pure fatherly pride, while Aiden scratches his head at the dramatic display. Suddenly, Vice Priest Hakal walks up behind Aiden, tapping his shoulder and politely asking if they can speak in private for a quick second. The two walk down a quiet, sunlit hallway, leaving the busy crowd of guards behind. Aiden looks highly curious, asking why they had to sneak into this empty corner to have a private conversation. With a loud creak, Hakal opens a small, highly decorative chest, revealing a glowing blue orb emitting a strange, magical aura. He explains it is a rare, high-grade elixir. He claims the medicine is incredibly rare and precious, explaining that he wanted to hand it over to Aiden in private as a token of personal gratitude for saving the Saintess. Aiden's face lights up with a cheerful grin, asking if it is truly all right for him to accept such an expensive gift. Hakal smiles warmly, handing the glowing pill directly over to Aiden. Without a single moment of hesitation, Aiden downs the glowing blue elixir in a single gulp. The moment the medicine enters his stomach, Aiden pauses, his face turning serious. A strange, dark purple magic begins swirling inside his eyes, indicating a powerful mental reaction. Hakal gets an incredibly smug, devilish smirk as Aiden swallows the pill. He thinks he just secured a legendary brainwashed S-rank slave to do his dirty work. He boasts that the pill is actually a high-level dark magic curse of obedience and brainwashing, claiming that even a peak swordmaster would have no choice but to obey his commands. Hakal places his hand on Aiden's shoulder, ordering him to immediately proceed to the inner altar and execute the young Saintess. Aiden stands completely blank, replying, "Yes, master." The corrupt priest laughs psychotically, thoroughly, thrilled to use the legendary troll prince as a convenient pawn to carry out his dirty work. The scene transitions to the grand inner chamber of the altar, glowing with a bright, mystical golden light. Young Ellis stands alone in the center of the platform, looking in absolute awe at the mystical surroundings. A giant, towering sphere of holy fire descends from the ceiling, releasing a brilliant wave of golden heat. Ellis looks up at the massive flames, feeling incredibly scared and wondering if the holy fire will burn her. But then she remembers Aiden's words telling her that she has absolutely no reason to fear a god and should demand interest for her previous suffering instead. Her eyes sharpen with absolute determination as she decides she does not have to be scared anymore. With a brave smile, she steps directly into the center of the golden holy fire, shouting that it is time for the god to pay back his debts. Suddenly, a dark-cloaked assassin carrying a poisoned dagger leaps from the high pillars behind her, aiming directly at her back. The assassin lunges forward, screaming her name as the holy flames swirl around the platform. Back in the corridor, Hakal smiles smugly, thinking how perfect the story of a rogue intruder murdering the Saintess will look to the public. He laughs, quietly thrilled that he will finally be able to claim the supreme position of Archpriest of the Holy Fire Order. Suddenly, the sounds of heavy running footsteps echo from the entrance of the cathedral. Hakal runs out, screaming at the top of his lungs for everyone to halt immediately and stop disrupting the sacred ceremony. But his smile completely freezes as he is met by a giant, heavily armed army of temple knights standing in tight, combat-ready ranks. He looks highly suspicious, wondering why on earth the guardian monks are wearing full combat gear in the middle of a coronation. He yells at Gabu, demanding to know how he dares to disrupt the sacred awakening ceremony in such an inappropriate outfit. Gabu looks down at him coldly, calmly stating that they have come because there is a matter of absolute life-saving importance. They must settle immediately. With a booming voice, Gabu announces that a corrupt dark mage has infiltrated their highest ranks and that he has come as a heretic inquisitor to purge the darkness. Hakal flinches in absolute sweating shock, wondering how on earth this brainless giant managed to discover his secret base. The surrounding priests instantly erupt in a massive uproar, whispering in terror about the presence of a dark warlock among them. Hakal's subordinate quickly steps up screaming that Gabu is spreading blasphemous false rumors to humiliate the deputy archpriest. Suddenly, a deep, majestic voice echoes from the shadows declaring that he personally authorized the investigation. Hakal's face turns completely pale, sweating bullets as he instantly recognizes the voice. The gossiping priests gasp in absolute starstruck shock. The giant double doors slide open to reveal High Priest Curdle, standing perfectly healthy and fully healed, his white and gold robes glowing under the sun. Hakal stands there completely frozen, his jaw dropping to the floor in absolute mind-blown horror. He spent years meticulously crafting the perfect curse only to watch it get effortlessly cleansed in a single night. Curdle points a finger at him, coldly declaring that his corrupt reign has officially come to an end, addressing him as the Dark Mage Hakal. The entire sanctuary is thrown into a complete chaos of shouting and screaming with the priests, unable to believe their beloved vice priest is a traitor. Hakal grits his teeth, realizing his years of careful planning have been ruined, but grins psychotically as he prepares to play his final card. He screams back, in a fake emotional voice, claiming Curdle's mind must still be corrupted by his illness, and asking how he could make such a cruel accusation. He points toward the stairs, loudly shouting that the real Dark Mage is none other than young Master Aiden Reams, claiming he overheard Aiden plotting to murder the Saintess. His subordinate prepares to order the guards to search the palace, but suddenly, the quiet, rhythmic footsteps of Aiden echo down the stone steps. Hakal points at him and screams in fake horror, demanding the guards execute the scoundrel before he can harm anyone else. Aiden calmly strolls down the stairs, tilting his head with an unbothered expression and asking what all the drama is about. He smiles casually, pointing over his shoulder and announcing that the young Saintess is currently undergoing her awakening safely. Hakal stands completely paralyzed, sweating heavily as he realizes Aiden did not fall for his brainwashing elixir. He is left screaming in his head, wondering how on earth the kid broke his curse. The scene cuts to a flashback of the previous night, immediately after Aiden's exhausting battle against the Red Knight. Auden is seen standing on his balcony when suddenly a small gray owl lands on the wooden railing, asking if they can talk. The bird flutters its wings, revealing it is actually Nicetta's magical messenger spirit. The owl warns him that the heretics of chaos are planning a massive coordinated attack at the sanctuary tomorrow. Aiden gets that ultimate smug gigachag grin, pointing out that since they share a common enemy, they should cooperate like good colleagues. The owl looks highly intrigued, asking what kind of favor the notorious young master desires. Aiden gets an incredibly wide, creepy grin, extending his hand toward the messenger and demanding that they let him borrow a highly specific, powerful alchemical artifact. A flashback to the previous night shows Aiden standing on his balcony under the starry sky, looking highly intrigued. The owl messenger asks him why he is suddenly requesting a highly dangerous curse, suppressing magic tool, wondering if he is preparing to launch an immediate assault on chaos. Aiden explains that his real target is the curse currently paralyzing the body of High Priest Kurtel. He notes that while the priest's body is frozen, his consciousness remains completely active, meaning Kurtel is fully aware of Hakal's treachery. He grins, pointing out that as long as they can successfully wake the High Priest up, exposing and capturing the traitors inside the Order will be incredibly easy. The owl nods in agreement, admitting his plan makes perfect sense and offering a much better custom-made solution. The owl flutters its wings, releasing a brilliant wave of pink magical energy. She hands Aiden a beautiful glowing pink ring, explaining it is an artifact called the anti-magic ring that she handcrafted herself, which will easily suppress Curdle's curse on contact. However, she warns him to be extremely cautious, noting that the Dark Wizards of Chaos have likely already placed a subtle brainwashing curse on the majority of the priests inside the temple. She looks at him with her large, glowing yellow eye, warning him that the traitors might attempt to brainwash him as well. Aiden holds up the ring with a confident smirk, telling her she has absolutely nothing to worry about. He laughs heartily, boasting that he already carries a legendary supreme curse inside his body, meaning no minor low-level dark brainwashing can ever hope to affect his mind. On his shoulder, the tiny chibi curse pops up, looking completely ticked off, demanding to know if the Dragonslayer King is mocking him. Aiden just chuckles, telling the little demon to calm down. Back in the present, at the altar, Auden points his dark sword forward, happily calling out to Hakal and telling him he is officially in big trouble. Hakal's face completely twists in an awkward grin, sweating bullets as he realizes the tables have turned. He is starting to see that his grand coup is falling apart. The surrounding priests and guards erupt in a massive panic, whispering in terror and demanding that Hakal explain himself immediately. The fully healed High Priest Curdle steps forward, calmly commanding Hakal to surrender immediately to minimize the damage to the Order. Hakal looks up with an unhinged, psychotic smile, muttering the word surrender to himself. He completely loses his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs about how he spent his entire life working to become the next saint and asking how they could expect him to just give up on his life's goal. Curdle looks at him with deep pity, begging his beloved deputy to stop this madness. But Hakal flares with destructive purple flames, screaming that since they refuse to choose him, he will turn every single person here into undead slaves. Priest Bali steps up with his heavy mace, telling the archpriest that they have no choice but to immediately take down the traitor Hakal. Akal screams, commanding his secret comrades of dark blood hiding among the priests to reveal themselves and attack. Suddenly, several high-ranking priests in the crowd flare with dark purple magic, their eyes turning a soulless purple as the brainwashing curse activates. The loyal priests panic, screaming for everyone to draw their weapons and defend the altar. The corrupted, brainwashed priests stand with creepy, blank smiles, preparing to slaughter their former allies. One of them speaks with a completely hollow voice, declaring that he will follow Master Hakal's commands until death. Their swords clash with a massive impact, turning the sacred altar into a chaotic, bloody civil war. Priest Bali raises his mace, declaring that all the heretics shall be judged under the sacred holy fire. The high priest completely loses his cool, screaming at the top of his lungs to stop the mindless slaughter. He knows that fighting under the curse of domination is exactly what Hakal wants. Gabu pauses, looking back over his shoulder in confusion at the high priest's desperate warnings. Curdle stares at his former deputy, asking him with a furious glare how low he is willing to fall. Hakal laughs maniacally, boasting that he wanted to see them slaughter each other from the beginning, explaining that he has placed a curse of domination on nearly half the church. He mocks that Curdle is completely powerless to stop the massacre, telling him to give up. Standing in the back, Aiden calmly touches his chin, counting exactly 15 brainwashed mages on the field. Hakal flinches in surprise as Aiden suddenly charges forward. With a lightning-fast vertical slash, Aiden instantly knocks out 2 controlled priests in a single fluid movement. He lands gracefully on his feet, smirking and calling out that they have 2 down already. Hakal is absolutely seething with rage, screaming that he will execute all his hostages if Aiden tries another stunt. Aiden gets a highly sinister, dark smile, coldly replying that since he is not even a member of their church, he could not care less how many people Hakal kills. Hakal's face completely pales, unable to comprehend the sheer coldness of this noble teenager. Aiden smiles, telling him that his only goal tonight is to beat the absolute living daylights out of the Chaos Heretics. He draws his blade, the steel glowing with a brilliant blue mana, as he prepares to engage. Hakal is sweating heavily, wondering how Aiden discovered his secret alliance, and screaming at his men to kill the brat. The controlled priests charge Aiden with their swords and spears. Curse asks if Aiden is seriously planning to massacre these innocent people. Aiden chuckles, assuring the demon that he is not that cold-hearted. He reaches into his pouch, explaining that since the Chaos Mages are weak, their curse of domination requires constant focus, meaning the spell will break if he can knock them out quickly. With a swift motion, he hurls Kathy's special smoke bomb onto the floor. The bottle shatters, releasing a massive, blinding cloud of blue smoke that completely covers the altar. Aiden dashes through the mist like a blue blur, using the blunt hilt of his sword to strike the mage's pressure points. The controlled priests are thrown backward, completely knocked unconscious by his precise strikes. Hakal coughs in the thick smoke, screaming at his men to kill the annoying brat at all costs. Aiden drops into a low, agile combat stance amidst the blue fog. His eyes glow with an intense crimson light as he locks onto his next targets. In a split second, he knocks out 3 more mages, their weapons clattering onto the stone floor. Hakal looks around in absolute panic, sensing his dark mana link to his subordinates rapidly breaking. He stands trembling, screaming in frustration because he spent 10 years of hard work to prepare for this exact coronation coup. He gathers his remaining dark mana, the purple flames swirling violently around his arms. A brainwashed priest screams for help as Hakal begins to forcibly absorb his life force. Aiden continues to clear the room, knocking out the remaining mages with flawless precision. He smiles, noting that since these heretics are saturated with dark mana, tracking them through the thick smoke is incredibly easy. Aiden counts only 6 mages left, but suddenly stops as he senses a strange change in the mana flow. He notices the remaining mages are collapsing on their own, their life force rapidly diminishing. Curse warns him that the dark mana is not disappearing but is actually being gathered into a single target. Hakal stands at the altar, completely absorbing the dark mana of his own subordinates. The sacrificed priests scream in absolute agony as their bodies desiccate, begging their master to spare their lives. Their souls are violently ripped from their bodies, entering Hakal's glowing palms. Hakal laughs maniacally, declaring that he will offer half of his own lifespan and all these sacrifices to open a portal to the underworld. Aiden's eyes completely bulge in absolute jaw-dropping shock. He knew Hakal was a dark wizard, but he definitely did not expect him to literally open a massive underworld portal right in front of the altar. Gabu stares at the sky in pure terror, wondering if this is the absolute end of the world. The high priest Curdle trembles, watching in horror as the ceiling of the sanctuary begins to tear open. A colossal, swirling dark red portal of pure demonic energy opens above the altar, preparing to unleash the horrors of the underworld. Things are about to get real. Inside the grand sanctuary, the brainwashed priests slowly open their eyes, looking around in absolute confusion and asking what they are doing. Gabu gasps in relief, realizing that the dark curse of domination is finally starting to lift from his comrades' minds. The giant monk stands tall, screaming at the top of his lungs for everyone to regroup because the real fight is about to begin. He looks up at the ceiling, sweating heavily as a thick, terrifyingly dark mana begins swirling from the giant portal. A massive purple energy beam shoots directly from the cracked vortex, lighting up the entire cathedral. Gabu blocks the blinding light, asking what on earth is happening as the stone pillars begin to crack. The giant red magical blast detonates in the center of the platform with an earth-shattering boom. Thick dust and purple smoke completely fill the chamber, burying the altar under rubble. Gabu is blown back by the physical shockwave, gritting his teeth in pure disbelief. High Priest Curdle and Gabu stand protectively in front of their men, frantically calling out to ensure Aiden is still alive. Aiden stands firmly in his stance, sweating as he commands Priest Bali to immediately evacuate all the innocent civilians as far out of the church as possible. Suddenly, a colossal clawed foot stomps out of the purple smoke, cracking the stone floor. A giant red-skinned demon with towering horns and sharp fangs slowly emerges, commenting on how pleasant the earthly air feels. He takes another step forward, laughing and mocking that such weak, pathetic creatures are allowed to live in such a beautiful world. Aiden draws his sword, sweating heavily as he realizes the corrupt vice priest managed to summon a high-level legendary demon. Curse looks up, his eyes narrowing in shock as he instantly recognizes the ancient beast. A desperate Hakal runs up to the giant, screaming that he is its master and sacrificed half of his lifespan to summon it. He points his finger at Curdle, psychotically commanding the demon to obey his will and slaughter all the priests. The demon casually swipes the screaming vice priest away like an annoying mosquito. He does not even want to start his first meal with such a filthy soul. The giant demon grins, declaring that he expected his summoner to have a rich, delicious soul, but Hakal's spirit was far too dirty and pathetic to even taste. Aiden steals his resolve, identifying the beast as Talos, the high-ranking underworld demon who brought mass destruction to the world in his past life. He notes that even most swordmasters would struggle against this beast, realizing his current unawakened body cannot defeat it using standard combat methods. Suddenly, the giant demon lunges directly at Aiden with terrifying physical speed. The claw swipe is so fast that it transforms the entire battlefield into a blur of purple motion. Curse warns him that the demon possesses a unique skill called Elusive Fog that sucks the life force of anyone who inhales it, but reassures him that the Underlord's soul inside him makes him completely immune. The giant demon laughs, remembering how he was bold enough to try and scam the Underlord in their previous life. Curse smirks, noting that the demon was eventually enslaved by the Underlord's supreme power anyway. The beast instantly materializes behind Aiden, growling that he is a highly fascinating human. Aiden flinches, shocked by the demon's unbelievable agility. The monster licks his fangs, wondering what Aiden's unique soul tastes like. Aiden pants, slightly gritting his teeth under the overwhelming physical pressure of facing a high-ranking underworld lord. Curse yells in his head, telling him not to get scared because Hakal's unstable summoning ceremony means the demon does not even have half of his original strength. Aiden smiles confidently, realizing this is his absolute key to victory. The demon grins, calling him a poor and weak prey. Aiden just laughs, telling the monster he talks far too much. The giant demon's jaw completely drops to the floor in absolute sweating disbelief. He cannot believe a simple human in a dark alleyway actually knows his secret name. Aiden points his sword at him, mockingly calling him the pet dog that the Underlord used to drag around on a leash. He offers to give the demon some tips on how to escape his master, thoroughly enjoying making him squirm. The demon is absolutely fuming with rage, screaming that he is a noble among Talos and refuses to be called a pet. He swings his giant claw, unleashing a wave of destructive red energy. The strike crashes into the stone floor, creating a massive explosion of rubble. He screams that he will rip Aiden's soul apart and torture him for eternity. Aiden rolls out of the way, sweating, as he asks Curse what the demon meant by rip his soul apart. Curse explains that back in the day he used Mephisto for various experiments to find out how to inflict the maximum amount of pain on underworld souls. Aiden gives his companion a giant deadpan side-eye. He realizes that although he is a ruthless hero, the little chibi demon next to him is the real, certified psychopath. He focuses back on the battlefield, noting that they need to move the fight elsewhere before any of the civilian priests get caught in the crossfire. The demon leaps after him, screaming that the pathetic human cannot hope to run away. He swipes his claws, cutting through the thick stone pillars. The destructive red energy slashes tear through the walls with massive booms. Aiden is blown back shocked that even with only half of his original power, the demon's physical strength is still absolutely insane. He quickly recovers his footing, his eyes narrowing as he scans the beast's stance. Their weapons clash with a massive impact, but Aiden holds his ground. The physical shockwave creates a giant explosion, blowing Aiden back onto his knees. Aiden pants and coughs, admitting his body is reaching its absolute limit. The demon grins, praising the human for managing to survive his direct attacks. Aiden realizes that without his Banshee shield, defeating this beast is highly unrealistic. He has only one remaining option, even if he hates to admit it. He clenches his fist, looking at his ring. He remembers that the high-grade dark elixir Hakal gave him has actually temporarily upgraded his overall abilities by 1 full level. A dark, demonic purple aura begins gathering around his body, and Aiden admits he is confused if he should thank the dead vice priest. The demon pauses, sensing the massive wave of ancient underworld energy radiating off the human. Aiden reveals that Beelzebub's gluttonous power has been upgraded, unlocking a legendary S-rank skill. He swings his sword, activating Wraith Enslavement to summon the soul of the monster his sword devoured. The giant demon's fangs chatter in absolute horror, screaming that only high-level warlocks should be capable of using underworld summon magic. A massive, purple, ghostly silhouette of the giant high troll begins to rise from the sword, roaring with pure spectral energy. The colossal, ghostly summon stands tall behind Aiden, awaiting his absolute command. Aiden smiles confidently, declaring that the real battle has finally begun. The giant ghostly troll roars directly at Mephisto, preparing to unleash the absolute worst of hell on the corrupt demon. What an epic finale. Young Ellis slowly opens her eyes, finding herself standing in a beautiful, glowing golden meadow under a sparkling golden sky. She looks around in absolute awe, commenting on how incredibly pretty and peaceful the warm meadow feels. Suddenly, a deep, majestic shadow walks past the tall grass, commenting that it has been a very long time since he last saw a human. A long-haired, elegant figure dressed in dark robes stands under the golden light, yawning and muttering that he wants to go back to sleep. He introduces himself as the main god of the Holy Trinity and the supreme master of the Holy Fire. Ellis looks up at the towering, majestic figure, asking if he is a real god. Ellis looks up at the towering, majestic figure with big, adorable, pleading eyes, asking if he is a real god. She is literally the cutest Saintess candidate in the world. She points her tiny finger directly at him, angrily demanding that he pay her back with interest for making her life so incredibly difficult. The god of holy fire is completely startled, chuckling inside at the sheer audacity of this brave little kid who is demanding a refund from a literal god. He smiles warmly, wondering if some bad people back on Earth have been teaching her these greedy capitalist philosophies. Despite his exhaustion, he decides to play along, noting that this is a perfect way to cure his boredom. He agrees to pay back his debts, promising to bless both her current life and her previous life as well. He glows with a brilliant, blinding golden light, wishing her a completely different and far happier destiny this time around. Golden letters appear in the sky, welcoming her to a majestic new path. Back in the present, a massive golden fire explosion violently erupts from Curdle's chamber, completely incinerating the surrounding dark magic. A beautiful golden phoenix-shaped flame blasts out, completely shattering the warlock's curse in a single second. Mephisto is blown back, trembling in pure rage and terror as his dark purple aura is completely erased by the holy flames. But before the demon can recover, Aiden leaps through the fire, swinging his sword with lightning speed. Aiden's face is covered in dirt as he grins, asking the beast how a high-level demon could possibly allow himself to get distracted during a battle. Mephisto looks up in panic, realizing too late that he completely forgot the human was still active on the field. Aiden's sword slices deeply through the demon's chest, drawing a massive splash of black blood. He swings a rapid counterstrike, completely carving up the beast's limbs with flawless precision. With a loud boom, the giant demon is thrown across the stone platform, crashing heavily into the rubble. Aiden stands victoriously, mockingly asking if Mephisto honestly thought he could face a legendary hero while getting distracted by a minor warlock spell. Mephisto falls onto the floor, his physical form heavily damaged and bleeding from all his wounds. The giant demon lets out an absolutely hostile screeching hiss of pure rage. He is completely fuming that a mere human managed to dismember his beautiful wings. Aiden gets a highly smug smile, mockingly advising his new experiment test subject to ask the Underlord for some cute angel wings to replace his broken ones. Mephisto stands back up, his eyes glowing with absolute fury as he channels his remaining mana to ignite a massive column of yellow fire. He screams that Aiden will die right here, preparing to unleash his most destructive fire spell. A colossal, blinding vortex of yellow-white flames completely consumes Aiden's body, melting the stone floor. But Aiden stands completely unharmed inside the raging inferno, calmly thanking the Phoenix's blessing for granting him perfect immunity to all fire magic. Mephisto watches in absolute horror, unable to believe his strongest fire magic is completely useless against a human. The giant demon trembles as his flames slowly dissipate, leaving Aiden standing perfectly unscathed in the center. Aiden walks out of the smoke, wondering how the demon managed to fully regenerate his severed limbs so quickly. Curse pops up on his shoulder, explaining that Mephisto is highly unique compared to other underworld lords. He explains that Mephisto possesses the absolute highest endurance and physical resistance among all high-ranking Talos, making him practically immortal. He adds that because of Curse's previous soul experiments, Mephisto's body is completely immune to any standard physical or fire attacks. Aiden sighs, highly annoyed to find out his newly acquired fire blessing is completely useless against this specific beast. Curse grins, explaining that he personally tortured the demon in the hottest hellfire in the past, which is why Mephisto's endurance is so absurd. Mephisto gets a confident smirk, telling the human that his minor tricks will never work on a noble Talos. He steps forward, asking if Aiden finally understands the massive difference in their overall power. Aiden stands panting, his stamina rapidly draining. Curse asks if he has a backup plan, but Aiden admits he is completely out of options. However, his eyes sharpen with absolute determination, vowing to hold the line to protect his friends regardless of the cost. Mephisto launches a massive dark purple claw slash that cuts through the air. The destructive energy wave crashes onto the platform, creating a series of massive earth-shaking explosions. A thick cloud of dark smoke and dust completely buries the platform. The giant demon walks out of the mist, mockingly asking if that was all the legendary hero was capable of. Auden lies flat on his back, coughing up blood and gasping for air as his vision begins to fade. Mephisto towers directly over him, praising his durability but declaring that his journey officially ends right here. Aiden's eyes slowly close as he grumbles about falling into the exact same pattern of losing his power and falling asleep, just like his past life. A final flashback shows the smug faces of his betrayers executing him in the void. Mephisto raises his massive claw, declaring it is an honor to die by his hands. Aiden prepares himself to face death for the second time. He closes his eyes, preparing to let go. But suddenly, Curse's glowing red eye flares in his mind, grumbling that Aiden is far too stubborn to die here and offering to lend him his true power. A blue system window instantly flashes before his eyes, announcing that the Underlord's power has been unleashed. Epic choir suspense. A massive dark heart surrounded by black veins beats violently, releasing a wave of blue electricity. Mephisto's face instantly turns pale, sweating in absolute primordial terror as he senses the dark energy. Aiden slowly stands back up, completely surrounded by a massive, towering column of black and blue demonic smoke. His eyes are glowing a pure, soulless purple-white. He glares down at the beast through the dark fog, his gaze releasing a suffocating pressure. The giant demon instantly drops to his knees, trembling and sweating profusely as he recognizes the supreme ruler of the underworld. Aiden stands over the shivering beast, coldly commanding him to kneel. Mephisto collapses completely to the floor, his fangs chattering in fear. The giant demon completely breaks down in tears of absolute primordial terror. He remembers the horrific days when the Underlord used to pull apart his soul for fun. The legendary, unstoppable demon bows his head to the floor, weeping and formally greeting his supreme lord of the underworld. The true king is finally back. A chilling narrative box introduces the concept of the Underlord's power, a primordial force of absolute domination that belongs naturally to the chosen ruler of the void. This absolute power of domination forces all inhabitants of the underworld, including the powerful high-ranking Talos, to crawl and kneel in complete instinctual awe. The supreme authority is the sole reason why the Underlord was able to reign undisputed over the entire underworld for eternity. Aiden smiles softly, noting that this power is far more practical than he anticipated. Curse proudly boasts that his underworld form was once feared by every single living creature in the abyss. Aiden stretches his arms, highly satisfied to realize the Underlord's power has completely neutralized the threat. Curse giggles, pleased to receive some genuine praise for once. Aiden casually treats the terrifying peak S-rank underworld demon like a cute little puppy, rubbing his head and calling him a good boy. This is the ultimate high-stakes street-fighting disrespect. Mephisto looks up with a sweating, terrified eye trembling as he asks the masked human if he is truly the supreme Underlord. Aiden gets an incredibly wide, psychotic smirk behind his black mask. His eye glows a fierce, soulless purple as he asks the demon if he cannot feel the terrifying dark energy preparing to completely devour his soul. The giant demon's face completely freezes in absolute primordial terror, whispering that he is completely screwed. The scene transitions to the grand hallway illuminated by the bright golden light of the inner altar. Ellis walks down the platform but suddenly stops as she hears some familiar shouting coming from the inner chamber. She gasps in excitement as she instantly recognizes Aiden's voice. The young saintess begins sprinting down the hallway, her golden robes fluttering behind her. Her white boots step onto the marble platform, part of her holy awakening ceremony. She stops in her tracks, her eyes wide in absolute hilarious confusion. She finds the giant muscular demon Mephisto performing silly, embarrassing acrobatics on the floor under Aiden's strict commands. Aiden casually waves, asking if her ceremony went well. Aiden asks if she managed to see the face of the god, and Ellis pouts, complaining that a weird golden uncle flashed a bright light and immediately sent her back. She looks over her shoulder, her blue eyes narrowing with concern. She points at the giant red-skinned demon, asking why that big ugly bat over there looks like he is in so much physical pain. Aiden quickly panics, flashing a sweat-dropping smile, and claiming that the giant demon is actually just a cute pet belonging to one of his friends. The giant demon lies flat on his back, weeping tears of pure humiliation and desperately whispering for help. Aiden quickly lies, claiming the pet is merely tired from playing too much. Curse sweat drops on his shoulder, asking Aiden if he honestly thinks the little girl will believe such a ridiculous lie. Aiden whispers back that he has no choice. Ellis walks up to the giant demon, looking at him with deep, innocent pity and commenting on how tired the poor bat must be. She gently places her hand onto Mephisto's head to comfort him, but the moment her palm touches his horns, a spark of holy fire activates. Suddenly, a giant explosive golden flame detonates directly on Mephisto's head, completely engulfing the demon. The giant demon completely loses his mind, screaming in absolute tearful agony as the saintess's raw holy fire incinerates his head. He genuinely thinks his master is torturing him on purpose. Aiden watches in absolute awe, realizing this brilliant golden flame is the awakened holy power of the saintess. Curse flinches, sweat dropping, as he realizes the little girl's holy fire is incredibly dense and dangerous. Aiden grips the hilt of his dark sword, calmly commanding Ellis to close her eyes for a quick second. He stands over the screaming demon, whispering for Mephisto to come back to his blade. The red gem on Beelzebub's hilt glows with a brilliant blood-red light. He commands his sword to completely devour the remaining dark energy. A giant, terrifying dark mouth erupts from the blade, completely swallowing the screaming demon in a single bite. In his final moments of consciousness, Mephisto realizes that the dark weapon is actually Beelzebub, the legendary Lord of Gluttony. The dark purple mist slowly dissipates, entering the black steel of Aiden's sword. Aiden stands victoriously, letting out a heavy sigh of relief and muttering that the crisis is finally over. He smiles softly, glad that he managed to protect his friends and prevent the coup. The scene transitions to a beautiful, clear blue sky a few days later. Following the high-profile incident, the Holy Fire Order launched a massive, large-scale purge, capturing and executing dozens of hidden heretics inside their ranks. Meanwhile, the priests conclude that Aiden successfully helped the newly awakened Saintess Ellis defeat the Dark Warlocks, throwing a massive celebration in her honor. Standing on his balcony, Aiden looks out at the courtyard, realizing this battle has proven that his current physical body is still far too weak. He notes that his past life betrayers could have easily defeated Mephisto, realizing he needs to train even harder to prepare for his revenge. Suddenly, a voice interrupts his deep thoughts, asking what he is contemplating so seriously. It is the fully recovered High Priest Curdle, standing healthy and smiling warmly at his savior. Curdle thanks Aiden, praising him for providing the crucial intelligence that allowed the church to quickly locate and purge the hidden dark mages. Aiden flashes a highly smug, cheerful smile, proudly boasting that he carries the ultimate S-rank dark magic detector on his shoulder. Curse is absolutely fuming in his head, deeply regretting saving this cheeky brat. Curdle walks closer, firmly grasping Aiden's hand with absolute gratitude. He leans on his cane, expressing on behalf of the entire Holy Fire Order his deepest, most profound appreciation for saving his life and recovering their lost saintess. He admits that without Aiden's intervention, the corrupt vice priest would have successfully caused the absolute downfall of their sacred order. Aiden looks at the kind old priest, his expression turning warm. A soft, satisfied smirk spreads across his face. Aiden explains that he merely repaid a debt he owed to a very kind, meddlesome priest who once taught him that saving a life requires no special reason. The flashback shows the young Curdle saying those exact words in his previous life. Curdle laughs softly, praising the wonderful mindset of the priest Aiden mentioned. Aiden smiles inside, thinking that he has officially paid back his past life debt with interest, meaning they are completely even now. Curdle pauses, mentioning that there is one final highly important matter he wishes to discuss regarding Ellis's future. He explains that although church law requires the saintess to remain at the sanctuary for her holy education, he realizes the order has lost its credibility after the recent treachery. In light of that crisis, Curdle admits it would not be right to force the young girl to stay in such a dangerous, unstable environment. He announces that the order has decided to make a highly unusual exception. He proposes to establish an official, fully funded branch of the Holy Fire Order directly inside the Remise Duchy territory. This way, Ellis can receive her holy education while staying comfortably at the estate. This sudden proposal is incredibly good news for the Remise family. Establishing a sacred church branch is an immense privilege, usually reserved for the most powerful and influential families, meaning this move will permanently cement the Remise family's political prestige. Aiden smiles, amazed that his simple actions to save his people have rolled out to bring him such a massive stroke of luck. The scene transitions to the dark, rainy forest deep in the mountains where an ominous growl echoes through the trees. Two dark, heavily armored Sia's knights are seen walking down the muddy path. One of the knights grumbles, complaining that the hot-headed Red Knight Benin was always far too clumsy with his work and was destined to cause trouble. He crosses his arms, warning the other guards that they must remain extremely cautious to prevent anyone from ruining their grand plans. He stares into the dark rain, declaring with absolute conviction that their master Lord Silbeda is destined to become the next Grand Duke. The grand battle of destiny is about to begin. The heavy wooden wheels of the carriage rumble over the grassy slopes as Aiden and Lo begin their next journey. Pobble sits quietly in the back, holding his cane and letting out a tired sigh after all the dramatic events at the sanctuary. The merchant carriage rolls smoothly along the paved mountain road under the bright sun. Lo is seen huddling over the side of the seat, looking completely green and nauseous. Riding in a bumpy merchant carriage is a total nightmare for his motion sickness. Aiden looks over, jokingly commenting that Lo looks like he has been through far more trauma and physical exhaustion than his master. A brief monologue explains that during the chaos, Aiden ordered Lo to secretly scout out the escaping black mages, but the poor knight ended up getting caught and afflicted by a minor curse. Aiden sighs, warning his loyal knight that when they return to the estate, he will personally triple the intensity of his daily physical training to build up his resistance. Lo quickly changes the subject nervously, asking where Aiden stored the massive pile of valuable rewards and gold coins they received from the Holy Fire Order. Aiden reaches into his coat, casually pulling out a tiny, simple-looking leather pouch. Lo's eyes widen in absolute surprise as he recognizes the rare artifact as a legendary spatial pouch. He explains that the legendary pouch has absolutely no capacity limit, and any organic materials stored inside will never rot or rust. He is highly impressed by the church's generosity. Aiden reaches deep into the pouch, admitting that while packing their bags, his hand accidentally brushed against a highly unusual, glowing purple egg-like object hidden in a suspicious room. He pulls out the giant, scaly egg, explaining that it is currently emitting a highly dense, strange dark mana, and that he decided to take it along with an old book to research its origin. Lo asks if the book contains any information about the egg, and Aiden grumbles, explaining that the entire manuscript is written in an ancient, completely unreadable script. Lo flinches in absolute sweating disbelief. Aiden looks away, awkwardly whistling to ignore the drama. He realizes that from a normal perspective, taking a legendary, glowing egg from a locked, forbidden sanctuary is indeed called stealing. He laughs awkwardly, trying to justify his actions by claiming the room looked like absolutely no one had entered it for centuries. Lo screams in panic, begging his master to return the stolen holy relic immediately before the church launches another crusade. Aiden just laughs it off, joking about hatching a goose that lays golden eggs. The scene transitions to the dark, snow-capped mountains under a cold winter sky. Lo is seen shivering violently in his thick cloak, complaining about the freezing mountain winds. They finally arrive at the massive high stone walls of Hamorte, the central fortress city of the Sadist Duchy. Lo is completely confused, pointing out that Aiden never mentioned taking such a massive detour. Aiden just chuckles, asking if the young knight is already getting cold feet. Lo sweat drops, quickly denying the claim while continuing to shiver. Lo asks if they've come to visit the legendary Margrave Tirid Cetis. Aiden explains that while he plans to meet the Lord, their primary business is actually located deep within the dangerous Forest of Death bordering the territory. He recalls the rabbit merchant's advice, explaining that the forest is the only place where ancient Ents reside, and that he desperately needs their essence to brew more S-grade mana potions. They approach the high city gates, where a squad of heavily armored Cetis guards halts their path. The guard points his spear, informing them that since the Margrave is currently away, outsiders are strictly prohibited from entering the territory without a formal appointment. Lo steps up proudly, loudly introducing his master as young Lord Aiden Reams of the prestigious Duke Reams household, and commanding them to immediately open the gates. The guard's face completely twists in an absolute hissing scowl of pure rage. He instantly recognizes the name of the notorious ruffian who beat up their master's son. Curse pops up on Aiden's shoulder, teasing the Dragon Slayer King that the guards look ready to execute him on the spot. LOL sound effect. A brief flashback shows Chibi Aden beating up young Tian during their Imperial Banquet duel. Aiden sweat drops, realizing he completely forgot about their intense, sibling-like rivalry. but he quickly gets a devious smile, wondering if he can use this hostile relationship to force his way inside. Aiden slowly draws his legendary dark sword Beelzebub, casually asking the guards if they recognize the legendary weapon and its connection to their territory. The lead guard tightly grips his spear, confirming his identity but firmly repeating that they cannot let him enter without a prior appointment. Aiden shrugs, asking if the young master Tyan is currently available instead. The guard snaps back, stating that Tyan is far too busy to meet with uninvited delinquents and threatening to use physical force if they refuse to leave. Lo steps forward in anger, but Aiden calmly holds him back, stepping down the courtyard path. Aiden turns his back to the gate, sighing that he has no choice. He takes 3 slow steps forward. The guard scoffs, calling him a cheap con man and mocking that he should have walked away from the beginning. Suddenly, Aiden halts in his tracks, a wide, sinister grin spreading across his face. Lo looks highly confused, wondering what his crazy master is plotting now. Aiden laughs, declaring that if the guards insist on a formal appointment, he will gladly write one up right now. He takes a deep breath, flaring his massive blue mana aura. The guards watch in confusion, assuming the kid is merely throwing a childish tantrum because he got rejected. With a deafening, earth-shaking roar, Aiden screams Tyan's name at the top of his lungs, asking if his head is still intact after their last duel. The massive shockwave of his voice echoes across the entire snowy mountain range. Aiden smiles smugly, thoroughly pleased with his loud appointment. The heavy sound of booming footsteps instantly echoes from the inner castle. The terrified guards look back, sweating heavily as the ground begins to vibrate. The heavy footsteps grow louder and louder. The giant double doors burst open, and an extremely furious, red-faced Tyan comes sprinting out like a wild bull. Tyan instantly grabs Aiden by his collar, shaking him violently and demanding to know how he dares to shout such humiliating insults in their own territory. Aiden cheerfully smiles, explaining that the guards refuse to let him enter, leaving him with absolutely no other option. Lo tries to sweet-talk the terrified guards in the background. Aiden adjusts his collar, smiling and asking if they can finally move the discussion inside. Tyan stands there shivering in pure rage. The two sit down inside the luxurious sadist duchy reception room, and Aiden casually comments on how incredibly comfortable their leather chairs are. He asks if the Margrave Tyrrhied is currently busy, noting that the guards mentioned the Lord went out on some business. Tyan explains that his father is currently at the Slaughter Tower near the Wasteland of Death, investigating a series of highly unusual monster anomalies. Aiden's face turns serious, realizing the timeline of future catastrophes is indeed starting to activate. In his mind, he recalls how in his past life, massive catastrophe-level monsters began appearing all over the continent without warning, leaving the heroes with zero time to find the root cause. But in this life carrying all his future memories, he is determined to quickly gain enough power to locate and completely destroy the source of the corruption before it begins. Tyan asks why he has suddenly come to their territory, and Aiden calmly states that he wishes to enter the Forest of Death. Tyan looks at him in absolute shock, explaining that the entire forest is filled with highly lethal toxic poison and is teeming with dangerous undead and rogue monsters. Aiden smirks, explaining that the extreme toxicity is the exact reason he is going, since the rare poisonous herbs he needs can only grow in such a hostile environment. Tyan let out a heavy sigh, sweat dropping and commenting that Aiden's combat hobbies are indeed incredibly unhinged. His expression turns grimly serious, warning Aiden that the timing is highly dangerous and that he cannot allow him to enter the Forest of Death right now. A chilling narrative box introduces the Forest of Death, a treacherous, toxic region bordering the sadist territory that is constantly infested with powerful, always hungry monsters. Yet, despite the extremely harsh and poison-filled environment, a group of poor tax evaders and criminals have managed to band together, establishing a rustic slash-and-burn village deep inside to survive. Inside his office, Tyan explains to Aiden that a brutal group of bandits has recently been spotted raiding the forest village, causing massive destruction. He adds that ever since the bandits appeared, dozens of residents within the territory have mysteriously gone missing without a single trace. Tyan expresses his deep concern, highly suspicious that the missing persons are directly connected to the bandit raids. He announces his plan to personally lead a squad of elite knights into the Forest of Death to hunt down the bandits and protect the innocent residents. Aiden looks down in deep thought, calculating the immense risks of entering a toxic forest infested with high-level monsters. Tyan watches him, surprised but pleased to see the notorious ruffian showing a shred of genuine humanity and pity for the poor villagers. But Aiden's thoughts are completely hilariously selfish. He is internally sweating and panicking, worried that the bandits will find and capture the ancient Ent before he can harvest its rare essence. He dramatically clenches his chest, loudly declaring that he cannot sit back and allow those wicked bandits to ruin his plans. He quickly catches himself and says he means harm the innocent lives of the residents. Curse just stares deadpan, noting his master's real, greedy intentions slipped out for a second. Aiden stands up, addressing Tyan with a highly serious expression. He crosses his arms and confidently requests to join the search party, proposing they team up to slaughter the bandits together. The scene cuts to a wide view of the snow-capped castle gates as the expedition prepares to depart. Aiden and Lo are seen doing some incredibly goofy, energetic warm-up stretches in their winter gear, screaming at each other to stay loose. The Cetus Famunites watch their silly stretching exercises in absolute sweat-dropping disgust. One of the high-ranking squires approaches Tyon, his face serious. The squire asks if Tyon is seriously planning to bring such noisy, useless troublemakers along on an S-rank mission. He points at their small stature, claiming Aiden and Lo will do nothing but act as a clumsy hindrance to their elite knight order. He adds that he simply cannot accept working alongside a delinquent prince who brought immense disgrace to their young master during the banquet. Tyon's expression instantly turns ice-cold, asking the squire if he truly just spoke as a knight of Cetus. Tyon grabs the squire's shoulder with a heavy grip, barking at him for prioritizing his own petty knightly pride over the lives of the suffering villagers, and reminding him that Aiden risked his life to help them. Tyon's eyes glow with anger, warning the squire that speaking so recklessly and disrespecting their guests is what truly tarnishes the prestigious name of Seduce. He adds that Aiden's combat strength has already been recognized by both himself and his father, ordering the squires to shut their mouths. Aiden gets that incredibly greedy, drooling expression, completely ignoring the dangerous mission and only thinking about how delicious his future alchemical elixir is going to taste. Tyon approaches Aiden, politely thanking him for volunteering to join such a dangerous and high-stakes operation. Aiden just waves his hand, casually lying that helping others is his personal hobby. Lo looks worried, pointing out that since the bandits are operating in a poison forest, their overall numbers and coordination must be quite formidable. Tyon reassures him, explaining that he already anticipated the danger, which is why he also went out of his way to hire an S-rank mercenary. Aiden looks highly intrigued, wondering if the hired mercenary is another legendary comrade from his past life. Suddenly, a cheerful, high-pitched voice echoes from the entrance, calling out a friendly greeting to the group. Aiden and Tyon turn around to welcome their new companion. Aiden's jaw completely drops to the floor, his eyes popping out in pure sweating shock. He spent his previous life fighting alongside the terrifying white-eyed Saintess, and seeing a cute blonde young girl represent the same brutal cult is mind-blowing. Curse whispers on his shoulder, asking why he is so surprised. Aiden replies that while he has never seen her face before, her uniform is unmistakable. A beautiful blonde young girl with cute twin buns and a warm smile walks in, carrying a giant spiky metal mace on her shoulder. She introduces herself as Runia, a traveling priest and devoted servant of the mighty god of slaughter. Lo sweat drops, whispering that the Slaughter God's cult is famous for producing the most bloodthirsty, psychotic battle maniacs on the continent. Yet this girl looks incredibly sweet and well-behaved. He is highly confused by her gentle, cute appearance, which completely contradicts her bloody reputation. Tyon agrees, admitting he had the exact same reaction when he first met her. Runia smiles warmly, greeting Aiden, and noting she has heard many impressive rumors about the Duke's eldest son. Aiden introduces himself, casually mentioning that it has been a very long time since he last worked alongside a priest of the Slaughter God's cult. Runia looks surprised, asking if he has previously met any other members of her order. Aiden sweat drops as a brief flashback shows the terrifying, wide-eyed, silent, iron-blooded Saintess from his previous life. He quickly replies that he met a very quiet and reserved person once. Runia chuckles, explaining that since their priests are constantly traveling the continent doing mercenary work, and pilgrimages crossing paths is highly common. She raises her giant mace, happily throwing flower petals, and cheering that since they are bound by fate, they should all do their absolute best to punish the wicked. Aiden thinks to himself that since the Slaughter God's cult is specialized entirely in high-level physical combat, having her on their team is a massive advantage. Tyon draws his steel sword, formally ordering the squad to depart for the Forest of Death immediately. The scene transitions to a wide view of the dark, snow-covered mountains surrounding the toxic valley. The heavily armed squad marches into the deep, misty pine forest. Aiden looks around, noting that the snowy path seems surprisingly clean and ordinary. Tyon explains that the local villagers cleared this path to gather wood and supplies. But Aiden's eyes narrow with dark focus, sensing a strange, suffocating pressure rising from the soil. He asks Curse if he noticed anything. Curse confirms his suspicion, explaining that a dense, corrupt, dark magic is seeping from the ground exactly like the wicked energy of the underworld. Aiden is highly impressed that normal human villagers manage to survive and gather wood in such a hostile, poison-filled forest. Aiden's face completely twists in an absolute hissing scowl of pure rage. He vows to hunt down and strangle that little white rabbit the next time they meet for sending him into a toxic, poison-filled hellhole. He quickly changes his expression, asking Tyon if his father is truly okay with him hiring mercenaries. Aiden points out that the Margrave of the Borderlands is famous for his extreme dislike of S-rank mercenaries. Rinia chuckles teasingly, asking if Tyan is worried about getting scolded by his strict father later. Tyan grits his teeth, admitting that his father will definitely reprimand him, but declaring that he does not care. He explains that saving his residents is far more important than worrying about standard methods, and points out that mercenaries have much more experience dealing with bandits than traditional knights do. Aiden smiles warmly, praising his practical mindset. He jokingly tells Tyan that he still has a lot to learn about humility, causing Tyan to scream in frustration. Suddenly, Lo points ahead, announcing that they have finally reached the outskirts of the first slash-and-burn village. Tyan's eyes go wide in absolute sweating horror as a devastating scene unfolds in front of them. The bodies of several slaughtered villagers lie frozen on the blood-soaked snow. The chapter ends with a tragic smoking shot of the entire village, which has been completely burned and massacred before they could even arrive. Things have taken an incredibly dark turn. The Forest of Death features a total of 5 scattered slash-and-burn villages. Aiden and his squad reach the first village, only to find it completely devoid of life and burned to the ground. Not a single survivor remains among the smoking ruins. With a heavy, worried heart, Tyan leads the group toward the second village. But the second and third villages are no different, having been completely reduced to cold ash and rubble. Finally, in a state of growing despair, they arrive at the gates of the fourth village. Tyan stands before the ruins, his hands trembling in pure frustration as he realizes this is already the 4th massacre they have witnessed. A faint red light glows amidst the thick smoke of the ruined buildings, casting an ominous shadow. The knights search through the debris, shouting and confirming that they cannot find a single living soul. Aiden looks highly serious, pointing out that even a simple forest village should have had a decent vigilante group. He concludes that such a one-sided massacre is definitely not the work of mere bandits. Tyan's jaw completely drops to the floor in absolute sweating shock as he hears the news. In a brutal one-sided massacre of this scale, finding a single survivor is a literal miracle. A small child is seen shivering violently under a heavy collapsed wooden beam. The knights carefully lift the rubble to find 2 young children huddling together, crying in absolute terror. Tyan quickly drops onto his knee, reaching out to comfort the traumatized survivors. He offers a warm, reassuring smile, telling the kids that they are Knights of Cetus and have come to ensure their safety. The kids look up tearfully, unable to believe they are finally saved. With a loud cry, the little girl leaps forward and hugs Tyan, tightly weeping on his shoulder. Tyan hugs her back warmly, apologizing for arriving too late. The children beg the knights to save their parents as well, but Tyan can only look down in silence, assuming they have already passed away. But the little boy points toward the forest, screaming that the attackers did not kill them, but rather dragged all the parents and villagers away in chains. Tyan's face instantly turns serious at the news. The sound of light footsteps echoes through the woods. With newfound hope, the squad immediately marches deeper into the dark, snow-covered forest to track the kidnappers. Aiden looks thoughtful, wondering why on earth bandits would go through the massive trouble of taking so many hostages instead of simply looting them. He notes that they do not have enough clues yet, and concludes that their best bet is to find and secure the 5th and final village. The knights push through the thick brush, keeping their weapons drawn. Suddenly, Aiden pauses, sensing a sharp, dangerous presence nearby. He flinches, his eyes narrowing with intense focus. He alerts Tyan, warning him that someone is actively hiding in the thick brush directly in front of them. Tyan gets a predatory grin, preparing his blade to settle the score with the bandits. Suddenly, a group of armed, cloaked hunters steps out, pointing their sharp spears at the knights. Tyan screams for everyone to halt, realizing they are not facing enemies. He commands his knights to lower their swords, recognizing the leader of the group. The lead hunter looks up, his face softening with relief as he recognizes the young master. The hunter is none other than Marcus, the chief of the 5th/and-burn village. Tyan explains that Marcus was actually an elite knight in their order 10 years ago who retired to the forest after sustaining a severe crippling injury. He jokingly comments that Marcus's greeting was a bit too rough, and the old knight apologizes, explaining they have been on high alert because of the recent raids. Marcus smiles warmly, commenting on how much the young master has grown since they last met. Tyan pats him on the shoulder, incredibly glad to see his father's old comrade alive and well. Marcus's face turns pale, asking if Tyan's presence means the other villages have already been attacked. Tyan admits the sad truth, explaining that the first 4 villages were completely wiped out and praising Marcus for successfully defending his people. Marcus offers to guide them back to his village, and Tyan accepts. The squad enters the heavily fortified, snow-covered 5th village under the dark, starry sky. Suddenly, a guard runs over in panic, screaming that they have a critical patient who requires immediate medical attention. They enter the medical tent to find dozens of severely injured villagers groaning in absolute agony on the floor. Marcus explains that while they managed to fend off the bandits thanks to the former knights among them, the enemy leader possessed an incredibly unusual power. He adds that the attacker was able to effortlessly summon and command the dead. Aiden's eyes widen, instantly identifying the attacker as a necromancer, a high-level dark mage of chaos. Aiden's face turns furious. The presence of a necromancer explains how the villages were massacred so easily and reveals that the hostages were taken to be used as human sacrifices for their dark magic. He grits his teeth, realizing the heretics of chaos are actively preparing a massive twisted ritual in this forest. He seethes with pure rage, cursing the dark mages for continuing their repulsive actions. Aiden walks over to the injured, noting that as a former hero, he has a sacred duty to intervene. Suddenly, a severe patient screams in agony, his wounds burning with a violent purple dark magic. The village doctor panics, explaining that their normal medical potions are completely useless against this dark corruption. The purple curse continues to eat away at a patient's flesh, causing him to shudder in pain. Aiden steps up, pulling the glowing pink potion from his coat and ordering them to use his top-grade holy fluid to burn away the dark magic. The doctor takes the precious potion with trembling hands, thanking the young master. Aiden yells to the crowd, commanding anyone with wounds emitting a dark purple light to come receive a holy potion immediately. The villagers line up, receiving the life-saving medicine and thanking him. Curse whispers on his shoulder, teasing the Dragon Slayer King for acting so generous when he usually values money above all else. Aiden gets that incredibly devious, scheming grin. Even during a tragic humanitarian crisis, our boy is still planning to charge his S-rank rival with massive compounded interest for the medicine. Aiden smiles, assuring a worried father that he will gladly heal his sick child with his holy potions. But as he pulls back the blanket, Aiden's eyes instantly widen in shock. He spots a gray leaf-like hand, realizing the child is actually a young, endangered baby, and in disguise. Kurtl's face turns pale as the realization hits him hard. Alert. The scene shifts to the dark pine forest outside Marcus's village, where the rogue bandits are marching. The bandit leader grumbles, commanding his men to focus on capturing the villagers and warning them that the old one-armed knight belongs to him. The cloaked warlock commands the bandits to follow his lead, and the bandit leader grumbles about having to work alongside such creepy dark wizards. The second warlock smiles darkly behind his mask, pointing out that their transaction is highly profitable for both sides, with the bandits getting the gold and the church getting the sacrifices. The lead warlock tells them to shut up, ordering them to transport the captured villagers to their secret base. The bandits nod, continuing their march through the snow. The warlock gets a highly sinister smile under his hood, muttering that once the ritual is complete, he will gladly sacrifice the bandits as well to fuel his research. The adventure continues. The god of holy fire is thoroughly amused, commenting on what an incredibly brave and unique kid she is. He looks down at her with a gentle smile, wondering if some bad people back on Earth have been teaching her these greedy capitalist philosophies. Despite his exhaustion, he admits this is a perfect way to pass his free time preparing to bless her future destiny. Back in the present, the baby Ent shivers in fear, crying and begging Aiden not to eat him because he is highly toxic and will cause a severe stomachache. Aiden holds out a glowing purple bowl, calmly telling the little creature to stop crying and eat this delicacy to recover his strength. The baby Ent's eyes widen as he recognizes the rare scent of the purple liquid, asking if it is truly all right for him to eat. Aiden casually replies that he has no use for skeleton powder anyway. The little creature greedily downs the lich bone, dust his eyes instantly sparkling in pure delight. The little baby Ent's eyes completely fill with tears of pure, mouth-watering joy. He has never tasted anything so incredibly delicious in his entire life. Aiden smiles, watching the baby Ent eat. Curse whispers on his shoulder, happily boasting that his advice regarding the Ent's obsession with skeleton powder was completely correct. Aiden asks the little creature why an endangered Ent was lying wounded outside the village, and the baby Ent suddenly gasps, remembering his captured family. Aiden explains that the hunters merely found him lying unconscious in the snow, confirming there was absolutely no one else with him at the time. The little creature looks completely devastated, weeping tears of pure anxiety for his parents. Aiden leans in close, gently telling him that if he is honest, Aiden might be able to help save his family. The baby Ent hesitates, shivering, as he recalls his parents' strict warnings to never trust deceitful humans. Suddenly, a guard's panic-stricken scream echoes from outside, warning that the rogue bandits have returned to launch another attack. Aiden tells the little creature to remain hidden in the room, promising to handle the threat. He draws his dark sword, his face turning serious as he prepares to head out. The baby Ent looks up with big, watery eyes, asking if Aiden is truly different from the other humans and if he can actually save their forest. Outside, a chaotic battle is already raging as the bandits charge into the fortified village with loud war cries. Tyan and the knights form a defensive circle, commanding the guards to hold the line and protect the residents. The dark-hooded warlock raises his hand, flaring purple energy, and noting that the local knights have arrived just in time to serve as additional sacrifices. He smiles darkly under his hood, preparing to unleash his dark magic. With a cold command, dozens of decaying undead skeletons crawl out of the snowy ground. The knights gasp in terror, gritting their teeth as they face an army of undead for the very first time. Suddenly, a pair of sleek silver boots steps onto the stone landing, and a cheerful voice laughs at the bandits' vile actions. The knights panic, screaming for Priestess Runia to stand back because the undead are far too dangerous for a pretty young girl. Tyan remains completely calm, crossing his arms and telling his men to sit back and leave the battlefield entirely to her. He explains that there is absolutely no one better suited for a mindless slaughter than a priestess of her caliber. He notes that although she looks like an angel, she is a literal madwoman at heart, trained specifically to deliver death to the heretics. With a powerful kick, Runia launches herself high into the air under the bright full moon. The priestess gets that absolute glowing psycho look. She might look like a sweet, well-behaved girl, but on the battlefield, she is a literal engine of holy massacre who loves nothing more than smashing heretics into paste. She slams her giant spiked mace down, unleashing a colossal column of pink holy fire that completely obliterates the undead army in a single strike. The hooded warlock is completely horrified, his fangs chattering as he screams, trying to figure out where this monster of a girl came from. Runia lands gracefully, praying to the god of slaughter to allow her to unleash her full bloody power in his name. She swings her mace in a rapid circular arc, creating a blinding shockwave of pink fire that incinerates everything in its path. Damage. The warlock grunts in pain, his barrier cracking as his entire bandit force is vaporized in seconds. He frantically tries to cast a death curse to consume her, but it is completely useless. A massive explosion of pink and purple magical energy clashes, shaking the forest. The warlock looks around in panic, realizing the priestess has completely disappeared from his sight. He looks up, a cold sweat running down his neck as a shadow falls over him. Runia is seen floating directly above his head under the moon, laughing maniacally. She brings her spiked mace directly down onto his face with a giant bloody impact, ending the battle instantly. The scene cuts back to the quiet snowy forest after the battle. Tyan's guard reports that they have successfully captured all the surviving bandits. Tyan nods, asking where the bandits hid the missing villagers they kidnapped. The guard sweat drops, explaining that the bandits have no idea where the hostages are. He explains that the bandits only looted the valuables, leaving the villagers entirely in the hands of the Dark Warlock. Tyan grits his teeth in fury, cursing that they have completely lost the trail of the kidnapped residents. Suddenly, Aiden walks out of the forest, calmly declaring that he knows exactly how to find them. Tyan is completely shocked, demanding to know where Aiden went during the battle and asking how they can find the hostages. Aiden explains that the baby Ent he rescued has already revealed the exact location. His expression turns serious, warning them that they do not have much time and must hurry. A flashback to the previous night shows Aiden's face pale with fury as the baby Ent reveals the warlock took all the forest Ents. Alert. The baby Ent explains that he managed to escape the warlock's prison, but saw dozens of captured humans being locked up alongside his parents. Aiden realizes that gathering humans and Ents together means the heretics of chaos are preparing a massive, high-level summoning ritual. He clenches his fist in pure demonic rage, vowing to slaughter the heretics for daring to lay their dirty hands on his precious elixir ingredients. Back in the present, Tyan grumbles, wondering what kind of twisted ritual the Chaos Cult is plotting. He asks Aiden what their next strategy is. Aiden explains that he plans to personally scout the enemy base's location. Tyan immediately objects, stating that since this happened in their territory, his knights should handle the dangerous scouting. He places his hands on Auden's shoulders, refusing to allow a guest to risk his life for their people. Tyan stares at Aiden with a giant emotional blush and starry eyes of pure, unadulterated respect. He is completely convinced our boy is a saint-like hero who is sacrificing himself for their territory. Aiden sweat drops, crying tears of pure awkwardness and telling him to stop crying because it is incredibly gross. He looks down with a dark expression, realizing that if the Ent's description is correct, the warlock's summoning ritual is far more dangerous than anyone anticipates. Deep within the forest of death, inside the giant crater of an extinct volcano, lies the secret, heavily fortified underground base of the Dark Mages. Over a laboratory table, a dark warlock carefully inspects a glowing red crystal, reporting to his companion that he has successfully completed the basic frame of the magic tool. The towering Dark Knight dares climb in, stands nearby, his voice cold as he asks if the bandits they hired have successfully returned with the fresh sacrifices from the forest. The warlock gets a highly sinister smile, laughing that once the bandits deliver the villagers, he will gladly melt their life essence to complete the holy relic. He explains that once this corrupt red jewel is fully charged, their master will be one step closer to achieving his grand political goals. Dares Kleeman glares down, cold and serious, agreeing that their master's ascension is the sole reason they are executing these vile acts. He stands with his back turned, holding his giant broadsword, and muttering a sacred vow to Lord Silbeda, promising to make him the supreme Archduke of the Sias Duchy. The scene transitions back to the snowy mountain peak bordering the extinct volcano crater. Aiden looks down at the smoking ruins below, highly surprised to learn that his former past-life betrayer, Silbeda, is the actual mastermind behind this dark warlock conspiracy. He asks the young baby Ent to describe the person who attacked their village, and the little creature confirms that a massive, dark-armored knight matching Kleiman's description was leading the warlocks. He adds that the dark mages cut down their ancient guardian fairy tree to completely nullify the Ent's magical defense. Aiden's expression turns cold as he realizes Kleiman, the infamous Dark Knight and one of Silbeda's top 3 dogs, is actively operating in this territory. He explains that his original plan was to quietly slip into the volcano with the baby Ent to execute a stealthy, high-stakes reconnaissance. But his stealth plans were completely ruined when the hot-headed, stubborn Tyan insisted on tagging along, claiming the forest belongs entirely to his territory. Aiden completely facepalms his energy levels, dropping to absolute zero. He wanted to pull off a quiet, highly professional S-rank infiltration, but instead he got 2 noisy, over-enthusiastic tagalongs. Furthermore, they are suddenly ambushed by a pack of giant red-eyed pink underworld spiders that descend from the snowy trees. Runia immediately charges forward with a massive grin, swinging her giant spiked mace and screaming about how much she loves playing with spiders. With a spectacular explosion of pink fire, she completely obliterates the giant monsters, leaving Aiden sweat dropping as he realizes she only tagged along because she was bored. Auden asks Tyan if the priestess genuinely managed to defeat all the bandits and mages from the previous villages, single-handedly, and Tyan enthusiastically confirms her terrifying strength. Aiden's eyes narrow with deep suspicion. Curse pops up on his shoulder, agreeing that her behavior and immense magical power are incredibly strange. Aiden whispers that although she acts like an obedient, well-behaved young girl, a priestess belonging to the brutal slaughter god's cult should be a complete madwoman who only knows senseless violence. Curse sweat drops watching her laugh and play in the snow, and asking Aiden where on earth he sees any obedience in her unhinged behavior. Aiden explains that her physical combat stats are far too high for a common priestess, pointing out that she effortlessly cleared 4 entire villages of dark mages and demonic monsters. He calculates that her raw physical and magical abilities easily surpass the standard ranks entering the realm of a high priestess. He grits his teeth, realizing her combat style does not add up at all. Suddenly, a terrifying realization flashes in his mind as he remembers the future history. He recalls the legendary blood-soaked silhouette of the betrayer, the iron-blooded saintess who ruled the slaughter god's cult. He warns himself to keep an extremely close eye on Runia, preparing to head down toward the main crater. They finally reach the edge of the extinct volcano, looking down at the frozen, ruined Ent village below. Aiden asks the baby Ent if this is the village where his parents are being held captive. The little creature nods sadly, explaining that the dark mages cut down their ancient fairy tree to nullify their magical strength. He explains that fairy trees are highly valuable sources of dark magic, which is why the Chaos Heretics targeted their village. Aiden realizes that dark mages value fairies far more than human sacrifices, wondering what kind of catastrophic summoning ritual they are preparing. Hearing the tragic story, the furious Tyan instantly draws his sword, preparing to launch a direct assault. Tyon runs down the snowy hill, determined to slaughter the Dark Knight and rescue his people. Aiden quickly grabs him by his collar, warning him to stop being so reckless. He points toward the high ridges of the crater, showing him that Dare's Kleiman is surrounded by several S-rank Chaos Mages, meaning a direct frontal charge is suicide. He adds that the Dark Knight is a peak semi-master level opponent who possesses combat skills equal to his father the Margrave, and that they would suffer heavy casualties. Tyan looks frustrated, and Aiden explains that they need a highly strategic, low-risk plan to bypass their defenses without endangering the hostages. Suddenly, Curse floats on his shoulder, whispering that he has sensed an incredibly dense, ancient presence resting beneath the volcano. Aiden's eye widens as he focuses on Curse's warning. Alert. He looks annoyed, telling the little demon to get his butt out of his face. Curse barks back, screaming that he was only trying to help. Curse explains that his underworld senses can easily pick up ancient, hidden mana flows that regular humans are completely blind to. Aiden gives his companion a flat, deadpan stare of complete, unbothered indifference. He is utterly done listening to the demon brag about his great senses. Curse smirks, whispering that a colossal ancient creature is currently sleeping directly beneath the pine trees. Aiden is completely shocked. He clenches his fist on a snow-covered rock, realizing the presence of the ancient volcano explains everything. A brilliant idea strikes him as he prepares to formulate his next master plan. Aiden's eyes glow with a fierce light, realizing he can use the environment to their advantage. He turns to Tyan, asking him if there is a way to trigger a massive monster stampede. He leans in, asking Tian if he is truly willing to do absolutely anything to save his kidnapped people. Tian looks determined, firmly declaring that he is prepared to fight to the death to protect his residents. He swears on his knightly honor to face any danger. Aiden gets that incredibly mischievous, smug grin. He is thoroughly thrilled that Tian just swore to do anything for his people, preparing to use his S-rank rival as the ultimate monster bait. Tian flinches, a cold sweat running down his neck as he realizes he just fell into a terrible trap. Aiden smiles, ordering Priestess Runia to join their new game of tag. Runia laughs enthusiastically, completely hyped. A few minutes later, on the left side of the crater, a massive stampede of red-eyed, ferocious poison ogres comes charging down. Scream. Tian is seen running for his life across the snow, screaming in absolute sweating panic and cursing Aiden's name. A colossal pack of giant underworld beasts chases closely behind him, shaking the ground. Meanwhile, on the right side of the crater, another massive pack of ogres comes sprinting out of the trees. Runia runs happily in front of them, laughing maniacally, and telling her dear poison ogre friends to run faster before she catches them. The giant beasts are actually running away from her in absolute terror, trying to escape her heavy, spiked mace. The baby Ent asks Aiden if he is trying to trigger a monster wave to scare the dark mages away. Aiden smiles, replying he is only half right. Aiden explains that he is using the stampede's physical vibrations to wake up the real monster sleeping beneath the crater, noting that the ancient beast must be starving after hundreds of years. Deep beneath the snowy ground, a colossal glowing golden reptilian eye slithers open. The legendary guardian serpent of the volcano is finally awake. We start deep inside the Forest of Death, where Aiden is casually taking a stroll with his new leafy little companion. The atmosphere is quiet, but we all know things are about to get busy. Aiden asks the kid if he is scared, and Etsu tries to act tough, flat out saying no. Too bad he is literally shaking like a leaf. Etsu clenches his tiny fists, admitting how incredibly frustrated and humiliated he feels about being so weak. It is a pretty rough realization for the little guy. Aiden tells him not to worry, promising he will personally make those dark mages pay back every single thing they have done, plus he's got quite a massive debt of his own to settle with them. Aiden flashes a wide smirk, realizing they have been traveling together for a bit, and he does not even know the kid's name yet. The young Ent looks up with those bright green eyes, introducing himself properly as Etsu. Aiden stops him, reminding Etsu about the conversation they had before they even left the safety of the village. He looks down at him coldly, asking what Etsu is willing to give him in return for risking his life to save his family. The poor kid looks completely desperate, clutching his cloak and pointing out that Ent tears hold legendary value to greedy humans. Etsu drops to his knees, crying and promising in the name of the spirits to give Aiden as many of his tears as he wants if he just saves his village. Aiden gets that incredibly creepy signature smirk of pure, unadulterated greed. The absolute contract is officially sealed, but he warns Etsu that his family is the least of his worries right now. Aiden raises his hand as a massive vortex of dark red energy begins swirling around him, activating his power of domination. He commands the enslaved soul of Mephisto to answer the call of its master. Epic choir suspense. With a massive burst of dark flames, the high-level underworld Talos Mephisto manifests on the field, bowing deeply and greeting his lord. Aiden notes that since his physical stats are still weak, Mephisto is not even at half of his original strength, but he is still more than enough to handle this specific task. He commands Mephisto to fly to the bottom of the forest, locate a massive group of venomous lizards, and drive them directly toward the crater in the center. Mephisto politely obeys, accepting the orders of his master without a single second of hesitation. The giant red-skinned demon spreads his purple wings and launches himself into the starry night sky, transforming into a pure streak of purple light. Aiden is thoroughly pleased, noting that being able to command a high-ranking Talos at will makes his power of domination incredibly handy. He just needs to get stronger to fully tap into its potential. He turns to Etsu, calmly announcing that it is finally time for them to make their move as well. With a mischievous smirk, Aiden tells Etsu they need to keep their promise and go save his family from the dark mages. Deep inside the crater of the dormant volcano, the dark base of the heretical mages sits under the cold night sky. Dares Kleiman stands on the stone ledge, highly suspicious about why the search party they sent to the 5th village has not returned with the fresh sacrifices yet. Suddenly, a subtle ripple in the dark, glowing pool of water catches his attention. Kleiman's eyes narrow in confusion, staring at the shifting water and wondering what could possibly be causing the vibrations. A deep, heavy, rumbling sound begins echoing through the pine forest, growing louder by the second. Kleiman instantly flinches, his instincts screaming, as he yells that something incredibly massive is rapidly approaching their location. The sounds of heavy, panicked running steps echo from the entrance of the crater. Kleiman looks out through the mist, completely confused, to see human-like figures running toward their base in a state of pure panic. A red-faced Tian comes sprinting out of the dark woods, sweating heavily and looking completely terrified. A massive stampeding wave of furious poison ogres comes charging directly behind him, and the guards scream in absolute panic to defend the laboratory. Tyan is absolutely seething with rage, screaming at the top of his lungs that he is going to personally execute Aiden Reams for using him as monster bait. Kleiman draws his blade, gritting his teeth, and admitting that while there are way too many monsters, his elite squad can still easily handle them. But before he can launch his attack, a series of bright pink explosive fireballs begins descending from the sky. The massive projectiles crash into the monster wave, creating a flurry of giant explosions that completely shake the stone walls. The crazy priestess Runia is seen floating in the air, laughing maniacally as she swings her spiked mace and smashes the heretics into absolute paste. Kleiman is completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why these poison ogres are suddenly leaving the inner forest to storm their base. He is pushed back by the sheer chaos, shouting in pure frustration as more roaring lizards charge down the slopes. Mephisto flies above the battlefield, laughing psychotically and promising to tear the annoying lizards apart if they try to escape. The ground continues to tremble as the chaotic battle between the monsters and the guards intensifies. Kleiman completely loses his cool, screaming at the top of his lungs for his men to throw absolutely everything they have got to stop the stampede. With the guards fully occupied on the front lines, Aiden quietly watches the chaos from the safety of the stone pillars. He turns to Etsu, calmly announcing that it is the perfect moment for them to quietly slip inside and find the cages. Etsu pushes open the heavy wooden door of the prison chamber, his heart racing with anticipation. His eyes instantly widen as he spots the dim, iron-barred prison cells at the end of the corridor. Inside, a small group of green-skinned leafy Ents is seen huddling together in the dark. Etsu runs up to the iron bars, crying out for everyone and announcing that he has finally arrived. The captured Ents gasp in absolute surprise, unable to believe the little kid actually managed to survive and return. With a bright, tearful smile, Etsu reassures his family that he promised to save them and kept his word. But Etsu quickly pauses, a look of sudden confusion and worry crossing his face. He looks around the cell, asking why there are only a few of them left, and wondering if the others are locked up in a different room. The Elder Ent looks down sadly, delivering the tragic news that they are the only survivors left, and that the rest of their kin have already been taken away to serve as sacrifices. Etsu collapses against the wooden wall, completely devastated and weeping that he was simply too late to save them. Aiden walks up calmly, placing a gentle, reassuring hand on his shoulder and telling him it is definitely not his fault, blaming the corrupt mages instead. He commands Etsu to take a step back for a brief moment. He draws his dark sword, calmly ordering the remaining Ents inside the cell to move away from the iron bars as well. With a swift, flawless vertical motion, Aiden unleashes a brilliant wave of blue sword aura that cuts cleanly through the heavy steel. The shattered iron bars clang heavily onto the stone floor, completely freeing the remaining survivors. Auden sheathes his blade, telling them he knows they are overwhelmed, but asking one crucial question. His eyes turn cold and sharp, demanding to know the exact location where the dark mages took the sacrificed Ents so he can figure out their real plans. Outside, the chaotic battle continues to rage under a violent rainstorm, with the guards desperately trying to hold the line against the endless monster wave. Kleiman swings his purple-imbued sword, cutting down several monsters, but sweating heavily from pure exhaustion. Suddenly, a massive, earth-shattering tremor splits the center of the crater wide open, causing the stone floor to completely collapse. Amidst the thick dust and falling rubble, a colossal dark shadow begins to slowly rise from the deep abyss. A massive, glowing yellow reptilian eye slithers open in the darkness, whispering that it is incredibly hungry. The giant green-scaled body of the legendary guardian beast coils upward, shaking the entire volcano crater. Kleiman stands completely frozen, panting heavily and screaming in pure terror about what on earth is coming out now. Watching the spectacular entrance from a nearby ledge, Auden gets a highly satisfied smirk, asking if the beast has finally awakened. With an ear-splitting, thunderous roar, the colossal green snake makes its grand debut as the legendary king of venomous snakes, Basilisk. Done, done, done. Kleiman's face turns completely pale, sweating bullets as he stares up at the giant snake looming directly over his head. Things have officially reached a whole new level of dangerous. Aiden and Curse stand on a high cliff overlooking the foggy swamp below. Aiden is trying to verify if this creepy, thick poison aura actually belongs to the legendary Basilisk. Curse explains that the King of Vipers is a complete monster wielding a venom so incredibly potent that even a tiny scratch could instantly put down a swordmaster. He guesses the beast must be dormant here to preserve its fading life force. Aiden finds the situation highly suspicious, noting that basilisks are southern forest creatures that usually avoid cold volcanic regions entirely. There is definitely something weird going on behind the scenes. Either way, the giant snake has been starving for hundreds of years, making it an incredibly hungry and dangerous opponent. The beast lets out an ear-splitting roar that echoes through the entire cavern. Down in the trenches, Kleiman is sweating bullets, cursing his absolute terrible luck for running directly into a legendary basilisk of all things. But he quickly steels his resolve, declaring that the elite Knights of Sias will never back down or allow a mere snake to interfere with Lord Sobeta's grand plans. With a massive roar, Kleiman lunges forward, swinging his giant broadsword engulfed in heavy purple aura directly at the monster's fangs. Damage. Inside the secret base, the corrupt Dark Warlock is completely unbothered by the chaos outside, happily cackling that a massive monster wave is actually the perfect scenario for his research. He carefully pours a dark red liquid onto his glowing crystal, laughing about how he will use the life force of the dying knights and beasts to fully charge his relic. He gets an incredibly wide, psychotic smile, muttering that once his masterpiece is complete, his lord will finally grant him the ultimate recognition he deserves. But his celebration is cut short as a hand suddenly drops onto his shoulder from the shadows, and Aiden's calm voice notes that the jewel does not look very regular. Before the warlock can even scream, Aiden grabs him by the throat and violently slams his head directly into the table, shattering the glass and knocking him out instantly. Auden stands over the unconscious dark mage, looking closely at the glowing red gem while the captured Ents watch nervously from the background. He wonders if this is the exact jewel the villagers were talking about. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he slowly reaches out his hand to inspect the mysterious, glowing object. The moment his fingers touch the stone, a massive wave of unstable pink and purple magic instantly erupts from the gem. Aiden completely panics as the violent energy engulfs his entire arms, screaming in confusion about what is suddenly happening to his body. A blue system window instantly flashes before his eyes, confirming that he has successfully satisfied the hidden conditions to absorb the incomplete jewel. Aiden clutches his chest in absolute horror, demanding to know what kind of revolting curse this dark mage just injected into his system. Alert. He stands there for a few seconds, looking down at his hands in confusion, because he honestly does not feel a single physical change. He grumbles, noting that the system specifically called the gem an incomplete item, meaning he has absolutely no idea how to get it out of his body. He casually shrugs it off, deciding to just treat it as another annoying piece of baggage he has to carry around, which instantly ticks off the little demon on his shoulder. Curse is absolutely fuming, screaming about who Aiden is calling a piece of baggage, while our unbothered hero just walks away whistling. Aiden casually changes the subject, suggesting they head back outside to finally wrap things up on the battlefield. Outside, the colossal basilisk continues to snap its massive toxic jaws, completely dominating the battlefield. The giant snake swings its heavy tail, smashing through the thick stone walls and sending the knights flying in a massive wave of rubble. Kleiman is on his knees, shivering violently and admitting that the dense, poisonous fog is slowly paralyzing his muscles. He desperately wishes his master were here to end this in a single shot. The giant beast towers directly over his head, its glowing yellow eyes locking onto its target with absolute hunger. Kleiman looks up at the massive fangs closing in, realizing he has only a single desperate card left to play to survive. He grips his sword tightly as a bright crimson energy gathers around his blade, preparing to execute a high-level counterattack. With a final, desperate war cry, he pours every single ounce of his remaining stamina into a massive vertical swing. A colossal red energy wave cuts cleanly through the air, clashing directly against the basilisk's skull with a deafening explosion. Yeet. Kleiman collapses to his knees, panting heavily but smiling proudly as he wonders if his skill has finally managed to match his lord's legendary sword. But his celebration is cut short as a cold, unfamiliar voice speaks directly behind his ear, sending a chill down his spine. Before he can even turn around, a sharp blade is driven cleanly through his chest in a massive splash of crimson blood. Aiden stands behind him with a cold glare, whispering that he will gladly send Kleiman to wait in hell until his master Sobeta joins him shortly. The Sias knight shivers in absolute disbelief, coughing up blood and demanding to know the identity of the masked intruder who caught him off guard. Aiden's eyes glow with a terrifying white light under the shadows, delivering a bone-chilling reply as he prepares to activate his sword. He coldly commands Beelzebub to activate its gluttonous power, and a swarm of dark red magic tendrils instantly wraps around the knight's body. Kleiman lets out a final agonizing scream as his life force is violently devoured by the cursed weapon. Even as his body begins to disintegrate into dark ash, his final thoughts are dedicated entirely to warning his beloved lord. His empty, blood-soaked armor and broken sword crash heavily onto the cold snow, leaving absolutely nothing behind. Aiden sheathes his blade with a soft sigh, admitting that Sobeta indeed possessed an incredibly loyal and capable subordinate before his demise. He walks past the massive dead carcass of the basilisk, noting that he definitely did not expect the Sias knight to actually defeat the beast for him. He admits his original plan was to let them exhaust each other before striking, but laughs that a free victory is always welcome. Kirsch looks completely dumbfounded, asking why on earth Aiden is currently climbing directly into the giant dead snake's mouth. Aiden gets that incredibly greedy, sparkly expression, popping his knuckles and announcing that they cannot afford to leave such valuable loot behind. He pulls out a knife and begins harvesting the massive fangs for weapons and cutting the thick leather to craft some high-grade armor. But the absolute most important prize of their hunt is the rare, highly lethal basilisk venom, which he carefully scoops into a giant glass bottle. Now that they have gathered all the materials, Aiden prepares to go check on the remaining ents when Curse suddenly calls out to him with a highly serious look. Aiden looks back in confusion, and Curse commands him to take a close look at the roof of the snake's mouth. He explains that there is a highly unusual energy radiating from the palate that a lowly snake should never possess. Aiden peeks into the dark jaws, spotting a strange purple glow reflecting against the wet teeth. To his absolute surprise, a glowing purple demonic spirit stone is seen floating in a dark magical vortex. Aiden reaches up to pluck the gem, explaining that demonic spirit stones are incredibly rare vessels used to store massive pools of dark magic. He realizes this stone is the exact reason why all the local monsters were so unnaturally strong, but wonders how it managed to end up inside a southern basilisk's palate. He holds the glowing crystal as the purple magic trails swirl gently around his fingers. But suddenly, his subspace pouch begins vibrating violently, catching him completely off guard. He reaches inside and pulls out a black round obsidian pendant with intricate runic patterns carved onto the surface. He remembers this pendant as the strange, mysterious gift Falcon left for him inside the Lich Dungeon in his previous life. Suddenly, the purple demonic stone is violently pulled from his hand, flying directly toward the black pendant with a bright flash of light. With a solid click, the purple gem perfectly slots into the empty center of the medallion, lighting up the runes. Aiden is completely dumbfounded, staring at the completed pendant in absolute disbelief. A blue system notification instantly pops up, identifying the item as Barak's pendant, which permanently increases magic and darkness attributes, but is permanently soulbound to his body. Aiden's face completely twists in pure, unadulterated disgust as he realizes he has just been permanently soulbound to a highly cursed, dark mage exclusive artifact. He is definitely not happy about this development. He completely loses his temper, throwing a hilarious tantrum and screaming at his cursed gear to stop clinging to his body without his permission. With a final blinding burst of pink and purple magical light, the soulbound contract is officially completed. Aiden stands there seething with rage, clutching his chest, and complaining that his legendary items are far too meddlesome. Suddenly, a tiny yellow top hat and rabbit ears float down from the sky, making a bright, sparkling sound. With a loud pop, the spirit merchant Rabitz appears in a shower of confetti, cheerfully congratulating them on successfully clearing the dungeon. Aiden slowly turns around with an absolutely terrifying, red-eyed, demonic grin that sends a shiver down the little merchant's spine. Rabitz completely freezes in absolute sweating terror, his ears drooping as he realizes he has just accidentally greeted the most dangerous and unhinged human alive. His survival chances are looking highly slim. Aiden towers over the shivering rabbit, mockingly asking him if he seriously just suggested that they cleared a dungeon. He grabs his sword and demands to know where the dungeon core is hidden, threatening to crush it to pieces if Rabitz does not explain the situation immediately. Meanwhile, in the deep shadows, a massive purple glowing eye watches their interaction closely, focusing entirely on the mysterious completed pendant around Aiden's neck. The plot is getting incredibly deep.